Okay, I guess we're live. We're here with the Invitational 2. How you doing, Spessy?
Quite hungover, but excited to watch some Gwent, that's for sure. And it's like the production value on this tournament is through the roof, and hopefully the quality of Gwent is the same as well. That'll be good.
Yeah, uh, pretty crazy intro video. Was not expecting the production that we saw. So we're going to be getting match 1 here between One More Time and Hankook. I should probably update my stream information. Let me bring up the deck lists while we're doing that. So first up, we've got Jormund Elver, who is One More Time, bringing Line Pockets, Reckless Flurry, Imprisonment. Is there anything that you want to note about these lists?
Well, there's no Sunset Wanderers. That's not going to be allowed this weekend. That's because when the players submitted their decks, pretty much you still had to get it in kegs. I think maybe you had like 4 or 5 hours if you were to play Gwent to unlock it and play 100 cards. So no Sunset Wanderers in any of the decks. Maybe that's why we're still seeing Imprisonment Masquerade Ball instead of like a tactical decision deck. Line pockets as well. Like I think on the last day of the season, towards like the last couple of days, a lot of the pro players moved towards line pockets over jackpot. It's definitely better in the syndicate mirror, I think, and I'm excited to see the witch find it in action in particular.
What's the reason that it's preferable in the Syndicate Mirror? What does Pockets do the Jackpot doesn't?
I guess it's the drill. You get the control to the control part of it. Like the jackpot deck runs peaches and tax collectors and stuff. So you've normally got like quite a lot of decent answers, but I'm not exactly sure. I guess also like when you add Freak Show in as well. Like I always found it quite weird this deck never played Freak Show. And I think like with the bounty package and these two sort of control tools, I guess you just have that little bit of edge. And Bloody Good Friends also got buffed,
Yeah.
and the Smuggle as well, and at 4p as well. It's like the other thing that's improved this deck. So they've got definitely like a few extra points. Having like a proactive 4p Chrome card is definitely nice.
Yeah, I was playing a Line Pockets deck earlier, and I really overlooked just how good Smuggle was at 4P. It is so much better than Shakedown, being able to play it proactively. Notably, with a deck like this, if you're on Blue Coin and you Tiger's Eye Smuggle, that's just turn 1 Flying Redinian. There's no problems at all. Something the deck kind of struggled to do before. Next up, we got this Reckless Flurry deck, which is another take on this Matic deck that sort of got popular around the end of last season. Choosing to play a Turgvy, which isn't something we saw a whole lot of, but still doing the whole Portal, Fish Flapper, Megascope, Great Swords package with Quen. Anything here stand out to you?
Yeah, no Sage is a bit of a weird one. Like going for Turgvy instead of Sage. Obviously, like more points. At the same time, like if you're not drawing that portal round one, the deck's gonna have a lot less consistency, of course. The Gerd in there as well is an interesting one. Gerd's definitely a really good card, but again, there must be some. I can't quite work out what's been cut to fit this Gerd. Um, Sunset Wanderers, I think, is a card that you're probably going to play in Flurry as well
Oh yeah, for sure.
after this weekend. So something else is going to get cut. Probably, I've seen some people cut the Sage, um, which again kind of makes sense, but I wouldn't even be surprised to see maybe Hjalmar go or something like that. I was sort of suggesting that Junod would go, and Gravesh told me that Junod is like one of the best cards in the deck, and he wouldn't cut that. So,
Junod's super important in the Koshchei matchup. It like
hmm
single-handedly brings that matchup from unwinnable to really solid for you.
hmm
I could see Totem potentially being the cut, depending on how much siege
yeah,
you're seeing, how much random damage is running around. You're like trading 1 point
yeah.
slam card for another.
hmm
And then lastly we got good old Imprisonment Ball. Let's see, what is it doing differently to make room for the Blight Makers? Still playing 2 Seditious Aristocrats, so that's not where the Provs went. Playing Ardfane Tortoises, which weren't in the deck previously.
It's
Um,
honestly like hasn't really lost too much. It's not playing the location Canter, but not all the
ah,
decks were. And normally, like if you weren't playing location Canter, you'd play like we saw Paya with the bribery in one of the top 16s, and then we saw also like Vigo for Wang ID at Mars. Sorry, at the Open. So you just kind of lose that 8p slot, I guess. Like you have to play the Fergus and maybe you just play like an extra 4 instead of like a few 5. So it's honestly not been hit much at all. And getting tortoises is so good in this deck because you play a lot of tool punish. So the armor, a lot of people will see, the armor on the tortoise. Like if I remove it, it's only going to be a 6. But actually, if you remove the armor on the tortoise and play into a tool punish, you've just wasted 2 points onto armor. So it's actually playing for like a 9, right? So it's definitely in a deck that has a lot of tool punish poisons. The tortoise what a card that is at 4 provisions.
Yeah, for sure. When it's not getting answered too, it's just another 7 for 4 option. I'm really liking pushing these 5 for vision cards that weren't seeing a whole lot of play up to 4p and just making them a little bit more justifiable. We see it in the smuggled and the line pockets as well as the tortoise and that imprisonment list. Well, those are one more times lists. Let's take a look at his opponent, Hankook, who's brought Inspired Zeal, a Reckless Flurry, and Jackpot. So for Inspired Zeal here, we got the old Viraxis Devotion Siege deck. Looks pretty similar to what we would have seen last season. Single Centurion Envoy, a bit weird, but trying to see if there's anything that got fit in. Kodkadak? Was that in the lists?
We did see like a fair bit of it. It kind of looks quite similar, right? I don't think NR, apart from the Pincer deck, got changed. Like Pincer lost the provision, they stayed the same. The Envoy though can now shoot a siege. It couldn't do that before. It was bugged, where it wouldn't show you any specials or artifacts. And while that can be great to find siege, it also can be a bit of a detriment because the deck does play quite a lot of cheap 4 provision bronzes. So before, like, you'd be pretty good with the odds on the Envoy to hit things like Viraxis, Gerhardt, Shani, Einsace. But now you can obviously hit the bombardments, but being able to shoot a siege with the Envoy definitely a benefit. And this is just a deck where the drawing of your cards is incredibly important. Just this kind of classic Devotion Northern Realms deck where it's just like a draw your golds kind of deck.
Good old Northern Realms. Next up, we got Reckless Flurry. This one, again, just looks like the list from last season. Not playing the Turgvy. Double Megascope, Bear Witcher Portals, Great Swords, the Maxi to make sure everything stays in order. A Northern Wind to Moondust. I think this might have just been one of the lists from the qualifiers last season, honestly. I don't know if anything changed.
Yeah, this is the exact same deck that Cam's had for his open deck as well with the Moondust Northern Wind. That's like the only slot you really see change. Like some people play a Quartermaster in that slot. Raging Bear, in fact, trying it. I know Gravesh is a big fan of the Raging Bear. It's 8 points now. You can play it as a proactive 8. You can damage yourself. You have to damage your card by 2. But obviously in this deck with Fish Flappers, Great Swords, lots of things that heal up. Raging Bear in at 8 could make a lot of sense. And Madoc as well. So yeah, I've seen the Gird is actually not something that was super popular in these. I'm trying to work out how this Gird has been squeezed in here again. Because I'm sure maybe I'm imagining it, but I'm sure Gird wasn't in these net decks.
I thought it was, but I might be mistaken too. I'm not sure. I've been
Probably
seeing a lot
was.
of Gird this season that it might just be blending together.
It probably was. In fact, it must have been, right? It must have been. Gird's just good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Raging Bear's a really cool idea. I hadn't thought about that in the context of this deck. And then lastly, we got Jackpot. Again, the usual suspects. Caesar, Professor, Jacques, Siggy, Horson, Philippa, all the good Syndicate cards. Playing Freak Show, playing the Borsodi brothers instead of the Poison brothers. That's something that a couple people did last season, but I think normally you would see the Poison brothers in this slot, right? How common were the Borsodis?
Yeah, like not having. Usually, you would see like either the brothers, the Poison brothers, or the Passy. But Hankook, neither of those, just going for Ewald Horster, does manage to get a Soul in as a result, and Soul is a really good card, so you can certainly see why he's gone that route. But I mean, the location is just so good, I think, as well. So a little bit surprised. And then in at 4 as well, he's got a single Street Urchins, which again just kind of seems like the kind of card you would play in a Passy deck. So I'm not sure on a Street Urchins over a Peaches, but obviously just, especially if you've got these brothers, right? That's like one reason to play the mid-rangey Pasodi brothers, is you can just get away probably with not playing like a Sea Jackal or anything because you've got a few more spenders, and you're playing Jackpot as well, where ultimately you don't really need spenders that much anyway. So I really don't like the Urchins. Instead of, like, I would have just liked to see that second Peach. But apart from that, it does look pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about Urchins is it's another profit card for your Caesar, I guess. Additionally,
True.
I mean, it's 3 coins. 3 coins. Deck's a little coin hungry between the Philippa and the... Okay, it's really not that coin hungry at all. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, like, it is decent. I really like Beggars, I have to say as well. When I played Jackpot last season for like a couple of days, if I'm honest. And I kind of just won a lot of games with it, and I wasn't trying to climb particularly, so I didn't play it again. But yeah, I love the beggars. Like the bonded beggars just give you like such good Caesar targets, even if your Siggy's answered as well. But they definitely slot well with Passy. But I do think that card's kind of underrated, I have to say. But Jackpot, I was pretty upset not to see it hit more with a nerf hammer, I have to say. Some people have suggested to me maybe give it vitality instead of boost, because that would make like the Caesar like just way worse and stuff like that. I think that could be an interesting idea.
Yeah. It's an interesting idea. I don't know. I don't mind too much them not making like huge balance changes from season to season, especially when we're getting expansions every couple of months. Just like let those major shakeups happen and then do some small tweaks just to make things a little bit more even between. Keeping an eye on the Discord, trying to see.
Yes, we'll do.
Yeah, see what is going on here. I'm trying to see if there's a. We at least have the bands.
Haven't got anything through just yet.
Yeah, the band tool was posted. Okay. Well, between these two lineups, who do you think is favored? The Inspired Zeal Reckless Flurry Jackpot lineup, or the Lined Pockets Reckless Flurry Imprisonment lineup?
I mean, I'm kind of surprised to see no Nilfgaard from one of our players. I thought like just bringing and no Northern Realms as well. Like if it was me, I would have just brought Syndicate, Nilfgaard, Northern Realms. I'm fairly sure. Or honestly, that's a lot. I probably would have brought White Frost and had a bit of fun with that. But like, just if I was trying to bring like the best decks on paper, it would have been those three factions. So neither of those going for that. Probably with both players having Flurry, it's kind of like a toss up between Inspired Zeal or Nilfgaard, right? And
Yeah. I think
I
Nilfgaard's
don't
a little
know.
bit better than NR.
Yeah, certainly in the mirror matchup, you'd rather have the imprisonment. So if that, not the mirror, but if those two go head to head, so yeah, probably give the edge to One More Time. I haven't seen One More Time play that much, and Hankook almost qualified for an Open actually. I think it was Open 2 he almost qualified for. He got to the final of one of the qualifiers. So Hankook probably the favorite just based off like reputation. One More Time, not someone I'm particularly familiar with.
True, true, true. So I guess while we gotta fill some time, how's your weekend going?
Yeah, it's going alright. My room is a mess. I've got beer cans and pizza, like empty pizza boxes on the floor next to me because I overslept. Yeah, pretty good. England playing tomorrow in the Euros final, so I need to work out what I'm doing. But yeah, should be good. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Just had a good, relaxing stream. Played a little bit of Gwent. Played some Storybook Brawl. Really enjoying that game. I don't know if you've seen it at all.
I've not. I'm terrible for playing other games. I really need to try and get on and play some other stuff.
It's like a if you ever played like Hearthstone Battlegrounds or have seen it, it's a take on that genre. It's been a lot of fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been playing through Witcher 3 recently, which has been fun. But it's whenever a Gwent patch comes out, I just turn into like a bit of a Gwent robot where I just keep playing stuff. So I've been having a lot of fun though. I have to say, like White Frost, definitely a deck I'm loving. Like Devotion and on Devotion, like you think like you have to play it Devotion because of the Oberon and the Conquerors, but even if you play it non-Devotion, the deck just feels like it's got a lot of points. And then I was playing Boat Builders for hours yesterday. I may have also beaten Spyro's cloggers with my Dire Bear Uridan, which was hilarious.
What's in the Boat Builders deck? What's the reason to play Boat Builders?
So I wasn't actually sure on the leader at first, but Ursine unironically actually turned out to be quite a good leader for it. So I'm playing Crack on Crate, obviously like a bit of armor. The main idea is you play Iris and Draco Turtle, Iris Shade. So the Boat Builders comes in and it gives the turtle 2 armor at first, but it's now got cooldown 1, so you give it 1 armor every turn. So it's actually, if uninterrupted, 2 points per turn on your Iris, right? And turtle combo. But it's also really good with the Axe Thrower Pirate, that when it's exposed, it damages 2, does 2 damage. So you've got a priest next to it, It knocks off the armor, then you give one arm with boat builders, and I was using Ursine like a leader charge, but I think the card's also kind of bugged because I hit the same greatsword 5 times in a row. With I was so unhappy. Ryan was in the chat, and I think he just left because I was just raging so hard.
I'm
But
guessing it
it's
didn't die.
honestly like I think I was the build I had was just a bit too memey because I was playing my Diabay Uridan trying to beat Clog players. But honestly, I think there's like I've always kind of rated Crack on Crate, and like you've got like
Yeah.
the blue axe thing I can't remember what it's called, the one that
Territory
damages.
Plunderer. Yeah.
Yeah, and they kind of work out like 7 for 4s pretty
Yeah.
consistently. So that's good fun. And discard package with Sunset Wanderers as well. You've got like a bit of synergy there as well.
How was that deck at beating heat waves? Sounds like going all in on a Draco Turtle is just like a one-way ticket to
Yeah,
getting heat waved.
yeah. I mean, I was playing Sig with Defender. Like that's the other thing
Okay.
you've got, right? You can play Defender multiple times, and I had like Olaf Heim as well in there. Like honestly, it was kind of juice. Like chat carried me quite hard, but
How did you
there
fit
was a
all
lot.
this?
There's a lot going on, right? There's a lot going on.
Oh man.
Someone's put a clip in. I'm not sure what it is. Oh, so yeah, someone's clipping my flipping. But I hit 5 times in a row, and I lost the round by 1 point as well.
What's gonna happen?
I was very
Hello?
unhappy. I think just before that, someone alchemisted my Uridan as well. And then Joachim'd into it. They cantarelled my Irish Shade. Yeah, it wasn't a good day at the office. It was everyone a bit pear shaped. Funny deck though, I have to say.
Oh man.
And then yeah, I played Bush challenged me to a best of. I thought he challenged me to a best of 5, but challenged me to a best of 3 when I was quite a few beers in. I queued this SK deck because he slagged it off earlier on in the day. He said it was a massive pile. Lost with it. I won with I think I played Cloggers. I was like, so I'm just gonna play Triad deck. I played so badly, but still won. And then I challenged him. Oh, apparently I challenged him. And then obviously I had to play my SK deck again, and I just hit him with a surprise third faction. He was a good sport about it, in fairness.
It was just a few beers in, just a few.
I didn't drink like for the whole of last year.
Mhm.
So I think ever since I feel like I'm a big heavyweight drinker, but it's quite the opposite. It doesn't take much anymore.
So WitcherCon. Anything exciting happen there? I know you were all excited about it. Restreamed most of it, I think, right?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing actually. They had like a starting soon screen that lasted 2 hours where they had like a Geralt cosplayer sat in a hot tub, and they were in the hot tub pools and beaches category. So that was pretty funny. And then they had like the actors on with like some of the Gwent cards behind them, and that was quite a fanboy moment for me because I was thinking, wait, if the Yennefer actor knows that Gwent exists, does she know that I exist? So I feel like there's a chance maybe I could make it happen. I might need to sort my lifestyle out a bit and stop eating pizza, drinking beers, watching video games on the internet, and shouting very loudly down the microphone. But apart from that, I reckon it's
Shouting very
almost
loudly is how
guaranteed
you
to
get noticed.
Yeah. My chat was spamming Anya Curley into the bloody CDPR stream.
Is that the actress's name?
Yeah. Ever since they found out my name's Curly, they've just been like I told my chat I was speaking to a girl on Tinder called Honestly, and they just found it hilarious. Jag was the one that found it. Honestly, Curly would be her name, which is a stinker. Can't happen, can it? It's not going to be a possibility, that one.
You can't do that. You can't do that to her.
Dear me.
Oh man.
Yeah, they showed like a bit of Gwent. It was more of like an advert. I was hoping they would, mention the WitcherCon in-game event where you can get like these Netflix themed coins and stuff, but it didn't happen.
Yeah. What happens?
Oh no, my camera's still on, I think.
Oh, there we go. Fixed itself, it seems. Yeah, still just Waiting on game invites. We'll be getting started shortly. I got to imagine the process for getting everyone in these games is a bit of a mess. There's
Yeah.
7 different feature matches, and I think they have to make a new tournament for every match they're doing.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's a
I don't envy them, I must admit.
it's a lot of work to get this set up. Hopefully everything comes together and works. But I heard
Yeah,
you
they
were
showed.
Sorry.
Oh, go on.
No, you go on. I'm just trying to fill air.
Yeah, they showed Gwent Masters as well at WitcherCon yesterday, but it was like right at the end of the stream. So they showed like the highlights from Masters. Honestly, that was my least favorite part of WitcherCon because it brought back. I haven't watched it back yet, but that whole weekend I was just like I had crippling anxiety about this Northern Realms deck. So watching it all again was just terrible. I hated it.
Oh no. Only added spectator for the main casters or share via Discord. Okay, so you're gonna have to look at
Hmm.
the Discord window.
That works for me. No worries.
You can see it, right? I have it.
Hmm.
Okay.
I've got it. Yeah.
So I heard you were messing around a lot with the new Wild Hunt leader. Anything work out for
Yeah.
you there?
Oh yeah, I think I actually so Piebol played Colomon in a best of 9 series. It's not being broadcast till next week, so I won't spoil anything, but they've sort of recorded it now and then they're gonna cast over it. I think and then just put it out. So they already played, but I did manage to bait Paya into playing my Portal Maddock White Frost deck.
I played a
So
deck
you
like that
got that to
yesterday
look forward
too.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's honestly, I think it's really good. I know Tailbot's been playing some non-devotion White Frost. I've not seen it. Um, but like Vader Maker's in it. Like the card is really really good with the leader, and I want to try that with Fulmer as well, and maybe like a dagger. I haven't got onto that just yet, but that's an idea. Green Knight and Gravesha have both actually mentioned to me, so I reckon there's probably something decent within that. I feel like Fulmer's kind of underrated, but you've probably got to play Vader Maker to make it work.
I've I've liked Fighter Maker the little that I played it last season. I've been surprised how little of it that I've seen people try to mess with it. It's so many points when
Hmm.
it goes through. Like especially in a Matic
Yeah,
deck, being able to get extra turns on your Cataclysm is kind of nuts.
yeah, yes. Like that's with the Skellige Storm as well. It's got to be good, right? 3 extra turns of
Yeah.
Skellige Storm plus some extra rain. Like even in the Frost deck without the Eridan, like it gives you 6 extra weather ticks, which is kind of ridiculous. Like you have to pay okay, like a Scepter of Storms, which is not obviously you're basically paying a provision more than you would for a normal weather card, like a 4P card, but it's still like not that bad. Like you look at Red Riders, Red Riders seems really good now at 5 provisions, and it's only like 2 points worse. So the payoff is definitely there. I also like you could experiment with playing Sage, Avalax Sage as well in that deck. I did have it at first, but I think with like Sunset Wanderers, Winter Queen, I had Madoc in there. Like the deck was kind of consistent enough without the Sage, so I decided to just I think get like an extra gold card in there or so. But yeah, it's a really good leader. Like Phantom Eridan, Oberon is kind of dodgy without the devotion because
Oh, you're
the
playing
Riders
Oberon.
Conqueror.
Okay.
I think it's just about like Monsters just doesn't really have a great top end apart from Ozeril, Egon, and I have to say I'm not a massive fan of Aussie Egon these days. Like it just doesn't quite feel that good to me anymore. It probably is, but
Yeah, if you're not going tall, otherwise it's kind of rough to throw in Ygritte and Azrael. Like they're great when you're doing Thrive stuff and you're playing other units that are like 10 plus throughout the game. But were you playing Ancient Foglets?
I had one. I had two at first, but with like the Vader Maker, I think Pay actually played two in his version. Um, I I had two at first, but I just felt they were kind of competing because you have to go Vader first
Yeah.
before you can play the Foglets. So you play the Vader, then you play the Foglet, and then you play another Foglet, and you kind of want to get your area down. Everything just felt was competing a bit too much, so I ended up with just one. But I mean, two would also two's probably correct. I wouldn't be surprised at all. The card is pretty good.
So how good is Naglfar's crew? In a
Yeah, I think it's really good. Like.
card is nutso.
Mhm.
Both Naglfar's crew and Eridan feel like huge winners from the Wild Hunt buff.
Yeah, it's so good as well, right? Like having Eridan actually feel great is quality stuff.
Oh yeah.
I really like his ability, and I think it also feels great that you play them in the Frost deck and they do become better. Um, yeah, like also Oberon in the Devotion. If you play Devotion Oberon, it's outrageous how many points that card is if left unanswered because you can just play so many Wild Hunt cards. My issue was I played the Devotion and I lost the
It's
Cloggers, I
not
lost the
good
Foltest
enough.
and all this stuff.
You
It's
lose to
just
everything. You have
you
all
just
these +1 points on all your cards, but none of your cards are good anyway. So getting +1 on all your cards just doesn't matter. It's
yeah,
it's
it's too
so
wholesome,
sad.
right?
Yeah.
You need some sort of cheese, which is why I was going for like the Diabear Uridan approach yesterday to try and have a chance against filthy Cloggers players. I have to say though, like I was really impressed with the boat builders sort of bronze package. It really is quite nuts. That one little change makes. I got the invite.
Oh no.
That's gonna be a bit of a stinker, innit?
Yeah. Okay. I guess we'll. Oh no! All my scenes.
Or trying it.
Okay, it seems like we're gonna remake.
Probably.
Yeah, I don't think I can on the fly set everything up. Oh yeah, I was playing Syndicate Igor today and winning more games than I was losing. I think we went like 10 and
Hmm.
3. Sunset Wanderers is a hell of a card.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? What was your Igor target? There's actually so many
Oh,
things you
Townsfolk.
can go for. Townsfolk,
Townsfolk
right?
Tax Collector, of course.
Nice.
Yeah, like if your opponent's
I'm
not playing Sunset Wanderers, they can't bleed you because you just get 11 free
mhm.
points in rounds 2.
I'm really surprised how little I've played with Igor actually since Megascopes got added. I used to love it with Fallen Knights and Cut Up Lackeys. Like
Yep.
for some reason I've never really played like Igor Townsfolk that much. I like being a bit of a hipster, I think, but there's so many good things you can do with that combo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also Vigilantes as well.
Oh, I was gonna try that at some point last season. I never got around to it. I think I tried to build it like 2 or 3 times, and it always looks terrible. I just trashed it
Mhm.
before streaming. Did you ever get anything work? Vigilantes working at all?
Ah, not massively. I know Bane was playing quite a lot of it. Like, trying. Did you get an invite
I did not.
just now? Okay.
Let me. Yeah, not getting anything.
Okay. I'll let him know.
Might have sent it to the wrong username.
Yeah, Max is on it. Party Blob 1234. What's that? Where's that come from? What's that all about?
My main account is bugged to the tournament platform, so I have to
Right.
use this one. Good old tournament platform. I'm sure it's not going to cause us any issues today, and it's going to go flawlessly. Bessie is cursed to the tournament platform. Do we have bans? We must have bans. I'm not seeing bans.
I've not seen them anywhere either. I think.
Should I just assume that it's Syndicate and mark that down until proven otherwise?
Yeah. they're remaking the match, so should hopefully work. Apologies, chat. This is unfortunately. Bear in mind, like there's 7 of these going on at the same time as well, so don't envy the guys
It's
trying to sort it out.
yeah, there's a lot going on.
Everything else is working. That's good.
Yeah.
Nice. I'll accept full responsibility then.
I mean, 1 in 7 breaking is standard tournament client things. It would be impressive if it did any better.
I'm trying to think if there's any other cards as well. What other cards I want to try out that have been changed that I haven't got round to? I mean, Scoia'tael. There's not really much I want to do in Scoia'tael, to be honest.
Have you played Slave Infantries much?
I haven't. No, I played against it quite a bit.
I've been really enjoying playing Slave Infantry decks. The
Mhm.
the Vrygef, the one that triggers adjacent soldiers, is still like kind of janky, but Slave Infantry's at 5. Just feel really good. There's a lot of different ways that you can maneuver the game to have them make sense, especially with the Blightmaker package, giving you a bunch of ways to get 3s and 2s that you can transform.
Mm-hmm. I think like Syndicate is normally always the faction I sort of go to last, but they've got Arena Ghouls, so you could actually play Portal in Syndicate now, which maybe Hyperthin is finally back on the cards actually in Syndicate. Might actually give that a spin because you've got like the big, yeah, you've got the big procession of pens. I think every faction's got a Portal target now because ST got the dwarfs as well, Dwarven Mercenaries. I think every faction's got something decent. You go Portal Tortoises.
It's a little bit worse.
Portal Curse Knights for NR. Oh no, you've got Quadrelli Knights, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything's got something now. I even saw somebody playing Portal Elder Bears in SK of all decks as well. Just who needs fish flappers? You can play Portal Elder Bears.
Sometimes you just need more than 2 targets. Just want your mulligans to be a little less taxed. Maybe he's trying to play some Corrupted Flaminikas. Just need to get him in the graveyard.
Yeah, that was the game plan. But I think as soon as you're playing Portal Elder Bears is when you need to reevaluate your deck building.
Probably. Maybe even before then. I think whenever you start to add Corrupted Flaminica into the deck, you gotta reevaluate your deck building. I have not gotten a Corrupted Flaminica deck to ever come close to being functional.
I mean, Elder Bears at 6p, if there's never probably 4p, there's probably never been a better time to go for it than for Ennis to this guy. I might have to give it a spin, but
Yeah,
I don't exactly have the.
Probably a real card. I don't know. Vanilla 6 is something that some factions would have been willing to play pretty recently. Monsters plays Noonwraith from time to time, and that's usually just a vanilla 6.
Yeah, I mean, this card is just like better than Noonwraith, apart from the haunt aspect of it.
Against Nilfgaard, it sometimes comes up that you clog your opponent's board, but yeah. Not very often.
Oh, the Mahakam Defender's another card actually I want to try out. So it's 4 provisions now. Unfortunately, when I was building a dwarf deck, it kind of didn't really seem like you could fit this card in because there's no real way of boosting it. Like before, and you want to boost this in your hand really, but might be time for Invigorate or something like that. There was a few ideas I had with this card actually that you could obviously you can counsel into it as well.
Dwarves get minor, they get the Resilience, Zoltan, Tempering, and TA. I think would be the main ways to boost it. I don't know if you want to run hand buff effects in Dwarves, but yeah, maybe there's
that's true. I mean,
some other deck.
With TA and stuff, you could probably get away with playing 1. Pretty decent.
Yeah, I was playing Dwarves earlier in the season. I probably should have had 1 just to TA it, but it wasn't something that I had considered. Probably just good enough.
I think when I built my dwarf stack, I haven't actually played it, but I don't think I ended up putting it in. But yeah, you probably should just whack one in. And yeah, I'm just looking through 4p is normally like the magic. If something goes to 4p, you can just start playing it pretty easily. There's just so many good cards at 4p. Like the fact that I was playing this SK deck yesterday and this Armored Dracards 4p, Mardrom's 4p, and I wasn't playing them. Kind of mind blowing, honestly. Like it is really good having so many options, but it's also a real shame that we've still got cards like Hybrid This is the worst card I've ever seen. From the Way of the Witcher expansion, it's a beast
Oh,
mutant, 4 provisions. Whenever you consume one or more units, boost self by 1. It's so bad. And that art's so good as well. What a
yeah.
stinker of a card.
When you don't even want to play it in your sheet troll decks, you know something's a little off, right?
Yeah.
Have you brewed much with sheet troll since I guess like the last time it got anything new was I guess Master Mirror, but
I think I did some. It got IDR, right? So I think I was
yeah.
actually doing some stuff at one point with Caranthir, Darren as well. That was the game plan, like just make loads of them. I haven't like this month, this last couple months, but tournament
It's
invite.
magical. We have a game invite.
Look at that.
I thought it would never happen.
Check if I got one. I'm assuming. Oh,
I spoke too soon. Maybe we'll get another invite in a second. What are we laughing at Spessy at? We're not laughing at Spessy. We're laughing at the tournament client. Just normal things. By the way, guys, this tournament is brought to you by advanced.gg, where you can get all of your power drinks, caffeinated gamer fuel, I think, is the terminology they use. It might not be. Wait. Advanced.gg.
I've had an advanced GG
Supplement.
cup. It's
Oh, is
just
it any
out of
good?
range actually, but I've got a cup I use. It's a really cool cup from them, and I used to use it for when I was teaching. I would just it was just a cup I brought into school, and one of the kids I taught went, "Mr. Curly," because I can't actually use my teacher name now because it's out in the open. Mr. Curly, do you drink G Fuel? And I was like, uh, no comment, not really, but
No, little
sure.
Timmy. You should drink
Uh,
advanced.gg.
exactly, little
True
Timmy.
supplement
What are
for
you doing, mate?
gamers.
Come on.
Hope you failed him just for asking you the question. Imagine.
So, not too far away from. Oh, also Renfrey. Trying that. Did you notice Renfrey's brooch?
I don't know
I
what
was so
Renfrey is.
Renfrey's like in the very first Witcher book.
Mhm.
She's in the first short story. So also in the Netflix series. So she's a daughter of the Black Sun. So Maxi, Cyanna, are also those. Basically, Stregobor tries to kill her. They have a lot of beef. Um, and she's not in Gwent. There's some guy on Reddit that's making like a post every day with like a custom Renfrey card until she's added to the game. And I thought
Okay.
this was going to be the moment WitcherCon, Renfrey's already been in the Witcher series. She was in the very first episode. Because I mean, spoiler, she dies. Okay, in the story, so she's not around for long. I was like, it's happening. Renfrey's brooch has been added. She's going to be revealed, and it didn't happen. But I still think like this expansion makes the most sense for her with Price of Power. She seems to sort of fit in, right?
Possibly. Yeah, you definitely know a lot more about the whole Witcher lore stuff than I am. That's been one of my weak points or strong points as a streamer, just not knowing anything about Witcher lore and running with everything that chat gives me. Oh, yeah, I see the lore command spammed in chat a bit. It is crazy that the usurper joins the syndicate as a child. Syndicate really just had it in for Nilfgaard the whole time.
You see, I'm still terrible. Like, I know bits and pieces, but I wanted to know more. To be honest with you, like a big idea I always had was doing like lore videos on YouTube.
Mhm.
But I was like, I can't really do lore videos on YouTube unless I read the books, and I'm not very good at reading books. I must say, like the Witcher books are and I think I've read 2 of them the whole way through. Are the only books I've probably read in my adult life. I'm really, really bad for it. So they are good though. I have to say, I do enjoy them. I'm just terrible at reading. It's not the best thing to say as somebody that teaches and stuff like that. Like, really, really bad for it, honestly. I think my brother and sister both read loads.
Mhm.
I just play video games instead and
It's,
watch
it's
YouTube
about the
videos.
work-life balance. You don't want to read too much. You already got to read for your job.
True, true.
Chat seems to be interested about your teacher side, asking, do students know that you're a streamer?
No, I'm not actually teaching at the moment though, since January.
Okay, okay.
But no, definitely not. That would have been a nightmare, honestly. Like, it would be fine if the kids knew. It was more. It would be more the parents, right?
Yeah, yeah, of course.
That would be the sticky point. But yeah, you can like look at my Sully gnome and stuff, and you'll see like loads of growth throughout the year, and then September comes, and it's just, it's so difficult to do both. To be honest, it's
It
kind of
is
impossible.
it is really hard to try to just like half-ass streaming for sure. Consistency is so important for growth that
Hmm.
anytime you have other obligations, it's very hard to stay consistent. Stay motivated too.
I've got some bad news trying that. I think
Yeah,
we
it's
might have to grab it from Hankook's stream. By the looks of it.
okay. Let's see. Let's see what I can do here. This could be worse. This is easier than trying to grab it from Discord.
Hmm.
Um, okay, the timer's going down. And
How do you guys stay motivated to play Gwent? Even I play the game for 2 hours and mold. Well, I think honestly, uh, having a chat that like chills with you and gives you like deck ideas and stuff like it's good. Obviously, uh, the money side of it as well. Like it's kind of like we do get paid to play it ultimately, the bottom line. But I think like for me as well, something that I've enjoyed doing is, and I know like trying it the same, like just spending hours trying to like think of interesting decks and stuff. Like if I would really struggle if I was just playing net decks all the time and just try harding. Like building decks for me is definitely the thing that sort of keeps things fresh and exciting. And building a deck and trying to win games with it is something for me that I definitely enjoy doing.
yeah, thankfully, like as a streamer, you're rewarded for building decks regardless of how good they are. It seems like I tried to try hard pro ladder a couple times, like years ago, and there's always seemed to be the worst performing streams. Like I think
Mm.
last January, my stream like the size cut in half as I was trying to try hard pro ladder a little bit. It just wasn't worth
Hmm.
the negative growth.
Yeah, I've sort of like seen it from both sides because I think one thing for me was whenever the qualifiers would be on and stuff,
Hmm.
if I noticed, I was like, well, I kind of can't stream take because qualifiers where no one's going to watch me, like, unless I'm like up super early or do it afterwards. So there's like, I think like being able to play in qualifiers helps. I do also, I found as well, like, if I have like to do a late climb to try and get top 64 or something, where it's like one day where you're like, right, I need to try hard, like, and those streams usually do quite well. But honestly, the biggest thing, like, is if I'm try harding, I get kind of moody. I don't like losing,
Yeah,
and bringing like the vibe down is not ideal.
yeah. People always ask why I'm like so chill and why I don't get tilted. The answer is really just I'm not like tryharding. Like the results of the game just don't matter as much as just trying to have a good time and making sure everyone in chat's having a good time. Wherever someone that's more competitively inclined, like the result of every game impacts their placement at the end of the season. Feels much worse to lose when there's something on the line. Hopefully, going to be getting into this game soon and it's not completely bugged out.
Yeah, it looks like he's got Hankook's got Observer on. and it's a 5-minute delay. So the observer's
Ah,
saying the game started, so we'll be getting underway quite soon.
okay, that's good. That's good. Oh, we got our first drop from the tournament in the Discord.
Oh, no way already? Jeez.
Before we get into game one. Perfect.
Yeah, so they're going to cancel this game here and just do it via game invite. So if we see this cancelled, don't panic. They have started. It's just a slight 5-minute down Hank Extreme. Any games you got during the summer sale? Nah. I've got Witcher 3, which is going to take me ages. Because I'm going to do the DLCs. I've never played Blood and Wine, so
Oh,
that's honestly going to take me ages. But I've not really got anything else lined up at all. I
I,
do need to branch out a bit and play some other games, I have to say.
I thought you were a Witcher head. I just assumed that you had played all the games, like 100% of them all.
Nope. I've only played Witcher 3. Uh, that's obviously like where I came from. Like I've really started enjoying it ever since. But yeah, all I played before Gwent was Call of Duty and FIFA. I'm a very basic guy. Just every year pay 50 quid for the same game.
Eh,
I want to play Witcher 1 and Witcher 2 as well, but my understanding is they're just pretty dated. So no sign of like a remake either, unfortunately. Like that was another thing from WitcherCon. I was hoping for like a Witcher 1 remake announced or something, but they just announced that they're doing the Witcher 3 like remastered, basically.
yeah, like making for the new consoles. I think they said there was going to be some kind of DLC for Witcher 3 too, but I don't know how expansive that's going to be.
I think all that's being added is some Netflix related weapons and skins, maybe.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's
Yeah.
not much. Looks like okay, it looks like the friend match has gone through. I do not have the bands that are on the scoreboard confirmed, but I am assuming that it was Syndicate. If it turns out to not be, then we'll adjust the scoreboard. As we hop into game number one, Reckless Flurry.
So like Northern Wind, big in this matchup round one. Being on the blue coin a lot worse. Like you're normally just gonna want to try and play three and pass because you don't want to overcommit, but also last say is kind of relevant because of like the leader charges on the Bear Witcher adepts and great swords and things.
Yeah, let's see. Picking up Greatsword Megascope. Kicks one of the Bear Witchers, try to leave it in deck for the Quen. Does not have the Northern Wind in hand for Hankook. Unfortunately, not able to see Elver's hand here. But Elver is on blue. Decides to just lead on the Maxi. Take a look at his deck. As we go over to Hankook with a hand of a couple bombs. Avalok Sage has the ability to get Portal and Spallblood Totem, as well as the extra Megascope, I believe. Looks like that's what we're going for. Is just going to pull the Portal in round one to do some thinning.
Yeah, like super aggressive if he does go for it. And Elva, obviously, the disadvantage of being first is you can't just slam Portal yourself because you don't really gain anything if you win the round by slamming Portal. But for Hankook, by slamming Portal, like just threatening to win on even. And Elva does have Turgvi in his deck instead of this Sage as well. So even if he's drawing the Portal, he's gonna have 2 points less as well on it. And this is just a key example of why, like, I hate this Turgvi and not Sage. Like, you just really need the Portal at times, especially in a mirror matchup. It could just kind of be over, honestly, if Hankook manages to win on even here.
True, but Turkby is really big in this mirror, being able to kill Greatswords or kill a Bear Witcher. Seems pretty easy that Turkby just plays for 15 points at some point in the game, and he just naturally has the Portal, so who needs Avalok?
True. Yep, that just showed me who's boss, right? Like instant portal fish flapper reply, and
I
now
played.
Hankook started off aggressively, but has been matched with the portal, and now just has a decision to make. Like the bombs are never really doing too much in this matchup anyway, but decides to take a 7-point megascope. Obviously, you can get a 10-point megascope on a greatsword, but you also might just assume that it's gonna get heat waved or something like that anyway.
Yeah, with no Bear Witchers in hand, and not the ability to play Bear Witcher pretty early. You know you're not gonna want to play Great Swords into the Fish Flappers because you don't want to use leader charges to grow the Great Sword while the random damage just goes on something that's gonna grow back. So just taking the Megascope now, get it out of the hand, play it for 7, not too bad. Elver using his tactical advantage to draw a card. Potentially a little
He's
scary with that Bear Witcher adept still in deck.
very, very scary, yeah. Um, Madoc as well, another card that
Yeah.
could have been drawn, but you can discard the Madoc and it's fine, I guess. But yeah, I suppose Maxi wasn't shuffled, so just
True, true.
was fine knowing that he was not going to break his portal there. I hope so, anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately, no way to tell from the other side of the table whether or not the Maxi was shuffled. But I think given the play here, it's safe to assume that he chose to keep the order. And there comes a bunch of adepts. 3 adepts all going to be gaining armor, able to absorb any random damage that Elver throws out. 26 to 13. Though Elver also has that Megascope coming off as a spend this turn. So effectively 20 to 26. Point cap, not too scary.
Hankook, is he in his bathroom? What is that behind him? Is it a looks like like some sort of shower setup he's got there. I always think he's a very cool looking guy with his glasses as well.
Not wrong. It does. I'm pretty sure it's like a bathtub behind him. Yeah. Huh.
Managing Elva to basically do everything you can hope to do on blue coin, which is not lose on even. I think Hankook, after slamming the portal with the Sage as well, those extra 2 points, is going to be a little bit unhappy that he wasn't able to threaten to an uneven. But of course, like a leader charge here would have just been pretty terrible because of the fact that the Bear Witches are going to heal themselves up. And even though the round 1 went very well for Elva, he's still in a bad spot in the mirror matchup because, again, you don't really have an option but to just try and pass and not lose on even. But by doing that, you're also giving your opponent last say, which again is quite relevant. However,
He has a
with the fact that he's
Turgvy.
got Turgvy, exactly, no Sage, like if he draws perfectly, that could just be enough to change this game.
Yeah, I mean, both portals are gone. That's the important thing that you want to tutor for, right? I don't think missing your Svalblood Totem or Heron Caduc is that big of a deal. I guess, like, Totem is pretty big in this mirror, being able to absorb Reckless Flurry charges, but, I mean, Turgvy's gotta be similar, if not more points to a Svalblood Totem.
Mhm.
Now, both
And yeah, like
players have resolved Maxi. Oh,
once you play the portal as well, like if you get access to it early, you have thin your deck a lot,
yeah.
so it increases the odds on drawing those cards. And Hankook with the round 2 maxi, often slightly better to round 2 in maxi. It's like a really subtle thing. Like even like I spoke to Red Dream about it, and actually he was like, "Yeah, I'd not thought of that. It's something Green Knights like talk to me about quite a bit because it just increases the odds of you top decking some of your golds, and then you can shuffle the golds that are near the bottom to the top, hopefully. So not always relevant. Like sometimes maxi round 1 is just fine because you're going to keep it, but often maxing round 2 just means you might draw. If you mulligan aggressively like 1 or 2 golds, then you can shuffle. Increases the odds on you finding all the golds basically ever so slightly.
It also gives you less looks, though, right? You're drawing from a random deck, and then... Wait, does it really help? How does that math work out?
Yeah, I don't know if it. I mean, honestly, like Green Knight would probably be able to give you like
Yeah, I hadn't
he
considered that.
talked about it a lot, but I think it's a very subtle thing, and it does depend on like obviously some situations it is going to be better to maxi round 1 because your top decks might be completely terrible for round 2.
Yeah, like
But
finding
I
your cards in
think
the right order is important, and you want to just see what it is.
yeah,
Or you like want to
I
bottom a
think like
specific card, and you plan on shuffling more often than keeping.
hmm
That is interesting. Isn't something that I'd considered. So picking up a couple of bombs for those first couple draws of the round. Grabs a Bear Witcher, still has one in deck, is risking bricking if he takes another mull on a non-Bear Witcher card, unless he kept the maxi.
Doesn't look like he did, by
Or
the way,
bottom
that
Bear
he's
Witcher. I guess he probably would
longingly
bottom.
looking at his totem.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think what happened there is he bottomed... He must have bottomed Bear Witcher, and then just decided Bear Witcher was the worst card in his hand there.
Yeah, putting Bear Witcher on the bottom deck definitely does make a lot of sense for that exact reason, so you can take those aggressive mulligans, but maybe he didn't, right? Is it really better than what? I guess because he's going second, the value of uninteractivity with the bombs here is pretty good.
Oh, chat's saying he bottomed Megascope. That also makes sense. That card's probably not at its best when you've already played your portal and you're not likely to be able to stick a greatsword.
I think he probably should have bomb decked the Bear Witcher though, just so he could mulligan more aggressively, but
Yeah, it matters a lot when you're playing the version with the discard package, because if you're wanting to use your discard cards in round 3
Yeah.
post mulligans, you have to have a Bear Witcher on the bottom or you risk bricking. So it ends up taxing your sequencing pretty harsh when you don't, but without the discard package, probably not as big of a deal. Just make sure you leave one of the Bear Witchers in deck for each of your mulls, as Hankook was able to do there. Some bombs getting played.
yeah, Northern Wind on the Maddock and Hankook. If my bomb knowledge is good, that is a Northern Wind. I've also noticed that Hankook has got some pretty impressive floating cards on his side of the board. Maxi was floating before, and Maddock as well. Have to keep an eye on that if that's still going to happen. I don't know what is going on, but he's got some special skills with the fact that his cards just don't quite appear to be on the board properly, but floating a bit. Did you see that? Or was it
No,
just
I
me?
didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. Not something I'm paying attention for.
I mean, even this Maddock in the front row of Elva doesn't quite look right to me. I don't know. It
I-
looks a bit weird. I don't know. Maybe it's the board.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I think I'm just talking nonsense.
Anyway, both the bears off of the totem getting answered by bombs. I'm sure this Maddock is going to get Northern Wind shortly after. Ooh. Cashing out some of that value with Quartermaster first. If Hankook wants to banish this Maddock, it's only going to be a 1-point Northern Wind. We do see Totem come out first.
Quite surprised. I feel like it's still worth Northern Winding this Maddock.
There's nothing in your melee row. I don't know. What's the worst that's going to happen? He clicks on Maddock, it comes back, and then you Northern Wind it again?
You're just being so awkward though, right? By not playing any units. Like I think even though it's a totem, it's not that easy to deal with. Like you've seen your opponent play Quartermaster from Kadooch. Like
Yeah.
this Heat Wave you still got as well. Like in theory, you could just go bomb Heat Wave, especially with the fact you mulligan the Bear Witcher. But
Yeah.
I mean, you can definitely see this lines too.
I don't disagree. It depends exactly how many bombs are still left for Elver as well.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly being able to save the bomb for something like a Greatsword to deny Megascope might be a little bit better. Whoa, we're seeing Flurry Charges come out into this totem. That's a full value Spellblood totem.
That is pretty good.
Greatsword up to 10, but there is Heatwave and Hjalmar able to take care of these. I believe there's a Greatsword in his graveyard.
Here comes Gerd.
Mm-hmm.
And Hankook's Gerd looking pretty nice as well. Still has an extra turn to wait on it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, not dead until 4 cards in hand. That Quartermaster making some juicy targets for the Gerd. No urgent things to be answered with this Hjalmar. Just gonna take the Gerd now. Just assuming his opponent's not going to play into it further. Leave up his removal. Has the option to Junod the 7 as well. Still has all of his flurry charges while being up a couple points on even cards. Though Elver still with a Maddock, while Hankook's was banished by Elver's Northern Wind. And there's the Turgvi. Gonna be playing for 15 points here. by rupturing the gird. And Hernkaduk getting clicked for 1 point to try to deny the Jonad. Guess there's no Bear Witchers in hand.
Yeah,
Leader
there's been
can...
some suboptimal plays, I think, from Elva here, like with the leader charges into the totem to get a great sword buffed up, which ultimately got heat waved. But this Turg V is a lot of points, that is for sure. And Hankook doesn't exactly have an abundance of great plays of his own. No Quen, Adrenaline active. The Bear Witcher can come through now on the Kadooch, which does look like that is what he's going to go for.
This is pretty good. He's got another damage unit next to it as well, so he's going to get much better heal value than his opponent. I'm thinking about Quartermaster instead. Yeah, okay. He's got a damage Siren on the other side. I can get behind it. Gets those extra points on the unit that's going to die anyway.
Yeah, like Junod as well is still a card. And this Bear Witcher, ultimately, if you click the Bear Witcher, it just plays perfectly into the Junod. So I kind of like this from Hankook. Obviously, just the Rupture's basically dead anyway, so the Quartermaster did just play for 8 points. And here comes the Quen of Elva, of course. Kind of the big power play that you have in the non-devotion SK decks.
Yep, it does take out that bear before it can get healed by the Hernkaduk. And I don't think anything else in his hand is getting damaged. You might be seeing another 1 point Hernkaduk. Unless maybe Elver's leader lines it up. But leader into the Junod takes out the Bear Witcher that came off of Quen for a nice 7 extra points on the Junod.
Yeah, I think honestly this portal from Hankook in round 1, while it was, of course, if Elva had the portal, it also just means that his last save really isn't worth anything because the leader charges for both players are just going to be playing for full value. If you're the player that has the last say and you have portal fish flappers on the board, your opponent's leader can hit into them and they're going to heal up. Whereas here, and obviously great swords, but there's no great swords or fish flappers. So honestly, Elva's Turg V definitely a better card than Sage if you draw the portal. So it's going to be a close one here, I do think. But Elva might have it, honestly. Then again, the leader charge into Totem was not ideal.
For sure. Looks like Northern Wind's going to get taken on not Madoc, as he does not need to play this Hjalmar until the very end. So this Madoc is going to have a rough time applying any Cataclysm. And there could just not be a bomb in Elver's hand. Here's the Hjalmar. Gonna deal 6, take out the Junod. 10 to 28. 2 cards remaining for Hankook. We got the Quen for Bear Witcher that plays for a bunch of points, as well as a Hjalmar that will play for 11. 2 leader charges as well. Is this going to be enough? Plays the Hjalmar first. Does play into the Madoc.
He's gonna snipe it.
Ooh, leader looking
He's
to kill it.
Snipe it. Oh, what a skill.
Ooh, gets it. Gets it with the second charge.
So it's Quen against a leader charge and a heat wave. That's only a 4-point heat wave. What a stinker.
6 to 15, and Quen is more than gonna make this up. Bear Witcher deals 3, 16 to 12, and Hankook takes game number 1 of this series with his Reckless Flurry.
Yeah, it was a cool game. I think the key moment has to be this leader charge onto the totem. I don't think it was the motive. You wasted so many points there, realistically. Like, this totem was just quite unbelievable how good it was. But Hankook made things awkward for his opponent. And remember, it's just a best of 3, so Hankook just 1 game away. We're assuming if the Syndicate decks were banned then, Hankook still has Inspired Zeal left.
Yep, Reckless Flurry, Imprisonment against Inspired Zeal. I believe it's Inspired Zeal, no commandos, just Siege Devotion, correct?
Yes.
Gonna have to squeeze through either Imprisonment Ball or that Flurry deck we just saw. Just waiting for players to get the game invite sorted. I think he's looking for his opponent in the friends list. This is always a great experience.
Is he offline?
I think he scrolled past it a couple
Oh,
times.
is that? I think that was me. I think I just saw myself there on his friends list. Oh, I've seen him. I've seen him. He's looking for
Oh,
Jormund.
man.
Success
Found
has
it.
been found.
Found it. One of the nice things about the tournament platform is when it's working, you don't need to worry about the whole friends list stuff, which can get a little complicated at times.
Yeah, I mean it's great when it works, right?
Oh yeah.
Doesn't work as much as I think everyone would hope it. Hope it does. Hope it did. Did. I don't flipping know.
Yeah, I had big plans for tournament mode when it first came out. They have yet to come to fruition. Is still not reliable enough to put those plans into action. But
Are you allowed to talk about your plans?
well, there's data-driven gaming, which is a website to get data from various tournaments and compile graphics and try to build meta snapshots. But without being able to run Swiss tournaments, it's hard to really gather enough data to get much insight.
Mm-hmm.
And there are going to be some more features for the site that I was going to roll out over time as more and more data became available. But we still have a... Oh, looks like Jackpot was not banned. So let's fix our scoreboard here. Reckless Flurry up against Jackpot.
Yeah, so Jackpot obviously lost the provision and it lost a point as well with this Horson. But Tax Collector, it's been my hot take for a while. The best card in the game. I'm sticking to my guns. I said it like when it got buffed like 3 months ago. This is the best card. I'm sticking to it. I think it's so good. It's just so unfair how good it is.
That's a take. I don't know if it's even the best Syndicate 4 provision card, but it's a take. It's a take.
It is supposed to be a hot take. It's supposed to be controversial, but I do kind of like. It's just outrageous how good it is. Like,
it's not a bad card for sure.
Guaranteed, just instant value, and you get a coin. Like, jeez, coins are very good.
Yeah, for sure. It's especially in Jackpot too, so you can pass when you're on 9 coins and still get some passive value out of it, where normally those coins aren't continuing to increase the points gap. There we got the poison coming down, finishing off that Bear Witcher Adept, and then Greatsword plus Madoc, and a leader charge in round 1. Oliver playing.
I guess the Greatsword in at 10, away from the Horson. And this is one thing that, again, the Reckless Flurry deck was doing so well and why it was popular. If you go second with it, you can apply so much pressure to win on even against pretty much any deck in the game. And Hankook would be, I imagine we see a pass coming in from him at 5. Or could offer to go down and just take the long round, maybe down a card. I could also see that working out for him.
Yeah, Megascope on to the Greatsword. Continuing to just throw points in play. And Hankook just gets out. 20 to 15, 30 to 15. Getting crushed in round 1 there. As Elver able to win round 1 on even against Jackpot. Good spot to be in.
Yeah, again, who needs Avalax Sage? Just draw the portal.
Just draw your golds. Why play tutors? You mulligan to Tax Collector.
What a joke. Imagine mulliganing the best card in the game.
Crazy. There is the totem. Pretty big push available to come out here. Already slammed in 12 points. Hankook with the Thinning Bronze to counter. Currently 8 versus 8, but that totem can get clicked whenever for 4 additional points. Wonder what Elver has here to continue the push. Not quite on Adrenaline yet for his Bear Witchers, but Still has bombs for Matic. Still has some other golds left as well. Though, nothing to really use any of his tall removal on. Just gonna play a bomb here, take out one of those sewer raiders, pull his Matic back from the dead, transform those abominations for a nice 11-point gap into the push after winning on even. Trying to force out those scary Syndicate golds, which are all in Hankook's hand. Borsodi Brothers, Vivaldi Bank getting played into the bleed. A gold that plays another gold.
Siggy right on top as well, and of course in Jackpot, it could be a very tall Siggy if Hankook does want to go that route. Of course, the deck's going to get shuffled afterwards as well.
He's thinking about it. He still has plenty of golds in deck, too. I was a little surprised at just how much is still left. Even if he plays the Siggy, he can draw 4 pretty good golds going into round 3. And there's the Siggy. Fills out his bank. 12 power. Probably going to eat one of the tall removals so this doesn't get Caesared. Yep. Heatwave takes that out. Elver staying ahead. Back to 15-4. 9 coins in the bank for Hankook. Borsodi's on deck.
I definitely do like a soft push from the SK player here, from Drummond. Obviously, Hankook passed on 5, which means you have to try and get your card advantage somehow, because if you just pass, they play a card, and I think like the most important thing is getting this Madoc value as well. Like Madoc as a card is kind of just free carryover into round 3. If you play a bomb in round 3, you're playing a 4 provision card for a decent amount of points. So definitely like a little soft push here, trying to shorten the round 3 makes a lot of sense. Gonna try and go into round 3 with a card like Quen as well. But this Gerd was maybe the moment where this push became which kind of looks a bit dodgy now. But Jalma on the Saw.
It's gonna take out the Saw, yeah. Interesting that he chose to play the Horst instead of the Ewald, valuing having the extra damage on Ewald for round 3 instead of the 6 coins from Horst.
Yeah, I think it's probably the bounty with Horson, and then maybe like Ewald can help line things up into the Horson range as a spender as well. I guess that's probably the thinking.
True.
Professor, because like if you can bounty a Bear Witcher or something like that, it's pretty devastating. But Elva just not letting up, continuing to slam the cards, and here comes a Bear Witcher. Totem, of course, a carryover card as well, if not clicked. And it's a 15-point gap.
Yep, no second damaged unit in play yet, but plenty of options there. Either Great Swords from hand or one of the Bear Witchers able to give some extra points to that Hernkaduk later on in the round, or the push could just end whenever. Elver did win round 1 on even, and every time Hankook plays a card without getting ahead, he is still going to be down a card in round 3. Spending a bit with Horst before cashing out that bounty with Horson Jr. Stays on 9 coins, still behind by a point. Not quite enough.
Elva does not know where the pass button is.
He's gonna keep going. Clicks on that Hernkaduk too. Gets out the Ewald. That's not one you really want to be playing. You played the Horse first, so you'd be able to save it for round 3.
And I would definitely like to see Hankook get ahead here, if possible. So he's going to force the last card, but he's going to have to spend, and that means he's not going to get as much carryover as you would like.
Okay. Okay, gonna Vitality some stuff. You can Vitality everything up 2, and that'll all tick before the pass. Just thinking, how can he spend the least while getting ahead? Okay, so he bleeds everything, goes down to 0 coins. After the Vitalities and bleeds, he is ahead, so he's not going to be down a card in round 3. He's still drawing to Jacques, Philippa, and 2 other goals that are in his deck. Oh, and he takes a look for us. Horson, and there's one other. Leader Charge is coming out for Elver. Really going in on this push. What's his last card? The Quen! It's huge!
True, everything.
He had it all! Quen for Bear Witcher. Oh, Quen for Junod? That's also huge. That is also 11 points.
One
So
more
there is
time
still
showing the
leader
pass button
available.
is cheat. The pass button, just why pass? Just make it a much simpler game. And the Cesar obviously only going to... Wow, it's not going to
It's
be
not
profiting
enough.
at all. I thought we'd get something off the airball, off the horse, but apparently it doesn't. Cesar coming in, and that's just not going to be enough juice. So, yeah, well played there
Wow.
to Drummond Devil one more time. We're going to game number 3.
Oliver takes that 2-0. Brutal game. Just slams his golds.
Yeah, the early Siggy was a bit of a nightmare. The fact you've got a Siggy that goes to 12 and just plays into Heatwave even more than it should be already, because you're always tempted to Heatwave the Siggy because of Cesar, but realistically, you probably want to get your Siggy in this matchup down at like 6 or so it's like away from the bomb, kind of bomb leader charge range. But
Yeah, then it's in Hjalmar range, though.
mhm.
I don't know. Then you get to Heatwave something else. Not sure how much that could end up mattering. Like, that round, it wouldn't have mattered much. He never got a better Heatwave than the Siggy anyway. But I think the way it would have played out, I guess he would have gotten a couple more coins.
Yeah, I think you'd rather just turn the Siggy into coins, right?
Yeah.
Rather than points.
He also didn't know that the Siggy was going to be the top card of his deck.
Yeah, and all the other golds were pretty low down.
Yeah.
So we're going to Jackpot versus Nilfgaard. Both of these decks, the leaders are a provision less than they were last season. Syndicate didn't really get any new cards to play with, and obviously the Horson lost a point, whereas the Imprisonment deck, Blightmakers are more expensive, but it has also got Tortoises in at 4 provisions now.
Yeah, the provisions get shuffled around a little bit for this Nilfgaard deck to make room and continue to play Blightmakers. That card is a little bit too good to just cut because it got a provision nerf. Card's
I
still one of the
honestly,
best bronze thinning in the game, even at 6p.
yeah, and there was always this sort of weird card in these Nilfgaard decks around the 8 provision mark, like the Vigo or Cantarella location, like which never felt the most amazing. I think the location was probably the best approach. So it's not like it's lost, even though it has obviously lost quite a few provisions of the Blightmakers. Like I don't think it's the biggest deal in the world because you still get to fit all the most important cards like your Usurper, your Ball. It's not like you're suddenly missing out on these sorts of things. So
Yeah, you just rearrange your filler a bit. You got a new good 4p card with the tortoises that you can play, so it's not like you're adding something that's another like bad 4p card that you didn't want to play before because you have a new 4p that is sort of as good as some of the other ones that you were already playing.
it's like the
Poisons.
classic Syndicate opener double fist deck, just being uninteractive, has the Trafficker ready as well. So this Cupbearer Purify didn't work out too well for Jorman, and having to take a proactive Blightmaker, obviously going to miss out on the 2 points from the Mage Assassin as well with this.
A little unfortunate, but it is 26-0. Hanku getting on the board with these Sewer Raiders, has a 10-point Fizztech Trafficker in his hand. If you want to spend her in round 1, he's between the Philippa and the Horst. I guess the Horst is pretty easy to play, but you do sort of want units in play when you play the Horst. Sewer Raiders are step 1 to get some units to give Vitality to. As the second Lightmaker comes out for Elder. 35-6, and it looks like Hankook is just gonna get out.
Yeah, I feel as though Jorman might have overstayed his welcome here. Like could have decided to pass, but instead wants to win the round and playing a Blightmaker pretty expensive. Obviously drawing double Blightmaker is pretty solid, and Hankook did play it quite awkwardly with the fist text and stuff, but like double Blightmaker is a pretty big commitment. Okay, they're just bronze cards, but they're still playing for
They're
gold points.
thinning bronze cards. They're making the rest of your draws better.
It's true.
What have we come to that our thinning bronze plays are something that we want to save for rounds 2 and 3? What world is this?
Hankook's going to be looking to fill that bank up as well and try and get the maximum carry over for round 3 for Jormund. I just fancy his chances in a long round. Doesn't even play a single card. Just wants those extra mulligans. Often what you'll see with Nilfgaard decks that play Joachim is going down to 7 and getting rid of some of the worst cards
Yeah,
to
just
improve the Joachim. But Jormund just taking the extra mulligans instead.
Maybe his hand is just all golds. I think that's the only read you can really get from that.
Or he just doesn't know the line. Remember, this is an invitational. Some of these players have qualified through some of them have been invited. Some of them have qualified through qualifiers, like from the community. So we might not necessarily be seeing professional players that we often see at like these qualifiers and things like that. So there's more chances that like some lines like are going to be slightly suboptimal. Like this is certainly not something that I've been super aware of until sort of watching like the professionals play in when I've been casting and stuff. So it could just be like a bit of a misplay, not knowing the line. Certainly, if I was in the Invitational, I wouldn't be playing cleanly. Like, I would be making mistakes here and there. So more so than like the professionals.
For sure, for sure. I think if you're in Hankook's spot here, like Hankook is definitely aware that Nilfgaard's going to want to play down the 7, and I wouldn't be surprised if he respects his opponent enough to just assume that his hand is very strong and play accordingly. Because I think even playing random games on pro rank, you would get that read. Handful of golds for Hankook here. Has that Street Urchins. Leads on the Jacques. Makes some tokens, gets on the board, develops a Veiled Spender. 4 coins in the bank.
Yeah, the Horseman can be really nice in this matchup as well, just as a way of spending. The Freak Show spending that's not going tool, rather than sinking points into a Sea Jackal or an Urchin. In this case, the Horseman definitely could be good combined with the leader as well. Just gives you so much removal potential. And Jorman therefore would prefer to Joachim into his engines if at all possible.
That could be a reason to get rid of Blightmakers in round 1 as well, just to not give your opponent those golems to hit with Horsen. Deck doesn't really play a whole lot of 3s outside of that. Whoa, Invo taken immediately on that evolving card. Gonna be pulling that out of the deck with Joachim. That's a big one.
Yeah, we could have also seen like a leader charge coup there. So I think this could have just been. I wonder if coup was better here, right? Like leader charge, coup, answer the spender, play it yourself. Are you ever going to find a better coup de grace in this matchup? I mean, you can coup de grace, of course, the Joachim, but with Dead Man's Tongue change as well, it's not like you're guaranteed to know what you're finding with that as well. So, Hankook, maybe it was a misplay to leave the Jacques in at 6, but having said that, the Invo was taken anyway, so didn't end up wasting any points. And there's one leader charge on the Siggy. That is definitely a nice play. Of course, Cesar isn't going to be able to get the benefit from Siggy if Siggy is locked, because you can't trigger a locked profit.
Yep, card basically no longer has text while it is locked. Has a bunch of ways to deal with this Thirsty Dame. He could yoink it with Philippa. He does have a couple of statuses that can get applied. The bounty from the Professor. There might be... I think there's Ewald left out of the bank. That's actually kind of crazy later on, if I'm remembering correctly. You can bank into Ewald, spend for a bunch of bleeds. Every bleed boosts the Thirsty Dame.
Wow.
Just easiest 2-coin spender ever. Or 2 point for 1 coin spender ever. Does enable this Brothans to make another Thirsty Dame, but there are answers for that one too. We got Freak Show. We got Horsen.
Yeah, and the Dame getting poisoned as well. So getting this Brothans down before the ball as well is going to get that extra value from Assimilate. Horsen, Freak Show, both ways of taking out the Brothans and the Dame, and you're going to often want to play this Freak Show when you've got the most coins possible. So not exactly ideal for Hankook, but you don't want to just let these engines spiral out of control here.
Yup. He does have access to leader as well, potentially, if he wants to try to shoot everything down. Has access to 6 coins here, and then an additional 9. He wants to take out the Brothans as well. Yep, I'm going to be using that leader. Kills both of the engines. 1 charge left on that ball. Probably going to take out this Thirsty Dame at some point. No rush. wonder if we're gonna see the leader charge or some other answer to this freak show to prevent that from killing anything else. Only 1 coin left in the bank, and there is no Siggy and no Coin Brother either. So might have a little trouble refilling the bank for this freak show, if that's part of the plan. Elver just gonna play another Informant, copy that Dame once more, proc the ball, kill the Dame. Back to 5. Thinking about using the charge. Decides to take it. Dame goes to 6, which is in Horson range, and Hankook is just gonna take that immediately. Going back over 26 to 8. 6 cards in hand for Nilfgaard, 5 remaining for Hankook as Usurper comes down. Not going to be proccing any of those Dames as they are all dead. Not going to proc the ball as the ball has been fully completed. 20 to 26. As Quick Professor? Just going to kill one of the Fangs of the Empire to gain some coins. Build up a bit of a bank for either Saul or Vivaldi Bank. Yep.
Yeah, definitely got a bit of a coin problem, and obviously Saul you're going to want to get stuck. And let's not forget that Jacques as well is on top of Jorman's deck. So that's going to be a big Joachim. Here
There it is.
Comes.
Gonna be pulling that Jacques now. Still has that coup available as well, if we assume that he drew it. Possibly the reason that he chose to not coup the Jacques is he just didn't draw the coup.
Yeah, this Usurper down quite late as well, as you mentioned. So you do miss out on a lot of points of that. Obviously, the Horson's Freak Show really cleaned up, but the Dame, the Brathens, both would have been buffed. But also, if you get the Usurper down before the Masquerade Ball, the agents played from the Ball the Fangs are also going to just be giving you those extra points. So, bit of a late Usurper, but of course, there's so many things you want to get down early. And here comes Bank. Kurt near the top. I think that's the card he was looking for. Can unlock the offensive spender, and that's just always, it's just always good to try and spend.
Could just unlock
against NG.
Siggy to try to get your
yeah.
Caesar through. You already have the Horson that can spend and kill all these 3s.
The problem is, like, it's quite easy to block this row. It's almost full, right?
Could be a problem. Oh, they're just gonna purify the Joachim to deny the coup there. Okay, so what's this coup doing now? All the leader charges are gone.
Leader charges, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, maybe there's just no coup, but oh, Fergus! That's in the list. Well, that
Professor Horson and Kurt all being given the spying status, and you do not need a death blow. Remember, if the card is spying, Hankook maybe just caught a little bit off guard by the Fergus there. And here comes Saul. 7 coins, so he's going to be increasing for 2 points per turn, like a beast at this point.
Yeah. Nope, just gonna take the Street Urchins. If he takes the Saul grows to 6, and then you can coup the Horson and kill the Saul. It's just, ugh.
This Fergus was amazing.
I forgot it was in the list.
Looked in such a dodgy position with no leader charges, but yeah, the surprise Fergus, and yeah, fair play. Like, again, there's many cards you could go for instead of Fergus, but to include it, it's worked out here very well for Elva, and that also just gives you another reason not to take the leader charge coup on Jack when you've got the Fergus, which you can set it up on a Horson later on or anything like that. And to be in a 10-card round and have Saul still in your hand with 2 cards left, something's gone a little bit pear-shaped here for Hankook, but he does still have 9 coins.
Here's the coup. Going on the Horson. Taking out... There's no engines here, right? Just playing it for value. Is that killing 2 3s? There's the Saw. It's gonna grow to 7, and then not grow again next turn. Just a solid 7 for 7. Sometimes it's all you need. Needed a little bit more this game.
Cesar not doing much. Not what he's there for. Deciding to spend with the boost. Obviously, Horson as well can be cleaning up offensively. Spend the last 3 coins and not waste any coins. But Unless this last card for Drummond, even an Elder Bear would do it. So I doubt that there's going to be anything that wouldn't. Roderick
Is it bricked?
is -2. It's not bricked.
Not bricked.
It finds the Vincent.
Uh,
That's very close, actually. Wow.
yeah, Elver takes it. Wins over the jackpot twice.
You have to respect that. Don't ban
Definitely.
Syndicate, beat it twice. Deserved win for sure. GG to Hankook as well. Also fun
For
series.
sure, for sure. Okay. Well, that was round number 1. I gotta imagine we're one of the last matches to complete, right?
I think so, right? The delay and the fact it went best of 3.
Looks like Gravesh is still playing, according to the chat. Yeah.
We could actually pull his game up if you just wanted to catch end of it.
I suppose we
Doesn't
could.
look like it's got too long left. He's up against PB lead as well. It's definitely a game Gravesh will be wanting to win, but PB's got a bit of White Frost action going on as well. Gravesh's Cloggers deck, I was talking to him about it. It's quite an interesting one. He's playing a Heat Wave in there as well. Not quite sure exactly what he's cut to squeeze it all in, but
Looks like we're hopping into round number 2 here. Between... Wait, is this... Wait, is Gravesh TLG Dark Heaven?
do you remember he said, just wait, there always has to be a Dark Kevin? When we did the podcast the other day, Trinet was very glad that I think Dark Kevin was gone, and Gravesh went, oh no, little does he know, there always has to be one.
Of course, of course. Well, so Gravesh playing his favorite Cloggers deck. If anyone ever wants to blame anyone for the Cloggers deck on ladder, feel free to blame Gravesh. It's all his fault. It's his favorite deck.
He has not found the Colgrim, which is quite the stinker.
And
Doesn't look too happy about that either, I have to say.
sometimes your favorite deck lets you down. Coded Weapons, Viper Witcher, Defender. Goes for the Viper Witcher. Clogs PB led a little bit more. Gives him another Corinthier. But,
Colgrim very near the bottom here. I'm not exactly sure how that's happened with the War Council as well. Do you know, I had a conversation with him where I suggested that Maxi could be quite good in this deck for moments like this.
I believe it. I don't know, you're already trying to play a bunch of other 6 or 5s in the deck.
Mhm.
Might be hard to slot in another one. Ravesh gonna be down 2 cards here in round 3. Not
thing is,
normally where you want to
Trinet,
be, but he is Coldrim.
Yeah, exactly. It could actually be a blessing in disguise, especially against a Devotion deck. Obviously, not going to be getting the value off the renew he would have liked. Colgrim probably in this round 2 would have just saved him a card, but I mean, I don't really see how PB.
I think he's winning this game.
It's just what a disgusting deck. Doesn't even need the defender, the confidence.
You love to see it. You love to see it.
Goes all in. Obviously, every clog is going to be 2 points per turn on his Colgrims. 1 point each. Still.
Yeah, PB's got a lead. Coded
What a
weapons
game
in
to join
hand.
in on.
Are there going to be targets?
Jane Joey Wilson in the Gresham chat goes double coated into Cave Troll. That's would be quite the opener from PB. A Cave Troll would make.
Come on,
Gresham
show
sound
it to
good-
us.
good
Show
play.
it to us. Why did the stream
It
freeze?
froze for me too. Have we had a Gravesh rage quit? No, we're fine.
What?
Okay.
We're back.
I was worrying he was like streaming in delay, and he just rage. Oh,
Oh no! The true Gwent tournament experience. Oh, we're back.
he's
We're
fine.
back.
He's fine.
Okay, back on PB's turn. He's deciding. Let's see what he decides to do. Oberon, that can get clogged.
That's...
Riders.
Oh!
That's
Oh, it's filthy.
that's some reverse clogging. That's some real good reverse clogging.
13 down. Gravesh has 2 cards left in his deck as well. So the Colgrim's right now playing for 9 points per turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Colgrim Letho is no joke, even when you're down multiple cards. The points per turn are very easily worth any card disadvantage you have.
And against Devotion monsters as well, this is the problem. Like, you get the Oberon in this deck, which is great. Like, it really is bloody great. You get the Conquerors as well. The Caranthia, which was clogged, is on a Witch Apprentice and not quite at the
slow.
Adrenaline Muck yet.
That can get coded weapons too. Slow down the Sabbath even more. Like, surely we're not just running out of Colgrim.
Is there any damage threatening the 1 strength Colgrim? You've got to imagine like a bit of frost or something like that means that Gravesh can't just go balls to the wall and play the Colgrim, so decides to clog the Oberon. Obviously,
no
it's going to
tutor.
give him 1 point extra to
True.
all of the Wild Hunt cards, and let's hope PB doesn't have a flipping way of playing that for Gravesh's sake. And 2 cards left, 14 down. I think this is the only 2 cards in the game that would give you a chance.
Yeah.
This combo in this position. Still, it's going to be a tough ask, though.
4 cards remaining for PB here.
There's a good chance PB might just... His winning line might be to play 3 of his cards or something like that, or just not play all his cards and try and get an early pass off before the Colgrims just keep ticking. Witch Apprentice, still not at Sabbath. The coated weapons, putting in so much work here for Gravesh. Here comes the first Colgrim.
It's 11 already. There's another one of those on the way. 3 cards remaining, but those cards are kind of liabilities. There's an Eridan. That's not worth as many points as a Colgrim.
And Eridan not being played as well in the Frost row because of the Sabbath. The Colgrims come in. Oh no, what a stinker. And this, unfortunately, is a fair reflection of why you don't play Devotion.
That's not enough. He needs 20 points.
That's another example. You don't play Art Gate either, PB. You just clogged yourself, mate.
Oh no. Poor PB. I assume that was the match.
Yeah, he said the last series, so...
Okay. So, I guess we can cut to a break while we wait for round 2 to start. That sound good to you?
Yeah, sounds good to me for sure.
Okay. I think we got a video to play here.
Probably gonna be the most got you watch party you've ever seen.
Absolutely no answer, nothing can be done. This game is all about over at this point.
That's the first time I've ever used this card, by the way. What?
No way he could have survived. Didn't stand a chance.
You shan't escape me this time.
Stand aside.
She must be punished. You will die here now.
Not your lucky day.
You best yield now.
This is the end, Geralt.
It's probably gonna be the most got you watch party you've ever seen.
Absolutely no answer. Nothing can be done. This game is all about over at this point.
That's the first time I've ever used this card, by the way. What?
have survived. Didn't stand a chance.
You shan't escape me this time.
Stand aside.
She must be punished. You will die here now.
Everything now. And we are live to the hosting scene. So we're going to be watching Poisound versus Stassi Zero. Let's hop into these deck lists here. Poisound up first. Jackpot, Reckless, Flurry, Inspired Zeal. Pretty normal set of decks. Very common lineup in the top 64 qualifiers a couple weeks ago. Starting off with Jackpot, we get all the usual suspects. Going Devotion, as once again, Sunset Wanderers was not legal for this tournament due to card availability issues. So people still going Devotion, not that Devotionless reward available. Unlike our last player that was playing Jackpot with the Borsodi brothers, here we got Roland and Gellert taking a more standard approach, more of what you would normally see on ladder. Still has the Freak Show, still has the Caesar, still has Salamandra Hideout, Philippa, Horson, Siggy, Professor, Jacques, all the stuff you expect to see out of Syndicate.
Yeah, we talked about like in the Nilfgaard deck how there's not like a massive downside to the provision it lost, whereas this Jackpot deck, I think Kurt's become a payday, and that is a pretty bad trade. Like especially if you're up against a defender, could be really bad because Kurt is just is a great value card anyway. Even if you don't get the Purify, just as a bounty. We saw in that last game, I think played for 12 points. If you say one coin is worth 1 point, which often it's worth more because it also just gives you more coins to spend at once with Freak Show as well. So that's definitely something to pay attention to when we look at the next player's decks if they have got defenders, because the lack of Kurt could be a problem.
Yup. Next up, we got Reckless Flurry. Once again, a pretty stock list. Maxi, 1 Northern Wind, playing the Quartermaster over the additional 5 Provision Bomb. But aside from that, I believe all of this is the same as the list that we saw in the previous round, and similar to lists that we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks on ladder and in other tournaments as well.
Yeah, again, that no Moondust, so clearly just sort of sticking to his guns, Poisound, and saying, just not expecting to see many defenders. Like, instantly, Clog is going to be more difficult without that single Moondust. Like, that can go a really long way, because you Moondust the first defender, you can Hjalmar the second one, and then you can Heatwave the Colgrim. Obviously, you need to draw all the cards, but, like, if he comes up against Clog, like, personally, I would probably have tried to do everything I can to be fitting Purifying, but obviously, Devotion Northern Realms doesn't have that luxury anyway at all. You can of course play a City Guard, but it's not exactly doing exactly what you're looking for. So Inspired Zeal being the last deck, and it looks like a Life Coach deck with the Commandos and the Siege in a Devotion form.
And Erland. Does this deck normally play Erland as well?
The Life Coach one did, yeah.
Oh,
like
wow.
Life Coach had the Erland, the Siege. So I've seen a couple people, Paya and Red Dream, playing similar versions of in a non-devotion way with this, with Megascopes. Going for they both had a lot of success with it towards the end of the season, and just sort of going all in commandos. Paya prefers the Siege, whereas Red Dream has just been playing Erland in his. So Erland, like Red Dream, like really. I mean, I love Erland. I used to play him in my Pogna decks. Card is so good for like threatening reach in round 1, and obviously in a commando deck you can play him as a big finisher in round 3 as well.
Very, very interesting. Okay, well, his opponent, Stasio has got Pincer Maneuver, Jackpot, and Force of Nature. Starting.
Oh, there's no defender in the Force of Nature trying that. He's got Caretaker. No.
Yeah,
That's a disaster.
that's a big deal, especially against the Reckless Flurry deck that can sort of fight over these big Koshje and She Who Knows turns. Don't care too much about the Caretaker, but needing to answer Defender as well can bring that matchup from really hard to sort of playable for the Force of Nature side. I know we saw in the Open last weekend, Force of Nature was able to win that matchup, I believe, twice off the back of Defender, giving it that extra must-answer threat. But starting off here, we got Pincer Maneuver for the NR deck with Siege, Full Test, and Full Test looking to be just for Dun Banners, so a more standard-looking Siege take. We got Ballistas and Reinforced Ballistas and Full Test Pride as Siege engines, only playing a single Bombardment. Bannered Student and Casting Contest. What's a bit weird?
The 4s, like just playing one Bombardment, one Ballista.
Yeah.
Often you'll see 2 of each. He does have Full Test Pride as like another Siege engine. In fact, a card trying I've not tried yet, but I really want to try is the War Chariot. In these kinds of decks, it's got cooldown now. So if you've got a crew pocket every 3 turns, I think it is, you can move and give bleeding. I think that sounds really cool. I want to try some stockpile decks actually. I'm sure it's still not very good, but worth trying. And no, going for Full Test Pride instead. But yeah, the thing that catches eye is the double Royal Guard. I guess it does make sense with the Dun Banner Full Test sort of situation, and also has like a Boiling or Casting Contest and Margarita. So yeah, it looks like a solid enough deck. I know Aluha, big Cuckoo, Bruzina. I still can't believe I had to say that for a whole weekend. Had a very similar deck and it worked very well. So
cool. Yeah, so moving on to the Jackpot. Trying to see if there's just anything unique here. And the thing that stands out to me here, there's a Mutated Hounds in the 5s. Just getting that additional
one in
poison.
that extra poison. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It has the double tax collected, double peaches, which I think is certainly the way I would go with it. Just one Mutants Maker, though, is a bit dodgy. Obviously, if it was me, I would be playing double Mutants Maker, and then maybe... I guess there's not really many good 5p spenders over the Jackal, but you've got like the Bloody Good Friends. It's kind of a bit like
now it's at 6 power. Sort of just
you want to play it really with justice, I think, don't you, to maximize that card's potential. But still, I think like just not playing Mutants Maker ×2, double Peaches, double Tax Collector. I think they're just such good cards for their provision cost. I would be doing all I could to be playing these cards, honestly.
Yep, and then lastly, we got this really tiny Force of Nature deck. A Neuromancy, She Who Knows, Heatwave, Koshji, Caretaker. Again, no Defender. Playing Aguara, Derogare for Locks, the Crones, Maxi, 1 Gancane. Only 1 Gancane, 1 Witch Apprentice. That's unusual.
Yeah, and also playing a Noon Wraith over a second Kikimor Warrior.
I know for
Double
Elderbear.
Bruxa. Yeah, why no Elderbear? Good point. Oh, I would love to have seen the Elderbear, actually. That would be brilliant. But
Actually, but is there a reason to play Noon Wraith in this list? He doesn't have
not-
Consume, so he's not really going to clog his opponent's board. I feel like it's all downside, no?
Yep.
Does it being a monsters card matter?
Oh.
Yeah.
The only real thing that often it would be with Haunt, Death Wish tag. But
Yeah. But
nothing. Yeah.
not seeing it.
Obviously, this deck got nerfed with the Witch Apprentice going to 5p, so something's got to give. You probably want to keep the Dorogray, the Heatwave, the Agora as well. Just seems very, very good.
I
All
figured
this,
it
like,
out.
Gold End.
Figured it out. You can Corinthia it.
Well, I mean, that's just broken, right? Oh no! What a deck!
Maybe
yeah,
you go
this
into
is
round 3 against Nilfgaard, you have 3 charges on your Consume Crone, and then you Corinthia your Noonwraith, play Noonwraith, and clog them with rats.
It's just broken.
It's a game plan.
Yeah, I mean, I like the decision to bring Force of Nature. Also, like going for Caretaker does make a lot of sense when you're expecting Cloggets as well. Like, let's be fair. Like having a Caretaker does fit this deck well. It's also going to help just against Imprisonment Nilfgaard decks, which you're probably expecting to see lots of Nilfgaard in the weekend. In this particular case, though, just having looked at Poison's decks with the fact that he's sort of cut a few corners and tried to cram a few more provisions into his deck by not playing Purify cards at all. This Caretaker, if it was a Cave Troll, would have helped him massively, but certainly not all over. There's going to be ways for getting the Force of Nature deck through. What do you think about Witch Apprentice at 5p? Because that's quite an interesting one now.
I still think Witch Apprentice is really strong. It's a bronze engine that can grow out of control really quickly. It still deploys at 6, so it's not the easiest thing to answer. And I mean, I've seen plenty of Witch Apprentices just take over a game. So many have gotten to like 12, 16, 20 points.
Yeah, I think especially in this deck, right, where you're playing for the Sabbath anyway, She Who Knows.
Exactly.
With the Ratcatcheress, you've got the Lava, the Frivy boys. I feel like I would have liked to have seen double Witch Apprentice, double Gankian. I mean, the Gankian isn't as amazing, I think, but I definitely would have liked to have seen double Witch Apprentice. Something would have to go, though, so I can certainly see the difficulty in it. And I also think it was a very fair nerf on the Witch Apprentice. It's still a great card at 5p.
Yeah, there were 2 nerfs people were talking about, either reducing it to 3 power so it only grew to 5 so you're able to kill it with more things, or to just boost it to 5p so that it's a little more okay that your bronze engine is harder to answer. And I really like the choice that they went with. It's a more powerful card this way. It's still sort of hard to answer, still can be really strong, but it's not as easy to include in the deck. Like when your control decks like Kelly feel safe enough at getting Sabbath that Witch Apprentice is worth playing as a 2 of in those decks, I think there might have been a little bit of a problem with how generic the card was.
Yeah, and chat are saying as well that like the Gan can brick. I kind of agree. I would honestly just prefer, if you're going to keep all these golds, just play the double Witch Apprentice and sack this card off. I think it's a card as well that benefits from playing 2 of, kind of, because you play them early before the Witch Apprentices, and you might play 1 for 7, but that means your next one's going to play for 9. So I definitely can understand the difficulty, and this is what's great about having tournaments right at the start of a patch. You don't just have the net deck, this is the best way to play each faction, this is the best way to play each deck, and you do see like a few different discrepancies, and that also means people that are, deck builders that enjoy building decks and feel confident in building like very refined meta decks have an advantage, and I think that's always quite exciting. Like certainly if I was playing this weekend, I would fancy my chances more winning a tournament like this than winning a tournament right at the end of the month. I mean, I don't fancy my chances wouldn't fancy my chances winning it anyway, but I would like my odds more at the start of a season compared to the end of a season.
Yeah, this tournament's super weird, too, because you can't really test this metagame on ladder because of the lack of Sunset Wanderers. Like, the decks people are going to play in this tournament versus the decks that you can play on ladder are very different. Like, you had mentioned when talking about this Monsters deck that you're expecting a lot of Cloggers. I don't know how much Cloggers you can really expect in this tournament with no Sunset Wanderers. That card gets a lot both from the card and from the opponents playing the card.
Yeah.
Because when your opponent has Sunset Wanderers, you clog them with one of their bronzes, then they're only drawing that bronze. And Sunset Wanderers are obviously great when you're trying to thin yourself.
Yeah, I had someone clog my my Portal, the Conquerors from Portal, just before my Sunset Wanderers went through, so I just ended up with a 0-point card in hand. But I mean, obviously Sunset is so good in these Cloggers decks, but I think it's really easy to have overlooked how well it did towards the end of last season. We didn't see it at all at the Open, but Paya was just telling me like the MMR range was just a joke because everyone was just playing Cloggers. Like Mayamon had a Megascope Infiltrator deck where he was just trying to farm people and got like a ridiculous score, because you just get to a certain point in the ladder where it's just about win streaks to get MMR and you just play like the cheesiest decks. That's like that was the Mayamon strategy anyway for his Cloggers, and it worked. And yeah, people have obviously clocked onto it a lot for the start of this patch, but the fact that it got buffed with Sunset Wanderers, and okay, you can't clog tokens anymore, but I don't really think that matters too much. Like the clog isn't the cards you give your opponent, it's the cards you stop your opponent from drawing.
I think it changes how it feels to play against Clog for some decks, but I generally agree. Yeah, it's not a huge impact on the power level of the deck. But for like playing Congregator or Raucous Swarm against Clog doesn't feel quite as bad as it used to when they're not clogging you with 1s and 2s.
Yeah. I think
even
maybe,
if functionally the matchup is still bad.
I think maybe like the Adrenaline could be something if they really want to keep Cloggers as a deck. I still think you shouldn't be able to renew Colgrim. I've kind of said that from as soon as the card was released. I think it's because Nova sort of has the same cutoff point. That's probably the reasoning to have not put it out of renew range. That just becomes very obnoxious. I also, something about renewing Defenders feels quite cheesy to me. I wouldn't hate the idea of putting Defenders in at 10 provisions. I think they would still see play, most likely. And I also really don't like that Letho gets the Defender tag if you copy it. Like, that whole package of cards for me just... Oh, it irks me. I fear that this is going to be a month of the cloggers, and we're gonna have to get used to playing against it. But that's why I just play Dire Bear Uridan trying it. Then who's laughing now, mate? Although I've got to be honest, it's quite scary how many games I lost with Dire Bear Uridan against cloggers. Like my Dire Bear got locked, or something just went wrong. It was just I was very very upset.
We just had more points than you.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, invites have gone out. We're just currently waiting on the players to get in game, and then we'll be getting
Might
this
be me.
series.
I've actually got an invite this
started
time.
shortly. Ooh, that's a well. Oh nope, we've got.
Looks like it was me
game.
we were waiting on. Nice.
Cool. We got both jackpots banned. So Force of Nature, Pincer Maneuver. Up against Reckless Flurry Inspired Zeal. And starting out the series, we got Ceticio on Pincer Maneuver up against Gran's Reckless Flurry.
So Gran is Poisound, just to confirm, guys. I didn't know that. It's another random name change. Maybe he's exposed himself.
His name
You
is
know,
Gran now.
Tailbot. Yeah, good point. Tailbot did the classic of Vitalek 78 before Masters, so he could still play on ladder. Of course, he's already qualified for Masters, so he doesn't care about crown points. He just wanted to qualify for an Open for, of course, try and win an Open, get some money.
Was
so
that
he
a-
had?
Was that a name change or a
Vitalek.
new account?
It was a brand new account, yeah.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't need to work towards the crown points. Like other players, you're restricted. But yeah, Tailbot could just go full incognito mode. And yeah, it was. I found it absolutely hilarious when I found out he did that.
Yeah. It's one way to get testing in without knowing, without giving away anything to your competitors. What is this? The Maxi coming down? Taking a look at the order. Bear Witcher.
Double fish flapper Maddock at the bottom of your deck. You couldn't ask for much more, but of course
Alright,
that means these
scroll
spinning
it.
cards as well are not going to be doing too much because of the fact that the cards you want to thin are at the bottom, and Heatwave is very near the bottom. So a very odd maxi, I have to say.
That just means your thinning cards aren't thinning cards anymore. They're just tempo cards.
What happens if I confirm the choice?
I think just nothing happens. I think I've tried it before.
Not going to risk it.
But there's the Maxi. Presumably kept the order, but maybe if you're planning on playing Portal round 1 anyway, you decide to shuffle it up. There were a couple of Bear Witchers near the top. Maybe not what you want to have given the Quen. So TCO mousing over that Dun banner, thinking about getting that down. Has the TA to pull it immediately. Oh, nope, just gonna go for the bannered student and give that the TA. So one of these on 1, the other one on 0. They are both growing every turn. Back over to Gran, aka Poisound. Has 3 damage bombs, not quite enough to take out the bannered student. Has both Great Swords and a Megascope if he wants to try to get some tempo. Has the other Megascope available in the Avalok Sage as well if it comes to it. Thinking about Greatsword, maybe Greatsword and... What if there's a reason to leader charge? Are there Boiling Whales in the deck? There is a Boiling Whale. There's also a Marg. Oh, I'm just gonna take the Dancing Star to thin out the Madoc. Given the... Given the option to thin there, I wonder if he did choose to shuffle. Because obviously knowing that Madoc is in the bottom 3 of the deck, not a whole lot of a rush to make sure that comes out. But Ceticio gonna protect the bannered student with the Karak Marine, boosting it up to 5, keeping it out of range of leader being able to take it out, or another Dancing Star bomb type card. As we go back over to Poisound, who still has 2 Great Swords and some Megascopes. Quen, it is not time for yet. Just plays the Great Sword. Are we gonna see a charge? Nope. Just gonna float it at 4. No fear.
Could have threatened to win on even as well, with like the fact you've got Portal in hand, the Great Sword plus leader charge as well, but decides not to, and instead this Great Sword is going to get taken out here. The commitment of Assault though from Ceticio would suggest that he fancies his chances in a long round. Obviously, Assault, a card you want to preserve if you're looking to bleed. So a little bit surprised to see Assault be committed here, but just leaves this other Banard student gaining patience and Poisson not wanting to pass just yet, threatening reach with the Greatsword.
Yeah, just keeps the great swords coming. This one's also at 4. This one gets taken out by Bannered Student plus Ballistic Click if he wants. Does look like that's the line. Possibly a casting contest here. Yeah, just keep that growing. Now it's at 4. Every time this grows, that is carryover on the Shani. The patience is permanent.
It's not too much of a threat in this deck. In Inspired Zeal, you can, of course, use a charge on the Banard student to remove the Doom, but against the deck with bombs, shouldn't expect this carryover to be too relevant. And yeah, I think like Poisson is probably why he's just not committing when he doesn't see the Foltest hit the deck. Even though there's a lot of carryover being developed, it's kind of fake carryover because you just have so many efficient answers to it. Poisson definitely going to be looking for an answer to Foltest though, and of course, the Northern Realms player has pin to maneuver, so he can just tutor Siege or anything into his hand here that he desires to do so.
Yep, so TCO has the Foltest, has the Gerhardt. What is currently sitting in deck? Still missing the Siege, still missing the Shani. The Baron, though that's not too relevant in the matchup. Basically has all of the important tools. Poisson, on the other hand, currently missing Svalblood Totem that is able to be gotten by the Avalok Sage. And then Gird and Heatwave. Heatwave could be important as a way to deal with Siege, though this deck does have a lot of ways of just bricking the damage from the Siege engines between the Portal and the Svalblood Totem. All these things just gobble up random damage and pings. TCO looking to push here a bit. Plays the second Amphibious Assault, pulls out the Radovid's Royal Guards. As we go back over to Poisson. Still on the soft push here. 7 cards in hand. Poisson probably doesn't want to do anything too crazy, like commit a portal yet. As just plays a D-bomb, brings back the Matic.
And Staticio's like decision to use the assault in round 1, you sort of see why that might be a downside from this point, because he just has basically lost a gold card for round 3. Having said that, with Pincer, of course, you can shoot at any gold card you need, and so might not be as relevant as it appears. Often though, in Northern Realms decks, you want to try and save Assault like in round 1 before any other card. It's often better to commit another gold card if you're planning on pushing. And also like pushing with Siege is normally something you see, but instead going for a push with Voltest, having sort of just played an easy round 1 with the Banard students, it's certainly an interesting game. I don't really feel like I've watched a game where Voltest was like a round 2 card rather than a round 1 in Pincer Maneuver, but certainly intrigued to see where this one ends up.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of points. If the plan is to maybe force out the portal so you don't have to deal with it with your Siege, though I don't know if you're expecting the Siege to resolve given the Heat Wave in Poisson's deck. I think just trying to see what resources that he can force out. But, I mean, the Foltest's definitely not very long for the world either.
Yeah, and I think this is probably the thing, right? You've just given your opponent a chance to set up Hjalmar in round 1. So they can now Hjalmar your Foltest, Heatwave your Siege. Otherwise, you might force the Heatwave or leader charges Junod in round 1 on Foltest. Whereas now, there's just a clean answer with this Hjalmar. So I guess that's probably why we don't see Foltest round 2 very often.
That is one of the downsides. Hjalmar providing a very clean answer. As we go back over to NR, who is going to be using a leader charge in round 2, wanting to keep up the pressure, grabs the Siege now. And this could be a problem, as Poisson does not have access to his Heatwave. Crew Pocket available for the Foltest Pride. Reinforced Ballista also available to fully proc the Siege.
Can also Adalia this Ballista and then shuffle the Bronze Ballista away for another gold card.
Yeah. That does force the portal. Going to be absorbing some of the damage from those bombardments, as well as the battering ram that comes off of the Siege. Here's the Adalia, plays the Ballista, pings a student. 17 to 31. Grand with 5 cards, TCO with 3. Bear Witcher
I really like
online.
this late portal. Like this late portal, just Poisson wasn't really expecting the push with his fish flappers and all this armor. It would have been getting developed by the portal is just not going to be as relevant as it otherwise would be. This trebuchet, this bombardment, it's going to be playing for a lot of points. And here does come Foltest Pride.
Boom!
White, perfect. Just the fact that he's not going to get 2 adjacent units damage, but you can't really complain too much. And also gets the Hubert as well. It's a lot of damage.
11 to 37. Still a bunch of golds left over for Poisound, but it's a TCO with a leader charge that can get him, I believe, Shani? Yeah, I'm not seeing great barons here. Could get Shani to res Karak Marine, as well as has this Gerhardt that can play a Pact. Reinforced Trebuchet, pinging down the Matic. Not too relevant, as the Matic can always get clicked to deal 3 damage to Saticio's board. But the pressure is on. Poisound's got to find a bunch of points, or he's going to get 2-0'd. Right now, Junod just playing for 8. Leader charges can make it play for a bit more, but not much more. There's a 5 base power unit sitting on the board for Saticio. Gonna play the Avalok Sage, get a Megascope for 7? 9 points total. Also putting an Avalok Sage in the range draw that can take reinforced ballista hits.
Could have gone for the totem. So trying to save that totem for round 3. A greedy approach from Poisound, but thinks he's going to survive this round with his hand. But I must say, against a pincer maneuver deck where they can tutor all their golds, this 2-0 is even more dangerous because you don't need those extra 3 cards to draw your golds because you obviously have your leader ability and the ability to shuffle away the bronze card Adalia plays as well just makes that Adalia even better.
Exactly. Normally when you're in this position against NR and they play an Adalia on one of their bronze units, you know that it's going to be in their hand, but here with Pincer just able to shuffle it away, that Adalia bronze is still representing a gold. You can all in on this push, no problem.
Does look like Shani's going to be going for the Marine, as you mentioned, rather than the Bannard student. Despite having 5 patience, of course, it could just get cleaned up by a bomb, by a Bear Witcher leader charge that is a lucky leader charge. There's Junod.
Junod hits
Matic clicked as well. The Fish Flapper being summoned or spawned from the Megascope, and 1 card left.
Yep.
But you just go for the Shani. You just got to go for it at this point. Believe in yourself.
Oh yeah, you're all in at this point. You don't want to go into round 3 with just a Shani. Now, Poisound's hand's not bad. Quen and Bear Witcher does represent a lot of points, but so does the Shani.
And if Poisound does survive this, he kept the totem. There's also, of course, no assault available for the Northern Realms player Staticio here, so can Poisound do it? Has the click on the Kadooch? He's going to be hoping this...
6 plus Quen? It's close. It's close.
He's got it.
There's the Quen. Pulls out the Bear Witcher. Bear Witcher damages the shield. And then we got 2 flurry charges, which is enough to get into round 3.
Yeah, it does require both leaders. But again, this is the problem with using that assault in round 1. This decision in round 1 comes back to haunt you in round 3 because you would love that extra gold card in this position right now. Round 1, you really didn't need that assault, but now you're just top decking bronze cards. And again, the decision for Poisound to keep the totem could be incredibly relevant, but of course needs to find it with these last couple of mulligans. Look at these hands.
No.
They're a mess. Totem's the bottom card for Poisound.
It's probably still enough. Baron's not great. You kick the bombardment, bomb, heatwave, quartermaster. Plays quartermaster. That's gonna get locked.
What a turn of events in this game. It's been so topsy-turvy. Doesn't go for the
get
lock,
bombardmented. Okay.
but just stays uninteractive with no totem. This is a stinker
Yeah.
for Poisound. Oh my goodness. This has been an incredible game.
If he just
What a start
discards
to
this
the
Marg,
series.
he's gonna win. Even if he doesn't discard the Marg, it doesn't matter, right?
You just Northern Wind your own Quartermaster here, bro.
I guess. Oh, man. Yeah, sometimes the totem that you intentionally left in deck is just the bottom card.
Oh, this is so funny.
Gladly help. I live to see it.
So I'm fairly sure Totem would win this round, yeah.
Yeah. Remember how we were saying the Bloody Baron just wasn't going to do anything in this matchup? Look pretty silly now, huh?
What a start to the series. And I love that we've got Spectator. It does make all the difference, doesn't it? Being able
Oh,
to
yeah.
see the mulligans, the decisions from both players. And yeah, an upset from Statisio getting it. Boysan got to be very unhappy about the fact the totem was right at the bottom. But Maxi, that's what Maxi does if you click her. She can screw you over. Most of the time I feel like Maxi performs pretty well, but in this case, she let the team down there.
Yeah. Choosing to shuffle what looked like a pretty reasonable order. I don't know. I guess I didn't look at it super close. Maybe he was just drawing cards in round 2 that he didn't want in round 2. But there's always game 2. Now, Satisio's got to get through this Force of Nature deck. Oh, why do I have the wrong name on the scoreboard. I should fix that. Also, wrong name in my stream title. I should fix that as well. Voice sound versus... Satio, okay. Okay, we are into game number 2. This time with Poisound on blue coin up against Stasio's Force of Nature. This was a bit of a weird list, taking a bit of a hit from some of the nerfs to Witch Apprentice, choosing to play only 1 Witch Apprentice and 1 Gancane in this Relics deck. 2 cards that were sort of centerpieces of the Bronze Core in the deck last patch, falling to the wayside a little bit to make room for the newly buffed Kikimor Worker. He's playing in a Draga Warrior and Archispore as well.
Also,
Poison, though, playing Commandos.
Yeah, it's quite a weird Commandos deck. It's like the Life Coach take. We saw a lot more people move towards, in the open, we saw some people just playing like the straight Commandos deck, and we've seen that on ladder last season as well with Fireborn and Red Rain both settling on that Northern Realms deck, where they play Neuromancy. Whereas this is like the Life Coach deck where you've just got a ton of points but no consistency. And you don't have the duels as well. Like if this was the duel inspired Zeal deck that people played, the game would kind of be over because it's very, very, very difficult for Koshi to win. But without the duels, it could be a really interesting one. Siege doesn't tend to do that well against Koshi, and Hubert kept in hand because you can use Curse Scroll to put this on the bottom. But yeah, your Commander getting locked is not the start you're looking for.
Yeah, you gotta know that it's gonna happen, though. The deck does play 2 locks. Can't imagine there's a whole lot of reason to save those either in this matchup. I guess the only real surprise would be maybe that Stasio wants to get down a Thrive first instead, but I mean, you gotta lock the Commando when it's available. There's the Defender. While it is locked, it can still be copied. Full Test gonna be doing a bunch of that, I'm sure. Has Natalis Amphibious Assault to potentially pull a Commando out of the deck as well, or I believe Natalis Reinforcements as well, just make a copy? Yeah.
This is another benefit here of the Caretaker. Cloggers and the Full Test Defender gamers just getting shut down. It's pretty skillful to obviously draw the Defender, draw a Commando, but that's why I use the Curse Scroll. But look at this.
All the answers here. He's gonna have the lock for the Full Test as well, and I don't think there's a Code Kadak in this list.
I wish there was, because it would be pretty impressive stuff. I don't think
answers
there is
from every direction. So
who says Monsters doesn't have locks, huh?
it's one of the big reasons to not go Devo is just having these answers to things. These 6 and 7 power interactive cards are real nice when you've got Thrives and the Sabbath keyword as well. They're just really on-plan interactive pieces, and while they're not the most efficient thing, them being able to enable your other stuff just makes them so much better in these decks than they are in other factions. It's not only that they're the only options available, but just like the base power is what you're looking for.
That is a row full of neutral cards shining in Monsters, to be completely fair. I
Is
feel like they all
Caretaker
fit
really a
in
neutral? Look at that
Monsters as well.
card. Looks like a monster. Aguara, definitely a monster.
And Dorogray, you know, is I've actually read about Dorogray. He's in the books, and he looks after all sorts of monsters and animals.
Yeah.
And he people were going to hunt Villain Trettenmer, fought for Jackdaw's the Golden Dragon, and he's having none of it. He's he's on the side of the monsters and the dragons and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, really, this deck is a huge flavor win. Maxi coming down for Stasio. No idea what it did. But Toy Sound just gonna play his Erland 26 to 26. Toy Sound currently down a card. Stasio gonna keep up the pressure. Plays the Piggy. No doubt. As the Erland gets clicked, 18 points. No tall removal available for Stasio. Not sure if there's a Heat Wave in the deck. There is a Heat Wave in the deck. But no access to it here. Reinforcements coming down, making a blue stripe scout instead of a commando. Just focusing on making
that must
sure.
have been a visual bug, right?
He made a blue stripe scout. He's just leaving him in deck. He is not gonna pull them this round. He's just leaving them for multi-round carryover. Yeah, now he's gonna be able to commando in round 3 into round 2 into the push potentially. 4 commandos in deck. This Roche Merciless is gonna be able to keep him alive through the push. He's not gonna lose a card.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising to see that. Lots of commandos made as well. We saw the Maxi as well. So either Koshi was near the top, and you don't click it, that would explain why Maxi was not clicked. I think definitely this is a deck of an example of where Maxi round 2 would be arguably better. Just because you can, if you've got your Koshi in the top, even if the rest of your deck looks terrible, you don't want to click her. I mean, again, it just really does depend on where the cards are in the deck. You kind of just have to high roll, but no Cranthea, but does have, of course, the Aneromancy. And the Brooks are here looking rather sad. You'd probably just prefer to have an Elder Bear to trigger your 5 curve.
Yeah, this is kind of rough for Stasio. I don't know what the plan is. If you push, then Poisound just pulls commandos, and he's going to do it again in round 3. If you don't push, you're going into a 10-card round as Koshjay. Maybe that's fine. It's not usually what you're looking for, but I feel like you're just losing your card here for very little.
Ouch.
There's the
Not a great
Bruxa.
opener, is it?
Yeah, no bleed. Just 3 points. Gonna see what he can force out here. And I think the answer is just gonna be immediate Roche 2 leader charges. Hold on to your siege engines. I guess you could play a Ballista if you want. That also gets ahead. He doesn't have access to the Pavetta yet. And obviously he doesn't want to play the Amphibious Assault. Just gonna take the Bombardment to kill the Thrive unit.
Yeah, slow start in this one. And
Yep. And we're just gonna go to an 8-card round 3.
what?
Trouble approaches.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a weird spot for sure. Like, at least now Pavetta can't get value.
It just seems weird to play the Brooks and then pass, maybe just deciding. Okay, I guess he just
The
decided. that he
shorter round
didn't
is
wanna push.
probably good for
That's fine,
you.
maybe. Yeah,
You're
just
less
shorten the
likely to
round by a card.
overswarm. That would be my guess.
Siege has been drawn. It's going to be important, of course. It's a lot of points, even though a lot of the bombardments hit the armor from the lavas. Koshi isn't going to be able to get down for quite a while, so if you can sneak the siege through nice and early, get your engine set up, it could be quite dangerous. We saw 2 locks already come in, but of course there's a heat wave, so siege is going to get heat waved. You would imagine, and she who knows drawn in round 3 for that round 4 carryover of absolute dreams.
Against Siege, maybe you can Koshjay early. Just like Corinthia 1 to the range throw, it can't die, it'll absorb random pings.
So,
It's a weird line, but it might be a line. Like, obviously not first. You still have your Draga Larva that you want to play. You want to Heat Wave the Siege. I guess maybe this Ballista just dies, too. The Trebuchet just dies.
Sound getting his engines ready and waiting. Of course, Assault could play Pavetta. Has the siege ladder as well. If he has a full row of commandos, could move one to the back row and get some more in there. So in the graveyard, there's only the one commando, so it will just be a 10-point Pavetta. So the blue stripe scout copied in round 1 does look to be the best assault target for Poisound.
Nice inspired zeal to get that extra formation point. Not needing the extra charge, as the Roche Merciless and Commando are going to be the only things demanding charges. And now this larva is going to go down to the Roche. Don't think there's a need to hold it. Unless maybe you think you'll be able to kill it Koshche? No. Puts it in the ranged row. Siege Ladder will be able to move it to melee to pull any that remain. Oh,
and gets the crew pocket!
Chill, yeah. No way to deal 6 damage for Stasio, at least this turn.
Don't see the crew pocket very often on the Trebuchet.
Yeah, it's something that gets overlooked a lot, too. But, there's Corinthir. It is Koshche time. First larva of many.
And no boiling oil or anything like that. So, pretty difficult to answer this. However, the assault, of course, is going to be triggering the formation, sorry, the resupply.
Is there a ballista?
So assault for a ballista here is going to be enough to clean it up exactly perfectly. So that's pretty nice. And obviously could have taken a Lily charge as well if needed. So yeah, just seeing the resupply value of the ballistas here, why they're so popular.
Yeah, answering a Koshche there is huge. That is not what you want to see. There's 14 to 37, and there's still a bunch of commandos that are going to be coming out. You have a Koshche leader, a 10-point She Who Knows, and some Crones. It is the better halves of the Crones. The Brewis was played first. You got a 10 and a 12 there. But here's Koshche. Here's going to be not leader. I guess this doesn't die. 1, 2, 3, 4 damage. There's probably no way to kill it. Not even gonna try. Just go after the Brewis. Sequencing it this way lets him play his Crones and thrive this Indraga Larva to 6, whereas if he leaders first, one of the Crones won't thrive this larva. So greeting a little bit of an extra point there. But it does work out.
I think from this point, the only thing Poisound really needs to do is make sure he denies the Sabbath for the round 4 carryover. Just, you know, you can't be letting Statistio get anything go in this game. It's just doesn't make a difference, but just confidence going into the third and final game.
Just gotta shut everything down. There's the Crone.
Oh, Statistio not letting the Twitch chat down, putting the Crones in the right order, but part of me hopes and prays that he intentionally messes the order up on this last Crone, because I always do that and my chat gets very, very mad at me, but I find it hilarious. Just the intentional, you dream, they dream, and then suddenly you consume one of the Crones of Brewis.
Oh, Siege Ladder coming down for Poisound. The Commandos get pulled, and I don't think Stasio has the points, right? This is 12, a bunch of thrives, gets another larva, still has leader She Who Knows.
That's a lot of points!
It is a lot of points! This Siphon's not that big. For another unit, gets a boost as well from Inspired Zeal. They're all on different rows. This is a 7-point Scytheman?
It's a very sad looking Scytheman. She Who Knows as well. Sabbath is activated for the round 4 carryover.
Ping's just gonna hit armor. The ping doesn't hit armor.
Doesn't it?
This is a lot of points. I think it's getting there. By 1!
Oh my goodness. I thought it was all over, and it is now. Staticio taking it 2-0. I didn't
Takes the
think he had the
series.
juice.
The disciplined play by holding on to the leader, making that extra point as well. Rewarded for looking at the deck list, seeing that there was no answer to the Koshche, and just holding on to the leader to greed the one additional point that is able to give him the win instead of a tie. Very impressive.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the series. Very well played on both sides.
That was a quick one. So we were the last, I think, done. But might just be the first on this one. So we'll see if there's anyone we can maybe hop into.
Yeah.
See what is going on.
Is Gravesh still streaming? We can try to yoink one of his games.
Yeah, that sounds fun. I think from what he said, he might be against Wilson. Wilson normally brings the piles, right? Could be wrong on that, but
Looks like we are currently on a waiting screen. Oh, there's additional Koshche Thrive too. Yeah. Yeah, because it would have thrived to 5, and the Chrome would have thrived to 6. Yeah. So even more. Even more. Let's see. Can't really do anything with the scoreboard here. Maybe the series is over.
yeah. I think he had some connection issues. Seems like he's back.
Oh no. Did the disconnect happen now?
Not sure.
Big Wilson got absolutely dark Kevin'd.
Danke, Merke. Think we're back.
Uh-oh. That's not what you want to hear in the middle of a tournament.
Yeah, series is over. Gravesh did win.
Man,
Oh,
I think his
okay.
stream died.
Oh, whatever.
Mayamon is streaming.
Mayamon, okay.
Is it Mayamon Beardy Bog? Oh my goodness, that is a
Ooh.
game I want to watch. Beardy loves a bit of Mayamon action as well. He's a big Mayamon fan, so that'll be a fun one to watch.
Okay, let's bring this up. Guess I'll take the scoreboard off the screen for a bit. No idea what game this is.
I'm trying to find that. Sounds like it's 1-1. Yeah, it's 1-1.
Ooh, okay,
According
so
to a moderator in the chat.
Game 3, Beardy on Inspired Zeal up against Mayamon's Mayamon deck. Tactical Decision Cloggers, of course.
Oh yes. Is this the juicer with the megascopes? I hope it is.
It's got Infiltrators.
He's got the Isir as well.
Oh no.
So really going for that. And Beardy with Inspired Zeal. I'll see if I can find his deck list and talk you guys through what Beardy's playing here.
So
In
taking a
Beardy's
look.
Inspired Zeal, it's a Commandos deck with a Neuromancy and a Siege. So it looks like the Pieball deck. There's Megascopes for the Commandos. And yeah, like Red Drain prefers this deck with a Erland, but Paya goes for the Siege. And Beardy
Okay.
just looks like it's the Paya deck basically. It's got a Defender in there. It's got Foltest,
Got a
Megascopes, Scouts, lots
Oh.
of Siege related cards like Reinforcement, Spoiling Ore.
Beardy
And then
just
there's also a
leading-
Seltkirk as well. No Einsace though.
Okay. Beardy just leads on commandos there. Doesn't bother to charge it. Not worried about it getting coded weapons. Believe that would probably be the only answer out of a clog deck. Does decide to take it though. Back over to the bog. Could be anything.
Yeah, Beardy with no heat wave or anything like that. Also, you can make a ton of commandos, and I may have accidentally, just a couple of days ago, in fact, I think it was the last day of the season, I was playing a similar deck to this. Might have been the exact same deck. I had a million commandos in the deck, so I just had Foltest sat there, and then my opponent's Colgrim played for like 35 points after one turn, and I just lost on the spot. I didn't really think very hard in that game. It was a bit of a stinker.
That was an old pattern that would happen with the Erland Pavetta deck, where you just tried to thicken your own deck and have a big Erland finisher. You would end up with so many cards in deck. Colgrims would get so big if you didn't bleed them. Well, there's the fall
Yeah.
test coming down.
My one doesn't have a lock or anything like that. We've seen a few Cloggers players with locks. We saw Gravesh also playing with a heat wave even for that bit of control. I know Gravesh last season enjoyed playing Imprisonment with Cloggers, but I mean, I'm not sure it was right then, but particularly now with Sunset Wanderers, of course you can't play it, but Mayamon just knows the power of the Snowdrop plus the leader. It really is quite incredible how many
Yeah.
points this can get.
Definitely represents a lot of value. The downside, of course, is that you need to play the Snowdrop when you play the leader.
Yeah. But with Dead Man's Tongue, it does definitely. Obviously, you can't see where the Snowdrop is this time. You could last season, but there's just so many nice natural thinning options. Even the Sunset Wanderers, of course, not going to be relevant this weekend, but yeah, this is the Megascope coming in. What's really cool about the Megascope in this deck is it gives you a commander on the other row, so you can really disperse the commanders and make more. Like your Fortes is obviously making a copy one per turn, but often you would just run out of space, whereas having commandos in multiple rows, of course, just means you can split the rows of your commandos.
Yep, it's also just more commandos the opponent has to answer in general if they want to shut off all the ones with order. Just makes that so much harder. Sort of like another reinforcements, even if it is a turn delayed. Dead Man's Tongue coming down here. Removing... decides to keep the Infiltrator in deck. Boosts that by 9 after banishing, I believe it was Viper Witcher on a 4, I think? Was it the other Adepts?
I didn't catch what it was, in fairness.
Yeah, I missed what the first banish was.
I think the first was an adept, to be honest.
So it was Adept and I think Viper Witcher.
So yeah, the Assyrian Maimon's deck's an interesting one to see. I'm not sure he would be playing it on ladder with Sunset Wanderers. I imagine it might be the card you cut to squeeze that card in. But you can play it, of course, as a similar card to an Infiltrator where you clog your opponent's deck. But you can also play it for tempo on a Roach for 9 points. It's not the best tempo, but it is something. Obviously, Maimon with the Infiltrators enjoying going all in on this sort of Colgrim strategy where your Colgrims can play for just as many points as possible. And Beardy's deck doesn't have an answer to the Colgrims. He's playing non-devotion, but he doesn't have Heatwave, doesn't have Baron or anything like that. So he's definitely going to need round control. So Maimon gearing up to slam the leader in round 1 by the looks of it. And this is what just becomes so dangerous with Tactical Decision and Cloggers. You can just win round 1 at all costs by slamming the leader for so many points.
Yeah, true. We see him play the Snowdrop with no leader, knowing that on 6 it's probably pretty safe against Inspired Zeal.
There's a Seltkirk, though, actually. That's one thing that Beardy does have. Could answer either Snowdrop or a Colgrim later on.
True. That is a sort of a big card coming out of Beardy, though. Maybe you're just happy to see that exchange happen if you're Mayamon. Potentially one less answer to Defender or Colgrim later on.
I think, like, for Beardy, round control is going to be so important. I would not be surprised if he decides to slam the Seltkirk here, because the Snowdrop is going to be growing by 6 more points with a leader. Doesn't go for it just yet, just going for more scouts. And there's a lot of bloody commandos.
So many.
That's for sure.
Oh, Megascope makes another one. So there's 1 in deck and currently 8 in play. So we're at the full 9 commandos. Gonna be 10 after this full test resolves as well.
This is really cool to see these 2 decks in action. I think both decks that proved very, very popular right towards the end of last season, and they're very all in on their strategies. And this is what often works at high MMR. When you get to a certain MMR, you need to just put a win streak together to climb. Like a lot of the pro players that are going for the #1 spot, they're getting like Maimon got a score of 2,700 and nearly 30 with this deck. So you really just go all in on the strategy. You hope to just find a nice streak of good matchups, and yeah, finds the Cynthia off Roderick as well here. Beardy Bog's board almost full.
Yeah, it does have a bit of a point lead, 63 to 48 though. I guess soon Maimon can just like throw down a Colgrim and get a bunch of points. Back over to Beardy, does decide to just pass. Still getting a point per turn on the full test, adding some more commandos into the deck. Oh, does Leader just do it too?
Yeah, I think Leader with the Snowdrop doesn't find any mage assassins, but does of course already have Afan.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Leader plus Infiltrator just does it, right? Because the plus 6 on the Snowdrop. He is gonna thin out the Afan though.
Of course, the tactical decision, not working like Snowdrop, this is putting these cards on top of his deck. So he's not shuffling this Colgrim away, never to be seen again. It's just going to be drawn into his top decks. And yeah, Maimon's Infiltrators, you can see why he's playing them with the tempo that you have with the Snowdrop Leader. Just so much reach, especially when you consider there could have been a Mage Assassin flying out here as well. But instead, going for the Asir as a clog play by the looks of it. Clogging.
Interesting.
Amphibious Assault.
Amphibious. Throws that back in a random spot, makes that harder to find. That could ruin everything.
Spot, of course. Wow. Yeah.
This deck's really reliant on having tutors.
Maimon just doesn't care, mate.
You'll love to see it.
Just Colgrim things.
You'll love to see it. Just gonna go down some cards. There's no removal for the Colgrims. Fit him with the full test, mate. Why not? Just give him another one. It's just a drummer. No, okay.
And bear in mind as well, all the time this is happening, there's more commandos being made for Beardy, which means more points for the flipping Colgrim. Of course, it gives you more commandos, but we just see the ultimate back row infiltrator here. Because you can, of course, clog with the location as well, but nah, decides enough is enough for Maimon. I'm sure if there was space in the front row, it would have been played.
Oh, man. I was not expecting the Infiltrator to still be in hand at the end of that round.
So, this Asir play on the Assault is very big brain, though. I do like it a lot. Beardy's going to be hoping to have found it. I'm sure he's absolutely molding. I actually played against Beardy yesterday with my Direbear Eurodin, and I did not get a GG.
Is there any answer to Defender Colgrim?
Nope. He's got Selkirk. That's it. There's no Purify, I don't believe. I'll double check.
Oh no.
I think it's just... Oh, there's a Pella. There's a Pella. Beardy has the Pella. The MV Pella coming through. Beardy knows the value of the Pella, but does he draw it? That's, of course, the issue. You can have the answers for Clog, but if you get clogged hard enough, it might not matter.
You got clogged.
See the Selkirk. You can play the Pella, but then this Colgrim is instantly out of Selkirk range. I guess you go Selkirk triple Leader, putting it to 11. That's not a Pella.
Siege. I mean, the Colgrim's not coming down this turn. Just clog him again. Why not? Why not?
Just for good measure.
Of course. Throw him some a blue stripe scout. Sure, sure. Oh, Megascope. Card's a little bit worse. You can have that one.
Megascope actually used to be bugged last patch, where if you put it back in someone's deck, it wouldn't work, I believe. like the timer wouldn't work on it, but they fixed that now. And I never actually saw it. I just saw it in the patch notes. So that was an interaction. And here comes the Colgrim.
Yep.
ADC is going to be finding the Letho, and I would expect Beardy to just press the forfeit button. Oh, he's soldiering on. Fair play to him.
This is
He believes. I don't think he does believe, but he's got to try. He's going to thin the commandos, which is going to make this Colgrim less points per turn.
slow it down a little bit, but still the Letho to come. Oh man.
Beardy honestly putting up a good fight here, but that's a lot of points
So
in
many
one turn.
points. 52 to 36. Every card Beardy plays is another 13. 26. There's 2 of them.
We've got a whole month of this trying out. We should get used to this site, I think.
This is peak Gwent. You might not like it, but this is peak Gwent. Bombardment. 43 up. Nope. 67. Pings? Pings? Selkirk now? How you feeling about that Selkirk now?
I don't think it's doing too much. I don't think it's going to win the battle against the Witcher here.
But you have so many leader charges. Blue Stripe Scout? Okay, that's an
gonna be
8-point card. It's an 8-point card. The game's getting closer. Oh, nope, never mind.
And at that moment, Beardy realizes it wasn't going to happen. Well, that was fun. I have to say, I'm glad we got to see Maimon's deck in action. And honestly, that matchup, Beardy versus Maimon, is a game I would love to have seen the whole thing on. So I'm glad we got to catch the end of that. Two guys that are good friends, despite the language barrier, which is really, really cool to see Gwent bringing people together from different places across the world.
Yeah, for sure. All united under the common language of the game. Before we head to a break, though, remember, the Invitational 2 is powered by Advanced.gg, the gaming supplement. That is the best gaming supplement. I've heard it's delicious. Have you ever had any, Spessy?
I've got some downstairs, but I've never actually drunk it. But that's just because I'm lazy. The cup's really nice, though. I do like the cup a lot. I can't show you because it's green and it doesn't really work on a green screen. But the cup's cool, I have to say.
Just bad marketing.
Yeah.
What are they thinking? Why would they make a green cup to send to streamers?
Well, it's actually yellow, bluey, but yeah, on the green screen it looks see-through.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's head over to break until round 3. Hope you guys come back when that starts. We're playing, what, 4 rounds of Swiss today, I believe?
I have no idea, Trina. I'm not the person to ask. I'm just showing up and you're in charge here. I'm just gonna cast. I'm sorry, I'm useless.
Ugh, I don't know if I want to be in charge. That's scary. Anyway, we'll be back when round 3 starts.
It's probably gonna be the most got you watch party you've ever seen.
Absolutely no answer. Nothing can be done. This game is all about over at this point.
That's the first time I've ever used this card, by the way. What?
have survived. Didn't stand a chance.
You shan't escape me this time.
Stand aside.
She must be punished. You will die here now.
Not your lucky day.
You best yield now.
This is the end, Geralt.
It's probably gonna be the most got you watch party you've ever seen.
Absolutely no answer. Nothing can be done. This game is all about over at this point.
That's the first time I've ever used this card, by the way. What?
No way he could have survived. Didn't stand a chance.
You shan't escape me this time.
must be punished. You will die here now.
Not your lucky day.
You best yield now.
This is the end, Geralt.
It's probably gonna be the most got you watch party you've ever seen.
Absolutely no answer. Nothing can be done. This game is all about over at this point.
That's the first time I've ever used this card, by the way. What?
No way he could have survived. Didn't stand a chance.
You shan't escape me this time.
Stand aside.
She must be punished. You will die here now.
Not your lucky day.
You best yield now.
This is the end, Geralt.
probably gonna be the most got you watch party you've ever seen.
Absolutely no answer. Nothing can be done. This game is all about over at this point.
That's the first time I've ever used this card, by the way. What?
No way he could have survived. Didn't stand a chance.
You shan't escape me this time.
Stand aside.
She must be punished. You will die here now.
Not your lucky day.
You best yield now.
This is the end, Geralt.
It's probably gonna be the most got you watch party you've ever seen.
Absolutely no answer. Nothing can be done. This game is all about over at this point.
That's the first time I've ever used this card, by the way. What?
No way he could have survived. Didn't stand a chance.
You shan't escape me this time.
Stand aside.
She must be punished. You will die here now.
Not your lucky day.
You best yield now.
This is the end, Geralt.
It's probably gonna be the most got you watch party you've ever seen.
Absolutely no answer. Nothing can be done. This game is all about over at this point.
That's the first time I've ever used this card, by the way. What?
No way he could have survived. didn't stand a chance.
You shan't escape me this time.
Stand aside.
She must be punished. You will die here now.
Not your lucky day.
You best yield now.
This is the end, Geralt.
Okay, we are unmuted and back with round number 3. I guess let's just hop right into the deck lists. We got Sheath 29 here, bringing Reckless Flurry, Nature's Gift, and Jackpot. Reckless Flurry,
Nature's Gift.
yeah, Nature's Gift. Looks similar to the deck Red Dream played maybe in the Open, as well as on ladder.
Yeah, so the Flurry deck, I mean, we've seen it before, right? There's no
Yeah.
Northern Wind, Double Moon Dust. But the Gift deck, it actually got nerfed, which is kind of mind-boggling, because wailing out 4 provisions means the Sorceress of Doblathana is not guaranteed. And one thing I just note that's different from the lists I've seen, this is a deck as well, by the way, that Sunset Wanderers is going to slot into pretty cleanly. I know Red Rain was playing Knickers, and Sunset Wanderers is basically just a better version of that, like a scaled-up version. He's got a Dryad Enchantress in at 4p. Now, one thing that's going to do is make the council a little bit worse. I was speaking to Red Rain, I was like, why were you playing an Abandoned Girl in your ST deck? And he just said, well, it's just a 4p unit that doesn't mess with the council. So I know when I've seen Paya play, he's had this Adept as well, and then also the Abandoned Girl, because this Enchantress, in theory, does make your council a little bit worse. In some situations, you might want to council for a Hammer Dryad or Dunker or Forve. So that's just one thing to note. But definitely excited to see this deck in action, that's for sure.
Yeah, I haven't seen a whole lot of it. I know Red Dream did really well with it on ladder last season, as well as chose to bring it to the Open as well. Definitely looking forward to seeing this deck in action a bit. And then the last deck here is just Jackpot. Anything unique standing out to you about this one, or it's probably going to get banned too, right?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like there's a lot of mid-rangey cards because he's got the location and the soul. So I'm not exactly sure what's been cut, but some sort of high-end card has been sacrificed to fit everything in here. I can't for the life of me work it out though, to be completely honest. It looks like a pretty solid take on the deck with the Sewer Raiders. I like the fact that Kurt is still in the deck as well. A couple of Jackals. Maybe I would have preferred just one Jackal and 2 Peaches, because he does have that Gold Spender in Jack. Cesar as well being a spender. Freak show, but obviously you don't want to be caught not having a spender reach in round 1. So I can see the logic in 2 Jackals. I honestly like the list. The one thing I would change again is just play 2 Peaches. I think the card's just too good not to play 2 of them. Like, these 4p cards are just so good in Syndicate.
Yeah, I mean, all the 4p cards are so good. Fizztech and Fizztech Trafficker are both great cards. Mutants Maker's just really good. Sea Jackal's a good spender.
It's actually only one Fist deck as well, which is not what you see every day.
That was the thing that surprised me about the 4Ps, more so than the 1 Peaches. Moving on to his opponent's lists, though. Synergy God. Starting out, we got this real tall deck that I don't even know if it's all here. It looks like that Dolblathana Bomber. It got cut off. We got some Redea Elves. Let me count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Just barely fitting all of the cards on the screen. Redea Elves kind of fell out of favor last season, but was really popular 2 seasons ago, especially in tournaments with controlled coin flip. This deck is really good on red coin, just able to pass pretty early without committing anything in round 1 and just try to play effectively a shorter game with its gold cards in rounds 2 and 3. Deck's really good at bricking opposing heat waves, as they're pretty much only going to get like a 7 or an 8, either the Redea or one of your elves, as Feign Death, not really a great heatwave target when you are proccing it with your Redea's stratagem.
Yeah, like it was super popular during the Masters meta. It's a deck that was doing well into Kelly, which was also like very, very popular then. But so coin dependent, and definitely in a best of 3, you're going to be praying, I think, if you've got this deck for red coin advantage. So you've got a couple opportunities to get this through. And Avalak being an elf is a cool inclusion, that's for sure. He, of course, got buffed quite recently. There's also the Sorceress of Doblathano in there, and there's also a Vryad Vanguard, which is now 2 points, going to be buffing for every elf in hand, so that's going to be an interesting one. But very surprised to see Scoia'tael from both players, but also I'm here for it. It's exciting to see, and less exciting, of course, is Reckless Flurry.
Reckless Flurry jackpot. This one's a little spicy, though. We got a Wily.
Oh, there's a... What? Why? What's that all about?
Why Wily? I don't know. Why?
Why not, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like a scaled up Northern Wind.
Exactly. Why have one answer to Matic when you can have 2?
Yeah, why just play 2 Northern Winds when you can play a Wily, right? Synergy God having a bit of fun. I rate it. Like, I've not seen this card in a while. I would love to see this card get buffed, actually, I have to say.
Yeah,
cool
there's a
card to
couple
buff.
things that it's good against. It's good against Flying Grenadian, it's good against Maddox. It kills Melee Row Reinforced Ballista now, which could come up. Not in this matchup, but in general. And,
then Jackpot deck looks pretty standard. No Soul in this one. Is it the Philippa? The other deck cut the Philippa, maybe?
Let me check. Caesar's gone.
Oh, wow.
I guess in open deck lists.
Yeah, so
I mean,
a lot
everyone
of
knows
people
Caesar's
were
there.
a lot of people were cutting Caesar because of the open deck list, but realistically, you always know Caesar's coming on ladder, and you still play
Yeah.
the card. It's just ridiculously good for its stats. So definitely surprising. What it means is the Siggy's just no longer a threat. So like if you're playing Reckless Flurry against this Jackpot deck, instead of really having to respect the Siggy, you can just heatwave something else.
Exactly, like the Roland or the Salamandra Abomination. Or even just the a Lonely Sea Jackal. Looking at the 4P cards here, it does have the full poisons, 2 Fizztech Traffickers, and 2 Fizztechs, trimming down on Sea Jackals and Tax Collectors, and only a Singleton Mutants Maker, but is choosing to play the 2 Passiflora Peaches. What are your thoughts on 1 Tax Collector and 2 Passiflora Peaches?
I mean, something's got to go right, but the Tax Collector's so good. I would
Best
always
card in
play
the
2
game,
Tax
right?
Collectors. Like, Casino Bouncers, nah, mate, that's dead. I want to see the Tax Collector ×2. I even would like to see the Beggars and the Passy. I know it's gone out of fashion a bit, Passiflora, but the Beggars, mate, they have the best voice lines going. Like, I've been playing Witcher 3 recently, and every beggar I go up to, I just hope he says the voice line. It's not in The Witcher 3, but I hope it's just my favorite. I'm no beggar. I'm an artist. I just love it. It's brilliant.
Oh, man. Yeah, there's some great voice lines in the game. Witch Apprentice, favorite in my chat. Every voice line on that card is fire. The,
Yeah.
quick or it'll both be ham! Witch's best friend is a pig. No doubt! What a
like,
great card.
From the expansion, my favorite voice lines. I ain't got a clue, actually, honestly. Not a clue. Can't really think of any like amazing voice lines from the latest expansion apart from the Witch Apprentice. I do.
The Witch
like
Apprentice is the only thing
Mother
that
of
comes to mind,
Crones.
yeah.
Mother of Crones has some nice voice lines as well.
Is that a Shionos?
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah. Still waiting on the invites. Let me make sure nothing's going on.
I've not got an invite either yet.
Okay, looks like syndicates were banned though.
Yeah, that's another great voice line from the beggar. Don't blame me for your crooked nose. So good. I love it.
I just haven't seen that card see play enough to even know what the voice lines are. It's been so obscure for so long. It just started seeing play really last season with Jackpot?
Yeah, I was playing it in I think it got buffed quite recently. I was playing it when Pirates Cove got buffed first of all, before like the Red Drain net deck came out with like the Poison Brothers. I was playing Collusion, and the Beggars were just a nice fit in there for like a cheap blind eye as well. So yeah, and I have to say again, I didn't play much Jackpot, and I'm fairly sure my deck was pretty bad. I just had like the most polarized deck possible, where I played like 100 fours and a passy. So I was squeezing the Beggars in there. They are very nice with the Cesar, like the 6 profit if they're both on the board. It's pretty nice with Cesar and Siggy.
Yeah, for sure.
You can have a little beggar sandwich.
If there's any
Or
faction
profit.
you want to play a bunch of fours in, it's probably Syndicate. That faction's fours are no joke. Invites have gone out. I'm just waiting for everyone to get in the game. I'm assuming that includes you.
Yeah, that would be me. I'm accepting now. So I just looked at the leaderboard, and Synergy God is 2-0 in this one. I'm trying to remember the name of his opponent. I'm very
Sheath.
forgetful. Sheath. So, yeah, both 2-0. So undefeated so far. Great start from both players. Scoia'tael not letting them down. I can't imagine it's eating any bans. So one of the Scoia'tael decks though is gonna get defeated at some point in this series. That's for sure. And one Scoia'tael game. Well, I
Not
guess
necessarily.
Not for sure, but
It's
one
Conquest.
Scoia'tael
They
deck
can
will
both
get a
win.
win.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm definitely excited that we've got some Scoia'tael action. The Nature's Gift versus the
Yeah, two
Deadeye
different
Ambush.
Scoia'taels too. That's the real crazy part. You don't see Scoia'tael even on ladder, let alone in tournaments.
No.
Red Dream, the only player to bring ST to the Open last weekend, and very few players have been bringing it to qualifiers as well. And here we are, hopping into game number 1. Once again, both Jackpots banned. We got Sheath bringing his Nature's Gift on blue, and Synergy opting for his Deadeye Ambush on red. Sort of expected to see this Deadeye on red. Wasn't really sure what coin we were expecting to see this gift on, but I guess blue is as good as any.
Yeah, I think this is the deck in the game where the gold can get bigger than any other deck, because you play the Forest Protector and Neuromancy, Forve Council, and also the Sorceresses being units which play special cards. I'm assuming Sheath has stayed at 13 units in this one. And so Gord is really the be-all and end-all. And of course, Synergy God's deck doesn't actually have a Heatwave looking at it. I guess that's what's been cut for the Avalak. There is maybe a Spores, I'll double check. No Spores either, so Last Sight actually not going to be super relevant in this one.
Yeah, just no tar removal for Synergy God, opting for a bit more of a mid-range plan. Sheath just taking the lead on the TA Donka. No answers in sight. The Veil prevents it from getting locked by Kieran. You could move it to the range draw, but you don't really care too much about losing that order. The hand buff is where the real value is coming from that unit. Synergy God on the red coin. Probably just going to use the pass button at some point to answer this. And got a good number of bronzes.
Yeah, often what this deck would do is just play 3 cards and pass. Sometimes you try and play 4 and just threaten reach. And then what you'll end up trying to do is use Redea to resist the round 2 bleed, and then try and just save your scenario for round 3. You try and commit like your Redea with Aileron. You've almost always got reach, so if your opponent's trying to bleed you, the fact that you've got leader charges Aileron is really like the biggest powerful thing in this deck, resisting the bleed. And a long round as well. It's just got so many points with the synergy that the scenario has with Isengrim, the Redea, of course, spawning more Elven Deadeyes and Verno. So you definitely do want to disrupt the length of the round if you're Sheath here. So some sort of bleed is likely to be where this game is won or lost.
Yeah, for sure. Synergy God just playing it slow, plays the maxi, not expecting him to commit much into the round, as Spessy has said. Sheath runs out that Forest Whisperer card. Probably a bit of a liability in general in this matchup. Lots of things can deal with it, from rebukes to Bowman's not going to deal with it melee. Stuff like Bridehead Officer plus Swordmaster could take it out. There's multiple Alzur's Thunder effects. Just to get rid of it. Don't have it take any of the Dunker boosts. Yeah.
Great to see Squirtle. I have not played it much at all myself either. I tried one Squirtle deck this season. I played Megascopes onto like the Cat Witches. I played a Vesemir and everything. Yeah, it was pretty bad.
And the turn engines with Megascope.
Playing Clog, and it was honestly quite close. So I have to revisit.
Yeah, I don't know. End of turn engines with Megascope just always feels kind of bad.
Yeah. One of the 5p, I couldn't tell you the name of it, like a Saboteur or something like that, got buffed for Squirtle, and I was like, maybe it's finally time, like Vesemir. You've got like Brehen in there, like Gaten. There's actually quite a lot of good witches, and obviously Sunset Wanderers is a witcher as well, which is like an extra point on Vesemir and Leo, so there's maybe something in there, but I mean, it's pretty terrible. It was mainly just for fun.
I was playing Harmony a couple days ago, and I was surprised at how good Cat Witcher Adept felt at 4 power. That card's just kind of good.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like if maybe the change they should have made was made this one of these 5p witches that have never really seen play. The Cat Witcher itself always does, but the other two, the Mentor and the Saboteur, could kind of just do with being 4 provisions maybe and just a little bit less base power. I think that would have been a better change, because you just end up with this Vesemir Witcher deck where you just have so many 5s and it just doesn't really work. You kind of just need more 4p cards for the deck to actually be functional. I don't honestly think it's that far away though.
Yeah,
it's kind of impressive, the value on like the Mentor, especially because it like synergizes with Gaten, stuff like that.
Mentor is really cool. There's the trick you can do with the Sabretooth too, where every time it flips, it gives a boost to the Mentor. It's treated as a different card appearing.
Yeah, Madoc as well gives it an extra point. Yeah. Madoc's really no joke in ST, but no Madoc in this one. And this is some Synergy God. We see that he's actually playing a little bit more, a little bit deeper. He gets the squirrel value there as well. And even though he's playing a little bit deeper into this round, he's trying to make some efficient trades. He's, of course, at the same time giving more carryover to this Dunker.
Yeah, true. Trading bronzes for hopefully golds, but not quite hitting. He did get the one that got squirreled, but as long as he's not committing any of his golds, then I don't think he minds too much. Deck only has so many cards that it really cares about saving. Chooses to not play the bomber. Goes into round 3, saves that for the mulligan.
Yeah, and I think now is where the game begins from Synergy God. All eyes going to be on him. I'm going to assume that there is going to be a bleed here from the Nature's Gift player, which I can't imagine is too smooth trying to bleed. You're definitely going to want a Hammer Dryad as like a proactive option here. Of course, you've got the Aneromancy ready for it. And I mean, you can just sort of tell this deck is a bit wacky when you're playing Call of the Forest Council and Aneromancy.
Man, you get extra tutor value.
Decks you would ever do that.
All the tutors make your gourd better. 7 power on that Dull Blathana Sorceress.
Unfortunately, no 7 provision bronze Squirtle spells. So 5 is the same as 7, but of course more difficult to remove. I would love to see like a 6 provision spell card or something for Squirtle. I would love to see some spells anyway, just for the Fran synergy with Alza. It's a deck I really was hoping for when I saw Fran, but they just don't have the spells you really want to play. Apart from a Neuromancy, you're kind of reaching, like you could play a Curse of Corruption maybe, but it's not really what you're looking for.
Yeah, I feel like the problem with making like a 6p spell for Sorceress with Dull Blathana is the way the card works. It shows you one that is equal or lower. So if you're trying to play this card to try to hit the 6 provision one, you're just sort of playing a high rolly deck. Even if you're able to boost it up, sometimes you're just gonna miss, and that just feels kind of bad. But Lock gets taken onto the Sorceress. We do have the ability to Falve into Dryad's Caress, so that will mean there's no Falve for the Isengrim's Council.
Yeah, there's also Forest Protector has the option of playing one. There is a Rebuke available too. Was the Shaping Nature that was banished by the Squirrel. Let's come 4v and lose the
Foul.
caress. I guess when you've got a Neuromancer, you don't really mind too much about.
Yeah, still plenty of tutors available. Does he click it or does he save it? It's a pretty alright rebuke. Kill an elf, you already have the treant. Nope, decides to just chill. Lets it keep boosting. He'll play the spell eventually. This round's not ending anytime soon.
Yeah, for Synergy God, no Redea available, which is awkward, but that's not bad. 8 for 5.
It's average. Respectable.
But getting the buff from the Avalak as well, but the scenario means that it doesn't get a buff. And this is a lot of intel for Sheath as well. Sheath now knows there's one card in the hand that isn't an elf. He's going to maybe assume that's a Neuromancy. It could, of course, be Redea as well, or the scenario. Also, an Owl's Thunder could be the other card. So lots of information for Sheath there. If you're Synergy God, this Redea is really the card you're looking for to commit to win this round 2 and try and preserve the scenario. But of course doesn't have the luxury of that, so it's going to be very interesting to see how he sequences it. Avalak, the weather of course going to take 3 turns, so I would expect Avalak to be a card committed quite soon.
Yeah, not something you want to leave yourself stuck with in a shorter round 3 for sure, as we do see Synergy God's copy of Avalak coming down. Damages the Sorceress down to 10. Not really threatening anything, but I guess theoretically maybe a bunch of elves come out and Yavin damages it for a bunch and takes it off of the thing, but for now...
I think Rain was the play here, right? Because you can kill the 1 strength treant, which could in theory save you the death blow on a rebuke.
That's true, that's true. It might just be that he wanted to pressure the sorceresses and get him to get a Sheath to use them, but yeah, I could see it both ways. You might just say that there's enough treants coming out that Rain and killing 1 doesn't matter too much. But Sheath just pulling the second one, does decide to click on the bigger one. Gets a Tempering to make the newly pulled Sorceress also an 11.
Yeah, lots of treants across the board. Certainly can see the value of the Nature's Gift passive, as well as having that Vitality, which ideally Sheath is going to be saving for round 3 for maximum points, but has the luxury of just using that Vitality as and when. Best used on Hamadryads, of course, but it's always nice to just have a flexible leader ability that you can use its charges as and when that also has a passive. I really do enjoy leaders like this.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's when they introduced this into the game, it was something I was really interested in playing around with, and it's held up. These type of leaders are a lot of fun. I really like leaders that feel impactful throughout the whole game, and Nature's Gift is
I feel like
definitely one.
I'd like to see like Stockpile get some sort of a passive ability similar to Nature's Gift. There is the Ellerin as well. Of course, Avalak being an elf. A back row Verno. That's already something for Sheath that is disrupting the round 3 potential for his opponent, because this Verno in the front row, when combined with the scenario with Elias and Dea, is quite impressive, but still pushing.
Hits the rebuke this time.
He's a rebuke as well, which is going to be the most points at 7 or 8 because of the passive as well.
Yep. Whole hand is elves, so probably won't matter denying the Verno for Vernasiel's Commando. Just in case that comes out off of the Feign Death, but 5 damage plus 2 onto a treant is the best value you're getting off of that Double-Thana Sorceress. 20-34 as Sheath continues this push. Synergy has not really yet committed all that much. Avalok down, Aileron down, Vernasiel down, but still has Feign Death, still has Redea Index, still has that Isengrim, still has that Yavin. If we take a look at the other cards remaining in this deck, not a whole lot, just a Nero and that Redea. Still deciding to hold on to that scenario as a Bomber comes out. Deals a bit of damage.
I like the placement of the Bomber as well. Obviously, the Yavin is, you're going to want to stack 1 row with elves, but there was not a massive benefit, but what it does sort of do is it suggests Redea is still available in hand, because if this Bomber takes a Weather Tick, you're saying you can transform it for maximum Redea value off of the Neophyte. Of course, going to help out with the Yavin as well, but going to be really interesting to see. I feel like Synergy God is going to be very unhappy he doesn't have the Redea. This is kind of the perfect time for her to come in and be the card you commit to try and hold onto the scenario. And the leader charge from Sheath comes in as well, so a little bit of an aggressive push from Sheath, trying to maybe suggest he's gearing up towards a pass.
Yep, Synergy God down to his golds. What is he gonna commit first? It is always awkward being in a position at the end of the round where Feign Death is your last card. Those decide to play the Elias, hold on to Isengrim, Yavin, Feign Death. Isengrim and Yavin both playing for a nice amount of points for some additional reach. But Sheath, 2 powerful golds of his own. Forest Protector, hand buffed by 3, and this Call of the Forest. They'll decide to go for the Call of the Forest. Gets the Cat Witcher Adept for 2 bleed onto the Kieran.
That was a weird one.
Why?
Just Call of the Forest for a 4P does not feel good, I have to say.
Yeah. Did he... Wait. It's not even like a full value bleed.
Yeah. Could
Why
have gone
not?
for a Hammer Dryad, for example.
Yeah.
Use the leader charge on it.
Huh.
Well, Sheath is been 2-0 so far, and obviously if you can keep a Hammer Dryad with like the Forest Protector, you can get a Caress maybe down on the Hammer Dryad.
Yeah, I'm not even
It's definitely-
questioning playing the Cat Witcher Adept. I think that's fine if you just want to maintain card quality in your deck. I'm just not sure why you bleed the Kieran.
Yeah.
Why not bleed the Elias?
Here is what this Deadeye Ambush deck does so well, resisting the bleed by applying pressure with leader charges. That Yavin isn't quite going to be enough, though, to force Sheath to play his final card. And remember, the hand bust from Dunker, Synergy God, I'm sure, was counting the boost, so can probably predict the last card is buffed to some degree. And there's 3 Vitality here, but there's 1 bleeding, so this leader charge didn't actually do it, did it not?
4, right? He was ahead by 1.
Oh, it's 5. Yes, maths is hard.
If he had bled the Elias... oh, I guess that wouldn't have mattered. It would matter if he had to play 1 more card. But there's the Forest Protector coming out.
The Forest Protector, yeah.
Does have to play another card. So this Isengrim is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know why I'm counting it this way. 9, 10, 11, 15? -1? I think he's got to play the Feign Death.
Oh, what a stinker. What a stinker. Synergy
Just
God.
exactly.
The worst card to have in your hand. He used all his leader charges as well. The decision from Sheath to commit all 3 leader charges being very, very relevant here.
Mm-hmm. Could have saved some of those, and yeah. I mean, this is the problem with trying to hold on to Feign Death in round 2. Like, you want to save it for round 3, but sometimes this happens, and you just gotta play it anyway, and you're not even getting your card. You're just going into round 3 on even, Feign Death down. He only has Redea left.
Yep.
This Gourd is 15!
Jeez. Anira is guaranteed as well, remember?
Mm-hmm.
The Echo. The squirrel was used on the Naping Shaper, as I like to call it.
Or is that a
see.
Neuromancy pickup? There's a Heat Wave too. A Heat Wave, not that exciting in this matchup, but maybe gets to hit the Redea for 8.
Honestly, at this point, you could just... I was going to say you could heatwave the stratagem of the Neophytes, but actually, I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, no. Ooh, Squirrel Heat Wave and Neuromancy?
Synergy God's hand isn't looking terrible.
Yeah.
The big difference is it's going to be Gord versus Redea.
I guess you always get to Heat Wave the Sorceress. You lead on the Squirrel. Opponent can't last play the Sorceress. I think it just works out that way, right? There's no way to make the Heat Wave terrible, and then it comes down to just De Niro here. Get the Redea now. So Redea's effectively just immediately cracks it, gets the Neophytes. One of those is gonna transform. Redea's effectively 13.
It'd honestly be quite close. I think,
Yeah.
the heat wave on the Redea, I like the ordering from Synergy God. He's now, maybe this Sorceress should be going through. Also is going to have the option to boost it with the Officer to maybe try and find a slightly better 5 provision card. Squirrel is just a sad 4-point card. Let's see what the Sorceress rolls.
Yeah. There it is, up to 6. Making a bomb, Waylay, Nature's Rebuke. 4 damage. I'm pretty sure the gourd is bigger.
And this is the benefit of playing Shaping Nature, Cool, Council, and the Nero, as well as Forest Protector and Sorceresses. Because that is a big old gourd! That's a dirty lad.
17. This deck makes some big dwarfs. As Nature's Gift gets through there over Redea.
Yeah, and this round 2 was, again, where the game was won or lost, as it proved, as so often is the case with this Deadeye deck. You often are just going to be looking for the Redea, hold on to the scenario at all costs, and then you've got something for round 3. Of course, as it proved, Synergy God used all 3 leader charges. What was the difference as well? Would have what 1 leader charge could have made a big difference, I feel, there.
Yeah.
So round 2 just went a little bit pear-shaped for Synergy God, but fair play to Sheath for smelling blood. He just kept pushing, and managed to just about, by the skin of his teeth, go into the last round on even cards and get out the scenario as well. I feel like that was a pretty unfavored matchup for the Gift player there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna claim to be an expert in Squirtle matchups.
Yeah, me neither. For sure.
Here we go into game number 2. Synergy God on the blue coin this time with Reckless Flurry in the Reckless Flurry mirror match. I believe these lists were pretty similar, with one player having a Wily, and one of the players playing Quartermaster, or were they both on 2 5p bombs? There's the Wily in hand.
Double Moon Dust here from Sheath, and then Synergy God has the Madoc and the Wily, so the fact that he's got the Northern Wind in hand here, definitely going to help him out, despite being on blue coin, which is often a disadvantage in the mirror matchup. This Northern Wind is honestly so important from the position that Synergy God is in, and also this Jengi threat is... Oh,
I mean,
my...
do you want a
okay,
Northern Wind the Madoc or
bugged.
Wily the Madoc?
My Spectator was bugged. This Wily was showing up as a Madoc, and I was very confused as to why the Madoc was still in hand and not being mulligan, but Cyprian Wily appeared when the mulligans were completed.
Yeah, deck has plenty of answers to Madoc. Lots of... I didn't realize while looking at the deck list, but he's playing Jenga as well.
Yeah, like, Jengi's honestly a pretty underrated card with the leader charges. Makes sense if you're just... With this Wily, obviously, you're changing the main net deck around that everybody plays, so... I guess instead of playing a 4p card, maybe he's just got 1 Dancing Star by the looks of things. He's got a Jengi and a Cyprian, so maybe just losing out on this Sage, I think, is the card that he sacrificed. This package.
Another player trimming down on consistency just to try to squeeze a few more points out of the Flurry deck.
And if we do see the Cyprian, I want to see the emote first from Synergy God. No emote coming, though. And while this... Okay, so Ego says the Cyprian Wily is a great tournament tech. I do agree, but ultimately, if you're playing Madoc, like, Northern Wind is just...
Yeah, it's...
Surely better for the provision.
On one hand, it's not... Whoa. On one hand, it's not going to be bricked very much, because you have Reckless Flurry to try to line it up, and that is sort of the major downside of playing a card like Wily, aside from its just general lack of points. But, yeah. It does seem like you're also just not in the market for more removal for small things, when you can just play more bombs in your Madoc deck. But it's working out for him so far. He's currently 2-0. But yeah, Sheath's just playing a Bear Witcher on 8 cards.
Of course, Cyprian Wiley being the other name, the alias for a certain Horson Jr. So even though we've not been seeing Cyprian recently, his counterpart is certainly in many decks.
You
Would be
made me
cool to
check
see
to make
King of
sure that
Beggars
it,
as well.
yeah,
Get a bit of a buff as well as a Scud.
you made me check to make sure that its name was still Cyprian Wiley. I wasn't sure if they had changed it. Heatwave coming out in round 1 there. Okay. Not super important in the mirror match, probably just going to deal with the greatsword later on, but I don't know, being able to deny those megascopes can be pretty big. And now you just have Hjalmar and Junad to kill greatswords.
That's like a huge difference. That's why I really enjoy and like seeing the Northern Winds in these flurry decks. The difference between spending a Northern Wind on a Matic compared to a Heat Wave is pretty huge.
Oh yeah.
Like the Heat Wave 0 tempo or 3 tempo, whereas the Northern Wind is 7 because you also get the Matic out. Okay, in this situation where both Madics are gone, it's just a difference in provisions, but you're saving 5 provisions compared to a Heat Wave, which you can use obviously elsewhere. And yeah, banishing greatswords is definitely going to be huge. And Sheath just not really committing much at all with this Bear Witcher, this Heat Wave. Quite an expensive round 1 to just be passing after 3 cards, I have to say.
I mean, it seemed like that was what he was gonna do just because he played a Bear Witcher on 8 cards, but yeah, a bit surprised to see that exact plan. Just seems like being able to hold on to those Bear Witchers for later is a nice thing to be able to do. Picks up the second Bear Witcher, that's a forced mulligan. Skillfully dodges his adepts. Both players not really going to be looking for their bombs, as neither player has access to Matic anymore. One getting banished by a Wily, the other getting banished by a Heatwave. It is on Synergy God. What does he want to do in round 2? He's bouncing over the spell
Really
portal.
weird round 1. Often what you see happen in this mirror is the player on blue coin just feels so much pressure that they're forced to pass on 7, and then they just go into a long round where they don't have last say. But in this situation, Synergy got actually getting the win, and is this some sort of a push with Totem? Now, one thing we don't know is with the Maxi, I'm not sure if we know if he shuffled, but if Portal was near the bottom without Sage, he surely would have shuffled and will just be relying on top decking it. So might be a little bit worried about the long round potential without Portal.
Yep. There we see Sheath taking a bomb to answer half of this Foul Blood Totem. With no Matic coming out, that doesn't feel very great, trading one of your cards for half a card, but gotta do what you gotta do. The bombs aren't gonna be getting any better, and you only have so many mulligans to try to turn them into other cards, especially with all the bricks still in his deck. Back over to Synergy God. Lots of options. He has double Megascope in hand. Looking to stick this Greatsword. Probably going to be pretty hard, though I believe Sheath currently... He has a Bear Witcher in his graveyard, so unless this Greatsword grows all the way up to 10, that we'll probably be able to get answered by Hjalmar. But just goes for the Totem Click. Doesn't want to get the other bear bombed, and now we've got another Bear Witcher.
Yeah, this is a weird one, for sure. I'm kind of surprised we don't see the Megascope on the Bear Abomination. It's just an awkward one. This push is just not what you want to really be doing in this mirror. I just think Synergy God is very scared about the long round 3 with no Portal.
Yeah. Just...
That's why you play the Sage and you don't play Cyprian Wiley! But...
I don't know. I'm surprised at how this is going. Is he gonna keep pushing? I mean, he committed the totem. Yeah, he's gonna Megascope the Bear Witcher. Just play a 5 and it'll play some 8s.
So he lost 3 points of damage on the Bear Witcher to gain 2 points on this Megascope, but of course might be playing another one. And there's the Portal. This could be a really huge pass for Synergy God now.
Yeah.
Also could take the Heat Wave on the Portal, which would leave a Fish Flapper in deck and it would still play for 7 points. Maybe just making Sheath's top deck's worse, but I feel like Synergy God has done all he set out to achieve in this round. He trades Totem for Portal. It's not bad.
It's fine. I don't know if you're excited about it. It's fine. Like, the portal's still gonna be thinning for Sheath. He's gonna be a little bit better at finding all of his stuff. Yeah. How many Witchers are in deck? So he's got Adepts and Bear Witcher. Gwen currently missing 2. Does decide to take the Heat Wave to deny the thinning. 7-point Heat Wave there. 7 to 16. The push continues. And it continues with Sage for Megascope onto a Bear Witcher Adept.
The leader charge here from Sheath would get him ahead, and this is the danger of trying to push in a mirror matchup with leader charges like this available.
The leader charges get
Synergy
so
Gods-
much weaker in round 3 too. Just the
Yeah,
cost of
Synergy
using
Gods- Synergy God's leader just a little bit dicey with this Bear Witcher. Going to be healing, but of course could go for a leader charge and Jengi, or even could hope to sink 2 damage into the Avalak, 1 into the Bear Witcher, and then a Junod would clear the board. Goes for the Gird.
is the last turn on the Gird. Hits the armor, damages the Avalok by 1. That's a couple of really strong Junods over on Sheath's board. You can kill Avalok or the Siren. Sheath with the Gird of his own, looking a little bit better. As that second Adept pops out of the Megascope, and Sheath is now pulling ahead against this bleed, 24 to 19. Better board, too. These Adepts are much better into Synergy God's leader charges than these Bear Witchers that Synergy God has. Looks like that Greatsword is coming down. Leader charge is getting spread. 2 damage goes on to the Adepts.
Oh my goodness! What? At least you're getting Jengi value on this
Yeah,
fish flapper here.
that could have been worse. Look into the
Sheath
leader
looking
into
for
this
the
Greatsword.
Greatsword. Doesn't find it.
Oh no. Well, that happens
Highlights
sometimes.
the Greatsword as well.
Has an okay Junod, but this does mean Synergy God is gonna get the Megascope for 10 points. Yep, Junod just kills that 6. 26-17 as the Adepts heal. Jenga is going to lock that Bear Witcher before it can get any more value. Sheath the head on board, end up a card. 26-24. 10-point Megascope. Probably not relevant, though Sheath is going to be forced to play some of these golds. This hand is very good. Totem, Quen, Heron Kaduk, and Hjalmar. Might just be seeing the Kaduk come out. It's probably the weakest card. Also the one that you can carry some of its value into round 3 with.
I think Synergy God's best bet here is just try and trade this Megascope for a couple of golds. Keep his leader charge. I think Sheath was maybe overzealous committing all the leader charges there when I feel like he was in a very strong position in this round anyway. Obviously wanted to maximize the Junod value, but just looks to be in a great spot anyway. And the fact that Synergy God has 1 leader charge and can make some gold trades here gives him a little bit of a chance. He's going to need to top deck perfectly, I think, to have any opportunities. But Portal still available. He has Kaduch, Quen, Hjalmar remaining in his deck, and for Sheath, the top decks. I mean, it's only bronzes. Great Swords, Bear Witcher. Bear Witcher is of course going to be the main target for Quen. There's also a Fish Flapper in there. Despite being down a card, Synergy God might still have a chance. And Quen? Or is this must be the Hjalmar,
Well, it's
right?
okay.
Jeez.
Yeah, I was like, whoa. Was not expecting.
Yeah, it wasn't just me.
Not used to seeing the Hjalmar with just the Bear Witcher as a target. Very used to seeing Quen with only Bear Witcher as a target. Only?
13-point Junod with the Greatsword coming out. It'll be 23 points, so it would be enough to force the last card.
Forcing either of these cards is pretty good for Synergy God as well. Both Quen and Totem are very big cards in the matchup. You thinking about leader charging? It's glowing, so he's mousing over it.
The charge would be very controversial here, I have to say. I'm not sure I see why the leader charge would be committed here.
I don't think you ever... Is there anything that you would 2-0?
Especially with the gold cards that Sheath's been committing, you commit the Junod knowing that the cards in Sheath's hand are going to be gold.
Yeah, and Synergy does just take a pass. 30 to 33. Sheath probably gonna. I mean, there's not a lot left. If you take with the Quen, you're thinning, but you're thinning to a deck of some bad bombs, some great swords with no leader charges. Yeah, gonna play the totem. Give a little bit of value to Synergy God's last leader charge.
Yeah, this was just very awkward for Synergy God, and honestly, I think it just comes down to the lack of Avalax Sage. Obviously, he didn't draw Portal, but
I mean-
when you've got Maxi and you have Avalax Sage, like the chances are you're gonna find the Portal somewhere near the top. But I think he was just not confident he would have it for in a long round 3. Still needs to draw the Portal. There is the Portal.
The card quality disparity is pretty big. Bomb, Bear Witcher, Maxi Quen versus Portal, Leader Charge, Moondust Quen.
And if we don't see the click of... We will
Yeah.
see the click.
Okay.
Big click from Sheath. The Kadooch carryover playing for like 7 points here almost. That's bad maths. I don't want to talk about it.
Where's the Portal coming out? First Adept. Here's the Maxi. I don't think deck order matters at all. Just gonna take a look, see what could have been. Back over to Synergy God. Points are... I mean, we're on even cards and Synergy God's ahead. With this Portal coming out effectively at 14 versus 13. Quen and Bomb versus Quen, Bomb, and Leader. I think Synergy God's got this.
This has been quite the topsy-turvy game.
Yeah. Just better quality.
This is where those leader charges really came in from Sheath. He really didn't need them. He was in such a winning spot. Obviously, he had a plan that he wanted to leader charge the greatsword and then Junod it. But when the first leader charges missed, he just kept slamming the leader charges. And just means he just doesn't have those extra points he would have otherwise had for round 3.
Yeah, Bomb forced to be played on an Adept. That's gonna heal up 1, and then the 2 armor as well. 23 to 4, and Quen's a lot of points, but I don't think it's the 20 points the Chief needs. Looks like Synergy God is escaping this mirror. The victor. Yeah, not gonna show him his card. Into game number 3 we go.
That's been a really cool series, and Synergy God still has the Flurry deck, of course, to win with. Sheath has his... Oh, other way around. Synergy God has his Scoia'tael deck. Sheath has the Flurry. So Synergy God back on the coin that he would like. Be interested to see how this one plays out, that's for sure.
Yeah, Deadeye Ambush against the Flurry deck. Gerd is probably pretty good.
I feel like the round 1 hand for Flurry is going to be really important here. Because elves can just be very annoying and non-committal. And you don't want to give them a long round, I'm fairly sure. Maybe you could just say they're going to overswarm. Like, you've got the Siren from Gerd, which is going to fill up 1 space on the board as well. But Elias does like a great number on that as well. If it's not, if it doesn't go to a long round 3. Going to be really, really interested to see how this one plays out. I have a feeling I would prefer to be the elf player in this situation here.
Yeah, I think I would agree, especially against the Redea version where your Heat Wave's not really going to find a ton of value. It can be pretty hard trying to bleed with this Flurry deck, and I can't imagine your favorite in the long round. You've got some nice tools with the Dancing Stars and the Gerd to try to keep the Swarm under control and kill some elves, but...
Yeah, Sheath is going to want to have proactive cards without committing too much. He's probably going to want to bleed with his Fish Flappers in round 2. Slamming Fish Flappers round 1 here is going to be a massive overcommitment, but might not have too much choice. The fact he's got Maxi is going to be very, very nice. Also does have access to Totem through Sage. It's going to be looking to do this as cheaply as possible, winning the round while not overcommitting.
Picks up some bombs and just guns that Maxi. Sees, oh man. That is a gauntlet at the top of his deck. Both Bear Witcher Adepts and both Bear Witchers. 3 of those cards you want to leave in your deck. I gotta imagine that was a shuffle without looking at anything else.
Yeah, the Heat Wave was quite low to the floor as well. Not the best card in this matchup because of the Redea, but if you do force the Redea in round 2, then you do manage to get the Heat Wave onto the scenario. That's not a bad Vanguard again, playing for the solid 8 points. Maddock not behaving though and spawning in the back row.
Yeah, Matic, you can't trust him for much. He just does what he wants to do. He wants to avoid conflict. Looks like we got the stratagem getting clicked here. She choosing what card to discard. Decides to just send away one of those Dimeridium bombs with Matic on the wrong row. Might just not want to have too many bombs in his hand there. Dancing Star obviously much better in this matchup, able to clear up some elf tokens while spreading some damage around. Already got 13 points in play. 2 pretty low commitment things as well. Just Maxi and the bomb played. Accomplished a bit of thinning. Here we got Synergy God with the Kieran to lock that Matic. Again, another reason to want to discard that bomb. Just make sure you don't have too many of those stuck in your hand. As we do see the second one. Kill the elf.
I was hoping it might be time for the self-moon dust to get the Maddock back, but...
That's never correct.
Probably
Chat
not.
always wants it to be correct, and it's never correct. It takes so much.
8-point game. And this is the thing for Sheath, like, you can't play a greatsword without the Maddock down on the board anymore. Without committing a leader charge, which you don't want to do.
Yeah.
You don't want to commit your portal. You haven't got a Megascope target. Of course, if you play the greatsword and you don't commit a leader charge, now this Maddock has been locked. It's just going to get rebuked. So this lock on Maddock is absolutely huge here.
Yeah, just make Sheath's continued plays into the round just a little bit harder. As you were saying, Dancing Star with no Maddock and no 3s. Portal is not something he wants to play. Avlok Sage could theoretically go into like Totem or Hernkuduk, but not really ideal either. Synergy God just plays that Vryhead Sappers, puts another 5 points on the board. Just wants to keep the points gap close. Not trying to win on even, just trying to force Sheath to play cards. As we do see that Greatsword come out alongside a leader charge to boost it up to 7, making sure that he's able to play that Avalok Sage into Megascope. Synergy God's list very light on removal. Has Rebuke and Alzur's Thunder to deal 5, but past that, can't really kill anything bigger. No Heat Waves or Curse of Corruption, for something you might commonly see in these lists.
Yeah, this is just a nightmare situation, to be honest, for Sheath. It's always going to be tough, but committing leader charges in round 1 against Elves is the last thing you want to be doing. You need as many points as possible for this round 2 push and then that final round 3. So already proving to be quite expensive. And for Synergy God, what I want to see from him here is just continuing to stay in this round for as long as possible, make things awkward for Sheath. I would love to see him just commit a bronze card or so here and just stay in the round for that a little bit longer. Try and make some more efficient trades.
Yeah, Synergy God plays that Bowman, just kills a crow. Not full value, but again, he doesn't really care. He just wants to play bronzes. He just wants Sheath to have to play golds, as Sheath does not want to go into the long round. 6 to 20. Yeah, I think as long as Elias is representing Reach, Synergy God is happy to just keep playing cards. Wouldn't be surprised to see Rebuke here. Squirrel probably wants to get saved for either Greatsword or Matic. But Rebuke probably can get thrown away pretty easily. I'm pretty surprised to see a pass. I don't know what you'd be saving the Rebuke for.
Yeah, I agree. Just stay in this round as long as you can. I mean, things are just going to get so awkward. Like, even if you just dump the squirrel, you've got enough reach. I think long round, you're just going to be feeling very, very confident about it. So I would also love to see the Rebuke coming from Synergy God. He's thinking about it long and hard.
Wow, decides not to take it.
Pass. Might not be game defining, but if you're Sheath, you're very happy to see that pass. It allows you to hold on to this Avalak Sage. Of course, you would just be thinning a Megascope, but as obviously I've got access to gold cards such as Totem, Kadooch, and it's also +2 points on those as well.
Yep. So the Maxi was shuffled, does draw an Adept anyway. Manages to find Hernkaduk and a Megascope. Is he going to... Yep, another kick. Finds a bomb. Okay. Well, there's Portal. The push begins. Squirrel
I think
is
this round
going...
one could not have gone any better for Sheath. Like, he had to commit a leader charge, but managed to hold on to all his golds. The Maxi was obviously an important card to draw for proactivity. I think the decision to commit that one leader charge to get the Greatsword to stick was definitely worth it. Because even if Synergy God did play the Rebuke, he would have had a Megascope. But instead, has this Avalak into Totem, which is going to be just so nice in this bleed. Hopefully just splitting up the Elyas, the Verno, the Isengrim, all these cards that work so well together. And I'm very surprised not to see the Squirrel played from Synergy God here.
Wow. Is he just... Wow. Yeah, Maddox just gonna come out. Is he saving the Squirrel for the Greatsword to try to brick Hjalmar? That doesn't matter, does it?
No, you can Hjalmar the Maxi, yeah.
Yeah, you're maybe losing 2 points. I don't think it's gonna be anything bigger than an 8. Yeah, very surprised to not see that Squirrel taken immediately. Giving a bomb target, too. Wow. Well, here's the Squirrel now.
A little bit late, I think.
Sword. Yeah.
That's a painful one. Obviously, the Maddox got locked in the first round, so there's not going to be a lock here in the second. Goes for the Megascope, which means that Totem is just a card for round 3 for Sheath that he can hold on to. Makes sense. Doesn't want to go too all in, but at the same time, you can apply a lot of pressure with Totem.
Yeah, I mean, Totem plays for 12, Megascope plays for 7, plus potential random damage absorb from like a Vernacial pings, though probably not going to be going for that even into just Portal. So probably just like 5 less points, but it's easier to play Totem in a short round than it is to play Megascope in a short round.
Yeah.
But of dangers full.
Synergy God does have the Redare in this game. We saw in the previous one. He got stuck with the scenario. That is going to be in his deck for round 3 no matter what. But now that Redare is down, that also is very important for Sheath because it means that his Heat Wave is going to be able to answer the scenario. And bang, there comes the Junod, not messing around, hitting the Squirrel twice. Perfect with the leader charge. 1 time on Redare. That is a 13-point Junod of Belhaven.
Not
Belhaven?
bad.
Belhaven? I don't flip it now.
Here's the Avalok. Ugh.
Appearances can be deceiving.
Yeah, I guess Fog, sure, that works. That works. Janot will take this damage. One way to get that down into the fish flappers.
Palabomb's not looking too bad here. And the Neophyte as well, spawning in the back row. Those Neophytes are no more. The Squirrel on Maddox looking even worse now. The decision from Synergy God not to take that Squirrel straight away and play into the bomb. He's down massively here.
Yeah, 6-30. Still just playing bronzes. 9-28. The Fog's still ticking. The Sheath with 3 golds in hand. Hjalmar has its 6 damage target with the Avalok if he wants to take it. Looks like he's just going for the Hernkaduk. Oh, for Quartermaster for the Junod? No, okay. He could have gone Hernkaduk on the range dro, get Quartermaster on the range dro, kill the Junod, and then have the Fog hit the armor. Probably more cute than it's worth, but...
Ah, I think it sounds good. I think it was correct. Especially because this Bear Witcher just plays into that Rebuke quite perfectly. Kadooch is going to be a carryover card now. There are a couple Bear Witches still left for Sheath. One is, of course, going to be played through the Quen, but the other one in hand does mean it can get a bit of carryover, but not many cards left.
There's the Verno. 11-27. I mean, as good as this SK deck is at removing points from the opponent's board, it's not great at making a huge point gap. Like, maybe the Elf deck is just able to put enough points in its last couple cards that it gets to round 3. Maybe.
There is the Ailerin still as well.
Yeah.
So and that's what Ailerin just does so well with this leader, just threatening that reach at all times without having to commit too much. That extra 5 points. I've seen Northern Realms get its own version with Hubert, and it's a very popular card in Northern Realms as well now.
If he plays this Quen, it's going to be a... Nope, not gonna play the Quen. Just needs to find 16 points. That's pretty easy. Elias is 9 plus 5 from the Ailerons. This is just 1 charge plus Elias, I think. 14, 17. Kind of let him out easy.
Yeah, I think for Synergy God, it all went about as badly as it could have gone, but still getting there quite happily. However, Chief did save the totem, which could have applied more pressure if he committed the Quen, but instead sort of sticking to his guns and now has totem, heatwave, Quen as a potential round 3. Of course, with Redea gone, the heatwave will answer the scenario. It's not always as good as it might seem though, heatwaving a Feign Death.
Totem's the top card.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah?
That's a hand for the ST gamer. Does have 2 elves, but does of course need the scenario.
Gerd a little bit late for SK.
Yeah.
Does decide he can take them all, picks up the Bear Witcher, still has the 1 in deck for the Quen. Nothing was bricking him there. Misses the Heatwave. So won't have Heatwave for scenario if it gets found. And it does get found!
Feign Death of that! Oh! Finds it. The odds were good. It would have been very unlucky with Maxi not being found till round 3, and Eromancy and Feign Death as well. Not being drawn would have been a disaster. No Heatwave for Sheath, but can at least answer the Commando with a leader charge and a Quen. Might be worth it. Goes for the Greatsword first. Yeah, this makes sense. Perfect.
Yep. Get that up to 7. Safely out of range of most things. You could what? Leader charge, Yevon. Plus the Waylay? Yeah.
Synergy God, I think, as well, just a 1-point misplay with the fact that this Feign Death went in the back row when he had a row locked unit at the front. Not sure if that 1 point is going to make a difference, but it could.
Definitely could.
Of course. Sheath's sequencing locked in here from this point on, with the totem being the next card he's going to play, and this Quen saving the totem and saving the Quen. Looking to be really important for Sheath here.
Yup, here's the Yevon to line up the Waylay onto the Bear Witcher. Not quite enough damage to take out the Greatsword. 24 to 10 with a Maxi in hand. Synergy God's gonna have 30 points. I'm pretty sure Sheath's got this with 12 on the totem and then another 13 on the Quen.
Yeah, Isengrim was missed as well for Synergy God. That's the main card left in deck. Of course, a Neuromancy there too, which maybe could have made this round 2 push slightly cheaper. Totem's going to be clicked. The Quen is going to be adrenaline activated on the Bear Witcher, of course. This Bear Witcher is going to try and damage itself, but it's shielded. That's going to make all the difference. Sheath winning. That was a really cool series. Very topsy-turvy and exciting.
Yep, 32-27. As Flurry gets the win there. Apparently my cam is messed up. I don't know if I fixed it. I might have just broken it more. But that is that series, and that went to game 3. So I don't know if we're gonna Let's see, is Gravesh or Mayamon still playing their games? If not, I guess we can just head to break.
Got an ad on Mayamon here, but have a look.
Oh god, my computer's lagging so bad for no
I'm
reason.
sure Twitch partners aren't supposed to get ads. Have they changed that?
You don't get ads if you're streaming.
Okay.
It's only when you're live. Yeah. Gravesh not live?
I think his internet's been causing him some grief.
Oh no.
So he might have shut down the stream. No game for Mayamon.
Game from Mayamon. Okay. What is going on in Bushy's stream?
Let me have a look. Consider me
That
intrigued.
does not look like Gwen.
Brilliant.
What in the world?
What is this?
Monka DMCA? I don't know what this is.
Yeah, I know, right? I would not feel confident.
Yeah, I'm not switching scenes here. I don't know.
Yep. I don't blame you. One bit.
Parkour competitions? World Championship of Tag?
Damn.
Is that what this is? That's what it looks like.
Looks like it.
Yeah, it ended when...
Interesting, Bushy says. Agreed. Very interesting. I've heard of the chase, but this is something different altogether.
WCT. World Championship Tag? Is that what that says? Yeah, World Championship Tag. I did not know this was a sport.
Me neither. I can see what it is, though. It looks entertaining.
Okay.
We've had our fun.
Yeah, I guess we're just gonna cut to break again while we wait for round 4, the final round of day 1, to get started. Hope you guys have enjoyed the tournament so far. I'll be hanging out in chat while we cut to break. Remember, this tournament is brought to you by Advance.gg, Gwen's favorite gamer fuel.
I just have enough.
Probably gonna be the most got you watch party you've ever seen.
Absolutely no answer. Nothing can be done. This game is all about over at this point.
That's the first time I've ever used this card, by the way. What?
No way he could have survived. Didn't stand a chance.
shan't escape me this time.
Stand aside.
She must be punished.
You will die here now.
Not your lucky day.
You best yield now.
This is the end, Geralt.
It's probably gonna be the most got you watch party you've ever seen.
Absolutely no answer. Nothing can be done. This game is all about over at this point.
That's the first time I've ever used this card, by the way. What?
No way he could have survived. Didn't stand a chance.
You shan't escape me this time.
Stand aside.
She must be punished.
You will die here now.
probably gonna be the most got you watch party you've ever seen.
Absolutely no answer. Nothing can be done. This game is all about over at this point.
That's the first time I've ever used this card, by the way. What?
No way he could have survived. Didn't stand a chance.
You shan't escape me this time.
Stand aside.
She must be punished. You will die here now.
Not your lucky day.
You best yield now.
This is the end, Geralt.
Unmuting over to the hosting scene. Hey, Spessy, how you doing?
Good, thank you. Yeah, I'm alright, thanks. Still feeling quite hungover, to be honest. My room's a bit of a mess, but I think this is the last series of the day, so I can start actually getting my life sorted and put together. But we've still got some more Gwent to enjoy.
Yeah, we got Prime Villain versus PB Led here, and I guess we'll just hop over to the deck lists. Prime Villain bring in Jackpot, Flurry, and Pincer Maneuver. Let's see. Not seeing anything out of the ordinary from Jackpot. Single Tax Collector, letting you down a bit.
I know, casino bouncers. It's not for me.
Reckless Flurry with Gremist
Ah,
instead of the Gird.
I guess he's trying to target cloggers of this, but like you can just play Moonduster if you want to do that. But I mean, like obviously Moondusting a defender's pretty bad compared to a Grimace, but playing Grimace with no alchemy cards, at that point, I'd almost rather just play a Pella, to be completely honest with you. So I don't love the Grimace. I can understand why it's there, but it doesn't feel like while the concept behind the card is there, I'm not sure it's actually the perfect way of getting a Purify in there.
Yeah, I don't know. I tend to like it a little more than playing a Peller. It trades card for card a little better with Defender. You're playing a 6 instead of a 4 into the Defender round, which could matter, especially if they go like full test next. You start falling behind on tempo pretty quick. But yeah, and then lastly, Pincer, Maneuver, Siege, full test, Marg for a lock. Playing a Siege Tower in the 5 provision slot there. Only a single Bombardment and a single Ballista. The newly buffed Cursed Knight slotting in there as well. Able to transform.
Yeah, I think Cursed Knight's a great card, I think, to have as a one-off in like a tournament. There hasn't been that much Nilfgaard, but like there's a lot of locks flying around. Not locks aren't gonna be that relevant. It's the poisons, right? Jackpot, Nilfgaard. Also, the key thing is Joachim as well. If you're expecting Masquerade Ball decks, Cursed Knight the Joachim. I was playing a Cursed Knight at 5p. When it was like the Chinese meta breaker meta where everyone was just playing quad Joachim, which was trigger Masquerade Ball, because that first Curse Knight on Joachim was just devastating against that deck. I really love this card. Do you know what? I've said for years this card should be 4 provisions and just like nerf its power, because it's that kind of a card you can just include as a one-off in certain metas. And obviously, as they've just made the bronze cards slowly better, I'm really glad to see Curse Knight at 4 provisions. It's a really cool card. Nice option off Assault as well. Just a solid card.
Yeah, faction and Artex are really cool with Amphibious Assault, just opening those options. Like other factions get a Neuromancy for Squirrel with Amphibious Assault. You get to play those for even more tempo. Just having that option in your deck is pretty nice. Next up, we got PB Led, who is bringing White Frost, Jackpot, and Inspired Zeal. What is going on in this White Frost deck, Bessie?
So it's gone Devotion, which obviously makes a ton of sense with Oberon, with the Conquerors. You also get the Thrive on the Winter Queen as well, which is pretty relevant. And Unseen Elder is also just a very, very good card, I think. I do like the build. The fact that he's got a Defender is something. When I played my own version, Defender was one of the cards I wanted to put in, because you've got the Eridin, the Unseen Elder, which you want to protect, the Phantom as well. But also, like, the Oberon can be so many points, but double Foglet, it's got a Witch Apprentice. It's kind of the top end I like. The lower end I'm not as convinced by, and one Wild Hunt Hound seems questionable, and Ardgaith. What are your thoughts on Ardgaith?
I think I like it. I'm not entirely sure. I've jumped around back and forth on it. I was playing a list that had Ardgaith and Avalok, and it felt like a bit too much Frost. But I think if you're not playing Avalok, he has the Red Riders, which is sort of also a lot of Frost, but at least it's not a gold card, and he can mulligan it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you're playing the Ardgaith, you probably don't want the Red Riders. I'll at least go that far. Though I think if you're playing Ancient Foggle, you definitely want Ardgaith in your deck.
Yeah, I think like in the Devotion version where you don't get the Vader with the Scepter, I think the Ardgaith makes a lot of sense, because you can tutor it with Gales as well. Like in the non-Devotion ones, I think it's really difficult to justify it over Red Riders. Like I felt like I had enough Frost anyway with just Red Riders Vader, and I do think the Vader's great. But definitely in the Devotion one, I think the fact you can tutor it with Gales makes it a lot better, because you do want Frost in both rounds. You've got the double Bruiser in there as well. So yeah, I think honestly I can get behind it. And with the Foglets, it is a lot of points. As I say, like with I was talking to you earlier about my non-Devotion version, I'm just playing 1 Foglet. So it's definitely a big payoff to play the Ardgaith with the double Foglet. Honestly, I think 1 Hound is probably the thing that sticks out to me as like the weirdest decision.
I feel like
these decks.
I feel like the
really
Red
difficult
Riders
to
is more
polarize
weird
as
to me
well.
than the Hounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, like at least with the Hound, you can say that it's just a filler card. It's a Wild Hunt unit. You want to try it out with the new White Frost, but like it's not reliably good in some matchups. You're gonna want to mulligan it because you just don't get dominance reliably. In some matchups, it's good. But the Red Riders, I don't know when you want that Red Riders.
Yeah, I guess it's just round 1. Like if you don't have the Ardgaith, you can thin the Winter Queen with it and stuff. But it's definitely not the best. Also, like the Frost with the Nalgafar's crew, like if you don't have the Ardgaith, I guess it's probably just there if you don't have it. But it is a good card. but you definitely do start to compete. I think if you're bothering with Ardgate, it does make sense not to bother with it. It'll be interesting to see how. Looking forward to seeing this. I hope it doesn't get banned. That would be devastating.
It does not. Both syndicates were banned. So we can kind of skip
Okay.
over this jackpot. And game invites have gone out. If you want to
Okay.
quickly talk about this Inspired Zeal deck while we're waiting, he is playing Dandelion, which is something we saw a lot of at the beginning of last season, but sort of fell out of favor as these lists got refined. Lots of carryover potential in that Dandelion. By Crystal Sculling it up, it can be pretty tough to answer. 2 points every other turn. Winch as well can reset the cooldown to give you an additional 2 carryover. But it does kind of just get passed on. It does get heat waved. It does cost 9 provisions, so even if you're getting a good amount of carryover out of it, you're spending a gold card in round 1, which you might not want to be doing. Provisions sort of are carryover. Playing the newly buffed War Chariot.
Well.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing that. I've not played it myself yet, actually.
Same.
But looking forward to seeing it in action. It's definitely a card I'm going to experiment with in the coming days. So again, with the Winch, I really like the Winch. It's a card Aluha was using a lot with success. He was playing Dandelion when he qualified for Open 3 from the top 16. He wasn't playing it in the Open, but still had this Winch with the Foltest Pride. And I think War Chariot is just like an improvement on Foltest Pride. Gives you that bit of movement. Still has the City Guard, which is kind of weird. Obviously, Colgrim's still just going to be a real struggle for PB, though, to get through with this White Frost, as we saw against Gravesh. We caught the end of that game.
Yeah, I hope this White Frost deck looks good for at least a game. I would love to see this deck win.
It's playing cool lineups from both players. I'm glad the Syndicate decks have been banned as well, so we can sort of see the more exciting things.
Yeah, a bit of a newer take on NR, taking advantage of the new War Chariot, and then a completely new take on White Frost that just wasn't possible before this patch. Using the new passive on the leader ability to its fullest, rewarding you for playing a bunch of Wild Hunt units. Definitely looking forward to this series.
The buff to Kikimor Warrior, or Kikimor Worker as well, is great. I actually milled this card. I have a bit of a thing where if I play a card in my deck that chat baits me into playing, and it's terrible, I mill it. When it was 5 provisions, somebody told me to play it, and I was like, okay, I can kind of see it. And it just lost me a game, and I was like, nope, milling it, never playing it again. So to see it at 4P really cool. It's kind of like a perfect 4P card. It's just like a worse version of the Conqueror. Obviously, Conqueror has that Veil, whereas this, all it takes is 4 damage, and it's gone. But I really love this card. It's like the Disgraced Brawler, I think it's called, in SK.
I've played it an embarrassing amount at 5P.
Really?
Yeah. Like, almost every time I put a Gurney deck together, it ends up in there. It triggers Thrive so well.
Yeah.
But, yeah, definitely much better at 4P. Card's super real at 4P. And we are into game number 1. White Frost against Pinsir. We got the Spice lined up for our first game here. With Prime Villain on blue coin with his NR deck. PB Led gonna be looking to apply some pressure with some Frost. The new White Frost works really well with Naglfar's crew. If you're not familiar with the interaction, when you play Naglfar's crew and you apply Frost the opposite row, you do get your White Frost buff immediately. So Naglfar's crew just deploys with 3 in 1 armor, while applying 2 rows of Frost to the enemy row.
One card we skipped past when we talked about PB's White Frost deck is this Caranthir. Caranthir is a bit of a weird one. He does get an extra point because of the Wild Hunt tag, but you don't exactly have the best options. You can Caranthir the Oberon in round 3 as like an engine, but it's very slow to
Unseen
start.
Elder is probably
And yeah,
the big target. It's not terrible. It's 2 points a turn, but
it's not terrible. I think Monsters just has a bit of an issue of like having like the high-end gold cards. That's where like the non-devotion version comes in, where you can play things like Sunset Wanderers that just sort of fill that gap. You do
not in
lose
this
a lot.
tournament.
Yeah, true. That's very, very true. Yeah, I do like the build. The Ardgate in the opening hand is going to be very, very nice as well for him.
yeah, that's when you want to see it. When you get to play Ardgate in both rounds, the card is real efficient. Like, it's 12 points both times down. You're paying 8 provisions for your Echo card, so it's sort of like you're paying 6 provisions per time you use it. Getting 12 for 6 is where you want to be, especially when there is some extra synergy built in by boosting up all of your Wild Hunts for each Frost.
How does the Riders interaction work? Could PB go for the riders here, buffing it to 5, and then would that count dominance, or would that
It
not work?
shouldn't. I'm pretty sure the leader ability happens after ranged row deploys. But it would be on that same level. So it goes your melee row deploys, your opponent's melee... Wait, no, because it's a deploy, right? So it's not a enters trigger. So, yeah. Voltus would just be on... The White Frost would just be on a different layer than the... Or a different timing window.
And while there's no heat wave in this devotion deck, there is some movement. Moving Foltest to that front row, definitely making things a bit awkward. However, Foltest's ability will still trigger if he can find another way to boost these dumb banners. So the Marine on the dumb banners, it will still be spawning more dumb banners. So while Foltest has been moved, it definitely doesn't decide Prime Villain to go for that and takes the pass instead.
Yeah. No Siege Ladder in deck for Prime Villain. Just gives over round control to the Wild Hunt.
Yeah, really nice opening round. You see the value of the Nalgafaz crew turning at 7 points there, with not forgetting it puts down some weather, synergizing with the Ardgate. The Winter Queen as well got buffed, thinning the riders. Very, very nice opening round for Wild Hunt here.
For sure, for sure, for sure. And look at all these golds! The only bronzes in his hand are a Taskmaster and a Bruiser. Kick hard gift, draw Red Riders. There's an Ancient Foglet. That's another potential Corinthia target.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried a deck a couple seasons ago where I had like Mega Scopes on Foglets. I had the Coranthia, the Adaran, and then I played like the Scepter. I went for the Vader, expecting them all to get buffed by 6, and nothing happened. And then I deleted the deck.
Let's see what PB Led decides to do here. He's got a Cave Troll that can set up for Corinthian Elders.
And unlike PB's Northern Realms deck, which we don't see here, Prime Villain doesn't have the War Chariot or the City Guard, and therefore just doesn't really have an answer to the defender apart from to just damage through it.
Yep. There's the Siege. So Defender for Siege, already a pretty good trade for the Monsters player. Wondering if he thinks he needs to continue or if that is good enough.
I guess one other thing about the Red Riders as well is it just gives you that extra card for Gales to pull, so you're not going to be bricking your Gales. You can of course play Imlerith's Wrath. It's a real shame actually that Imlerith is still so bad. Doesn't have the Sabbath tag either. I would love to see that card get a rework because I love the synergy it has with Wrath. It kind of turns it into a heat wave. You can't use it on artifacts, but card is just not quite good enough even with the extra point you get from Wild Hunt. It just doesn't really synergize with anything else. That would kind of be my top priority change actually. If I could like suggest one rework for the next patch, that would probably be the card I would go for. Does take the pass.
There we go, we're going into round 3. Prime Villain plays a Bannered Student, gets it in the graveyard for his Shani. Gets the Patience up to 2. Playing another card just to... Does a pseudo mulligan? Is there a reason to do that in NR? He's not going to see any random cards in round 3, right?
Might just want to get the Patience on the Bannard.
No, true, true.
He has only the Royal Guard in the graveyard at the moment and dumb banners, so gets the Marine in there as well. Just gives him a backup option on his Shani. But yeah, maybe just a little bit overzealous with the Siege here. Could have maybe tried to play the Siege once PB was at 6 cards, so that PB just doesn't have the option to pass. I think PB is going to be really happy with that trade. While his Defender is good, getting rid of the Siege is probably just your top priority. And lots of good cards in the top decks for PB with the Ancient Foglets, of course, synergizing with Ardgaith. The Oberon just goes straight to that 3rd evolution as well. This card is going to be incredible if it's not answered. So many points.
Yep. So, not a lot of golds left for our pincer maneuver friend here. Earhart, Shani, Voltus Pride, Amphibious Assault. Dahlia is just like a bronze +3. Looking over at this monster's hand, there's double Ancient Foglets. We still got that second Ardgith to buff up those Ancient Foglets. Leader charges to punish anything potentially row-locked. We can break up the crew pockets on the Voltus Pride. We got Bruisers for additional movement. We've still got Corinthier Unseen Elder, though that's probably not that great. All that said, I guess maybe these Ballistas just run away with it. There's not good answers. Ugh.
Yeah, this is Adalia is just showing why she's still so good, especially with the pincer where you have still the luxury of just kicking the second ballista if you don't want it. I think in this situation, it's gonna be doing really well. And I think this is again just an example of as good as this Devotion White Frost deck looks, it's just too wholesome. You don't have the control, you don't have punish, and you're not that greedy yourself. So wholesome decks
Haven't got all day.
and have a bit of a struggle. And Prime Villain letting PB know he's not impressed by the rope situation. Emote maybe gets in PB's head because PB just straight away slaps the card after the emote comes in. The Foglet in the front row, moving the Ballista to start working towards killing this with some frost damage.
Yeah, Frost will slowly bring it down. It's got 5, so it's going to take 3 turns of Raw Frost or Naglfar into Eridan for a turn to make it 2. If you go... You also want to get this other Ancient Foglet down. Because I'm thinking if you go Giels into Ardgith to make it so that you have only 2 golds in deck to guarantee that you get the Eridan. But you want to play the Eridan the following turn, which means you're delaying your Ancient Foglet more. Maybe that's what you want to do. Does it even matter? Now there's 3 units in the melee row.
The Shani play as well, a little bit controversial because the Banard student is locked to the front row, and of course the leader, White Frost, is going to be moving that, I'm sure, to the back row. And that's also just going to mean that Scales gets a +1, but Oberon probably going to be the priority card for PB as well, just to try and get that stuck on the board. Of course, it's going to be giving +1 to every Wild Hunt card. So if there's Frost in the opposite row and an Oberon on the board, each Wild Hunt card you play is +2 from what it is in the deck building, and that is a lot of points. But here comes Caranthir, first of all, which is quite okay, alright. Okay. Caranthir on the Foglet comes in.
Just gonna have a bunch of Ancient Foglets. I guess that's a thing.
Yeah.
It's at 3. It's not the easiest thing to kill. Not the hardest thing to kill, but... It's what, the Voltus Pride and then Ballista Ping? Okay, it is pretty easy to kill, but...
Yeah.
Also, this works. Yeah, okay.
I was very, very worried that we were going to see Margarita on a Veiled card just there. I thought he hovered over it. Wasn't to be. Prime Villain looks to be in a great spot with 2 engines set up. PB, he's delayed his Oberon. The Unseen Elder's just waiting as well. He just cannot answer these 2 Ballistas. And they're putting in an awful lot of work. This is another thing, right, about Devotion monsters. You don't have a lock. It's pretty terrible stuff.
Don't have a lock. You're not great on targeted damage. Your targeted damage effects pretty much cap out at 4 unless you go to Crohn's or play Imlerus Wrath in your deck that's usually not going super tall. He's got another Ancient Foglet in hand that he probably wants to get down before the Ardgith. This one deploys at 5. There's 2 Ballistas in play, threatening 2 damage by themselves. Oh, just goes for the Oberon here. Taking advantage of that last turn of Frost in the range draw, probably. Gotta imagine this is Conqueror. Don't think you would expect Wild Hunt Hound to be very long for the world. Navigator.
Okay,
Tries
so
to keep
going
the
for the
Oberon
Navigator
alive.
to keep that Oberon alive. And obviously we see the power of the Oberon in round 3 combined with the White Frost the ability already playing for 14 points and threatening an engine still. But for PB, doesn't have any Frost down on the board yet, so this Gales is likely just going to be going for the Ardgith. Does mean Gales is going to miss out on 1 point because there is no Frost yet available, but Triple ballista for Prime Villain.
So many pings. There's the Hubert. 3 damage a turn. Gonna have... Let's see, the Banished Student's still gotta come down. That's gonna be a little bit more damage. The Voltus Pride's gonna deal a bit more damage. He's got 2 pincer charges that can get bombardment with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 total siege engines. Gonna be a 9-point bombardment. Maybe he trades away this Bannered Student rather than playing it. Looking pretty good for Prime Villain. Though PB still got some power cards of his own. Still has that Ardgith to play. Still has that Unseen Elder sitting in his hand. Could potentially bleed some of these ballistas down and kill them somewhat quick. Play Elder, bleed the 4. Have random bleed go on something. Ticks immediately, then goes to 2. Opponent's probably not immediately killing the Elder, so the ballista dies in a couple turns. Bleeds a 3 instead. So this way, if the Elder doesn't die, this 3-point ballista only gets to ping 1 more time.
Mm-hmm.
But, looks like we're just gonna kill the Elder.
And that's what the oil just does so well in this deck as well with the resupply. The ballistas are just such a menace. Certainly deserve their nerf. I think it was quite a well-handled one, but they're still just great cards.
Just getting both of them now.
Yeah.
He knows he wants them.
Cleans up the Unseen Elder. Threatening as well, just 1 ping away from the Oberon.
So much damage.
EB, fairness, he's still within range, and the Oberon is going to be boosting at least one of his cards here. Has the Phantom, I believe, off of... He has Eridan, in fact, off of Nalgafart. Both Eridan and Phantom. But in order to guarantee the Eridan, he is going to need to play the Ardgaith, which he mulliganed with Gales first. Otherwise, it's not nailed on. And yeah, the Purify, not doing much in his hand here, that's for sure. It's just going to be a 6-point card if there's Frost on the board. High rolls the Eridan. This could have backfired, but... In fact, wants
Doesn't
the
even want the
Phantom.
Eridan, just wants the Phantom. Whoa. Okay, what is this doing?
Not sure. Not sure on this one.
Killing the Shani? Really doesn't want that to go off again?
Yeah.
It's in the graveyard? Oh, there's a Karak Marine there? Okay. Guess that's a little scary.
Mm-hmm.
But here come the
Ballistas
ballistic
just
things.
continue to ping. 1 is finally going to be dead thanks to the bleeding from the Unseen Elder.
Not even trying to go after this Ancient Foglet. Just knows he has the
Oh!
Baron.
Never mind. This Ballista's still here.
Oh yeah.
The Bannard Student being very, very patient in the back row as well. I fear he's going to be too patient in this situation. There's no Siege Adder available. Here comes the Gales. Shouldn't be buffing himself because, of course, he's playing as a deploy, and then he's going to play the Ardgate. But that Foglet's now at 13 points. This other Foglet is going to want to come in soon as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to run out of Frost Valley for the final Wild Hunt card here as well. So not going to be getting maximum value off it. You can certainly see why he's got the Ardgaith in this deck. But this is kind of my experience of playing 2 Ancient Foglets. They do kind of compete quite a bit. And with the Wild Hunt cards as well, you've got Frost. They sort of compete for the Frost value too. So you do have diminishing returns on the Foglets. And again, the Caranthir just didn't really help PB in this situation either. Because it just kind of just took away, again, from the Foglet that was already in hand.
Yeah, like on one hand, you want to play multiple Ancient Foglets because you want to give your you want to overload your opponent's tar removal, and just playing one is sort of the only thing in your deck that's really playing into tar removal.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're playing multiple, again, you do have this awkward sequencing comes up where you just played an 8-point Ancient Foglet. Like your opponent doesn't even care about tar removing that one. The only one that matters is the first one.
Yeah. And especially because the Wild Hunt cards are now getting that point as well from the Frost. You also want to get those down while Frost is still around too, so can prove to be a little bit awkward. PB here, 3 cards left in hand. They're 3 bronzes. Of course, with the Frost, they're all +1. He's only going to get +1 on a single one of these. You would imagine, of course, he's therefore going to go for the Bruiser to get the 2 damage available from that as well, while Weather is on the board. But this has been a round of the Ballistas.
So much value on these. Still another bombardment to come. will reset those pings and deal damage for every siege engine. 4 of those on the board. Bombardment effectively playing for 11. Bruiser moves that Fultus Pride out of the pocket. Still able to kill that Ancient Foglet, though. Does not
Yeah,
require a pocket to deal damage.
You can certainly see why Prime Villain was just happy to slam the siege, because it secured the long round still and just fancied his chances in this long round 3 with so many ballistas. I suppose PB's best line on reflection was trying to be more aggressive in round 1 to try and win that round 1 on even. It didn't happen for him, and kind of snookered himself going into this long round. Of course, didn't want to play into a siege amphibious assault. Who can blame him? It was the first assault, so bleeding just did not look appealing. So seems like round 1 could have been the option.
Here it is.
Look at the teleportation, the patience.
That's one way to build a siege ladder. Just teleport it back to the row. Gonna deal 11 damage. PB Led has had enough.
I want to see this. Merlin! What a boy. I love this from Prime Villain, letting him know who's boss. Oh, the forfeit PB. He doesn't want to be embarrassed in this last little bit. He was not impressed. Prime Villain getting in ahead. The mind games have begun.
So much value. That board was gonna be empty. That is
Actually,
what Siege does best.
Casted one time with Green Knight PB in the Gwent Partners Open, and surprise, surprise, the tournament platform had a bit of a bug, so we had to watch it from PB's stream, and he lost because his opponent, he had an oil or Selkirk or something. I think it was Selkirk in hand as his last card, and his opponent just had one card with a shield down on it, so the Selkirk just wouldn't work, and he lost. And oh my goodness, he raged so hard. It was my favorite thing. Poor PB. He was slamming the table. It's one of my favorite clips from my channel.
Well, with the pincer maneuver through, Prime Villain's got Reckless Flurry that's gotta beat either this Wild Hunt deck we just saw or Inspired Zeal. What are we queuing into here? We got Flurry up against Inspired Zeal, so switching away from Wild Hunt for the other coin. Prime Villain with the classic double portal target hand.
No Maddock just yet, though, at least. So we'll hope to not see that. No
Also
Maddock
both
in
of
hand,
his
which
Bear
is always
Witches.
nice.
You
Yeah,
don't really
these
want
Bear
both your
Witches
Bear
do
Witches.
Yeah.
That can be a bit of a mulligan nightmare, and especially on red coin when you only get 2 of them.
Certainly looking forward to seeing the War Chariot in action. There's also the City Guard. Movement, not going to be particularly relevant, but of course if you can get the cooldown on the War Chariot and a crew pocket as well, you can move and bleed every so often, which is going to be nice. It also has a Zeal now. It's an order. Previously, I do believe it was a deploy, so you could have this down on the board now and then get a soldier down next to it the next turn and then use it, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Ooh, here we go. Amphibious Assault into Dandelion. That's aggressive.
So the top card on the deck is a Cursed Knight as well. The Cursed Knight has been buffed. So
Yeah.
PB has that intel as well. You can look into his deck and you'll see the Cursed Knight's been buffed. Isn't playing an Envoy though. I would definitely like to see an Envoy combining with the Poet, with the Dandelion here, to try and put a specific card on top. The leader charges. Prime Villain not interested in letting Dandelion stick around, and despite not having Portal, threatening here to win on even.
Yeah, I mean, 2 leader charges down. That's a form of carryover. Dandelion might not be getting his ability to resolve, but forcing out some charges there means those charges won't be available for later. Here's Marg to deal with that Matic as we go back over to Prime Villain. Few bombs in his hand that no longer really get great value. Bear Witchers can't be played yet. No Mega Scope target. Kinda clunky. 4
Yeah,
and 3-point bombs. Ugh.
For PB as well, he knows that 4 damage is going to be something quite common. He would like to get his Banard student stuck on the board for some carryover maybe. Of course, with his Inspired Zeal ability, he's going to be able to just play that with Shani later on and give it the Zeal. But he needs a Royal Guard really to stick in order to do that. So taking the lock on the Maddock in the back row, just allowing him to back row the Royal Guard, I would imagine now. While it probably will get answered, you just definitely don't want to be playing it into the Maddock.
Yeah, Prime Villain with the aggressive move here decides to play the Smallblood Totem, committing that into the round 11-6, and PB Lid's got to worry about losing on even here. Still 4 more points effectively on the board by clicking onto that totem. Pretty bronze-heavy hand as well for PB. Has access to that Selkirk that can combine with Leader Charge to maybe try to keep the Megascopes in check, but just gonna go with the Karak Marine. Boost Marg up to 10. Still effectively behind, but Casting Contest will now play for 9 on the Karak Marine if a bomb doesn't take it out. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Prime Villain decide to kill this Karak Marine, knowing that both Casting Contest is in the list, and 3 damage doesn't answer a whole lot of things from this NR deck.
Yeah, and for PB, he's just got a handful of engines that start at 4. With the Banard, the Royal Guard, okay, it's not an engine, but it can protect an engine, and the City Guard all dying to 4 removal. I have to say, the City Guard is a card I love. I think it's great to have in Northern Realms decks with the duels, so you get answers, but if you're playing the War Chariot, I'm not sure the City Guard still has a place in it. There is the Casting Contest floating the damage. Of course, Hjalmar just not a threat in this round number 1 here.
Yep.
Floating the boost, rather.
Prime Villain using that Megascope only on 6 points. One of the worst Megascopes that you see from this Reckless Flurry deck. Deck plays a lot of ways to get value on that, from the Bear Witcher Adepts from Portal, the regular Bear Witchers, and the Great Swords as well, obviously being the ideal target. Currently down 3 points, but not really. Basically up 3 as this Megascope is going to be resolving. And we just see a bomb come down. Megascope resolves 21-14. Gonna be using that Karak Marine to protect that Banard student. 22-21 actually ahead here. No more hidden points on Prime Villain's board. But still got some bombs he wants to get rid of. And now Bear Witchers are online. Doesn't really want to play both of them, as you would want to save one of these for Quen later on, but playing one is pretty cheap.
Yeah, actually doesn't have any Witchers left in his deck apart from the Fish Flappers and the Quen. With this Gremist instead of Gerd as well, and obviously Junod in hand too. So definitely one of these Bear Witchers he's going to want to hold on to, or at the very least hold on to the Junod. And Patience 2 now available on the banner. We do see the War Chariot. No crew pocket enabled though. It's got cooldown of 3.
Yeah, I mean, if the movement's not relevant, you don't even really need the crew. It's not like the crew is making the cooldown shorter.
Big leader charge, it misses.
Yeah. That definitely happens. Does set up the War Chariot to get Junoded, I suppose, but we're definitely looking to take out that student with the leader charge. Full leader committed for Prime Villain in round 1. Really wanting to win this on even. 25-17. And PB with Selkirk and a bunch of bronzes. God Kadak technically a gold, but only playing for 6 points in this matchup.
It's just an Elder Bear.
It's just an Elder Bear. Here's Selkirk. Trying to fight over the round a little bit more. 19-24.
Use the Patience as well. This means this is 4 points of damage essentially on the Bear Witcher now.
Jonad able to come down for 10 on this War Chariot if he wants. This Banner Student, though, able to deal 3 damage whenever that wants to get clicked. And no easy way to deal with that. You really don't want to play this Bear Witcher in hand if you're Prime Villain and brick your Quen for later. You've already used all of your leader. You're effectively committing your Quen by playing this Bronze in your hand. Dancing Star is not playing for great value. Here's the Junod. It gets ahead by 5, but there's still that bleed. PB is able to just play a Bronze and get ahead here.
It's awkward for both players, but if Prime Villain wins on even, at least... Oh, it plays into the... I guess it doesn't really play into the Fowler Bomb too much. Maybe it just means the City Guard might be cleaned up by Fowler Bomb plus Bear Witcher, though. Again, like, obviously you don't want to commit the Bear Witcher because of the Quen situation, but ultimately you don't want to pass. You've committed your full leader at this point.
Yeah.
The Totem, the Junod, you're kind of just all in. And looking at PB's hand, it's going to be a tight one, but the card quality is certainly in the favor of Prime Villain, but he has committed his full leader, and essentially, as you say, if he does play the Bear Witcher, the Quen has also been committed, because it's just going to be mulliganed.
There is the Royal Guard. Getting ahead again between the point from the bleed and the point from the City Guard. Still has 4 damage on this Bannered Student. He can cash out whenever. Might hold that one more turn as he's not worried about playing the Kodkadak as well. Just depends if he thinks the Bannered Student click is going to prevent Prime Villain from being able to get ahead in another card. PB led just looking for a pass.
I kind of slipped my attention, but the Xiaoma is just 3 points at the moment. There is no cards in the graveyard for Prime Villain. So PB's going to have to make sure he's careful with the Bannard. He can kill the Bear Witcher with the Bannard Student in the next turn if he decides to do that. But that would, of course, set up the Xiaoma. So he's going to need to target the Junod. It's going to be very, very important, I think, if he wants to win this round.
Mm-hmm. Bear Witcher or Hjalmar. Those are the options. Neither feels very good. One's playing for 3, one's making one of your most powerful gold play for 2 later on. Does he...
It's all gone a bit pear-shaped. This is the problem with not drawing Portal. Like, you take the line to try and win uneven. With a Portal, this would have gone a lot more smoothly, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Without it, though, it's turned really, really bad. Especially when you're not playing the Gurd, you've got Gremist instead, so your Quen is just not even an option. Of course, Quen into Gremist isn't ideal, but you're now just wasting this Temple Vision card. And here does come the Bear Witcher.
After the full rope, decides to play the Bear Witcher. Now, if there's Kodkadak... I guess Kodkadak plus Rat of his Royal Guard just works.
Devastating for Prime Villain. He would have been hoping the last card was something like Shani, Gerhart, along those lines of Araxus. It's tragic, isn't it, really?
Enough. Oh no. There's a portal and nothing else. This Quen is not real value. I guess there's a Hernkaduk and some Megascopes. There's no leader charges for the Greatsword. It's gonna be really hard to get those to do anything. Does find the portal at least.
It is the second assault here, so not a free bleed for PB where you can just trade as assault for portal. Remis is the deck for Prime Villain. We go into round number 3. PB, Shani in hand. Of course, a very, very patient Bannard student waiting as well with a leader charge can put in a lot of damage very, very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So patience 5.
Hubert going back in.
Mulliganing Quen.
Yeah, it's not doing anything. Finds a Greatsword. The Boiling Oil did get kicked, so the Greatsword might live a turn? And then, I guess Avalok Sage wants to be Hernkaduk. So it doesn't even matter that much.
Yeah, lots of golds missed for the NR player with Iron Sace, and Gerhardt's still stuck in the deck. However, Prime Villain also Not missing his Quen, he just bricked it. The Portal Fish Flapper's coming in to open things up. 2 leader charges also available for PB, remember, so one is going to be used, I would imagine, on the Banard, and then maybe just back rowing this for access to get that extra formation point. Seems like the way to go with the leader charges here.
Yeah, that
Cubert's
graveyard.
still in the deck as well, on a timer of 2.
That graveyard Banard student with the patience at 5. 14-point Shani on deploy. I guess that's a way that the Great Sword's gonna die. Who needs the boiling oil? What's in the amphibious assaults?
PB showing the frustration with the emote here. I haven't got all day, he says. I always do enjoy seeing emotes when I'm in the caster client. I wish I could do my own as a commentator. Give me a few commentator emotes. Join in on the fun. Are you much of an emoter trying that?
Pretty much never. Maybe like once every other week I'll give a good emote, but it needs to be something special. There's Radovid's Royal Guards coming down at 9.
I was prime villain with the emote, my apologies, but yeah. PB obviously did it in the last game, so a little bit of friendly banter between the two gamers.
Heatwave could be taken here. Gets effectively 11 on the Heatwave. Not sure that that's getting better realistically. No Greatsword in the graveyard, I believe, so can't Hjalmar that. Yeah, Heatwave just comes down, deals with that Amphibious Assault pool. Portal ticks down, one more turn. And that Fish Flapper is going to come out next turn. Bring Prime up to 14 points on board. PV has yet to begin with his pretty scary Shani Varaxis combo.
Yeah, especially with the casting contest available as well, can really just double dip on this patience.
Yeah.
But up to just 10 removal in the turn if you leave the Banard on the board. But you'd imagine it's just going to be used straight away. And there is the Marine pulling the Hubert. With Heatwave gone as well, this Varaxis is just nailed onto Shani for the Banard.
Yeah, with
when the
no
time
great
is right.
sword in graveyard. Okay, I guess this is just the Varaxis turn. Varaxis the Shani kill the greatsword.
So Silverblade Tran has asked, why keep the bomb if Maddock was locked in round 1? So the Maddock was locked in round 1.
Traditionally done. I will take lovely Ildiko as my wife.
But
Yeah, it doesn't stay locked after it goes to the graveyard.
not sure why that is, to be honest.
Just units lose statuses when they change zones.
Yeah, it would be kind of unfair, right, if you've got a poisoned unit and you try and res it, stuff like that.
Yep. So they're just playing the Varaxis on the ranged row and sitting on it.
Yeah,
Choosing
Hjalmar's
to
got
not.
8 removal. No greatsword threat, so the leader charge does just allow PB to hold the Varaxis without using it. Same thing with the Shani. The Shani's out of the range of the Hjalmar, so there's no greatswords in the graveyard available.
Yep. Here comes the Sage, gets the Heron Kaduk. Bear Witcher. Threatened to put something into Hjalmar range. Yep. Varaxis down to 6. Can protect this with Karak Marine. Hjalmar is able... Just do it with the casting contest? Sure. Hjalmar plenty able to deal 6. Just with no greatsword in the graveyard, these 9s and 10s are pretty safe.
I must say, I was looking forward to the casting contest on the Merlin, but my dreams have been crushed with that play.
Hjalmar coming down, not killing the Shani, 1 damage short. got
The
winch.
winch as well.
No way to kill this yet either. And by waiting on this
Winch Shani
Firaxis,
combo.
we get to use the Shani a couple more times. Res the Bannered Student, res, I guess, the Radovid's Royal Guards? Karak City Guard. Here's Dancing Star. Here's Karak Marine. Shani, Viraxis. And, Blue
Leave the player
wins
just
the game.
wanting to let their player finish with their big finish. But we go to game 3. EB still has his White Frost deck. This is going to be the last game we cast today, I do believe.
Yup.
The 4th game of the Swiss. There's going to be more tomorrow.
White
for
Frost
the
against
Invitational.
Reckless Flurry. I
Nice.
gotta imagine that all the great swords and the Bear Witcher adept armor is a nightmare for White Frost to try to work through.
Yeah, there's got to be. I think this is like one of the ones though where the non-devotion deck would be worse. Like this devotion deck, at least you've got the points of the Oberon, the Conquerors, so you've got like your own point Sam things.
True.
The double Foglet, not going to be looking too hot, I would imagine. I still think this Caranthia is very, very awkward as well for PB, but round 1's going to be very important. Like if I can't think who's on what coin. I imagine Flurry's going first though. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, because the NR
So
was
that's-
cute on blue.
That's a big deal as well. If this matchup was on the other side of the coin, I would definitely be fancying SK. But if PB can do some shenanigans in round 1 and apply a lot of pressure, it could prove to be a hard situation for the Skellige player. Blue coin SK can always prove to be quite awkward.
True. Just waiting on the players to get in the game. We should be getting started any second on our last game of day 1 of the Swiss of the TLG Invitational, brought to you by Advanced.gg. Gwent's best gamer fuel brand.
Hi Rashid, lovely to see you. Thank you for always being so positive. Just waiting for the players. I have clicked, I promise. It's not me, chat. It's not me.
Yep.
Here we go. Hi, Tokran. Yeah, we actually did see we saw a Square Tail mirror matchup, believe it or not. Even, which is quite exciting. This is the last game of the day. We're going to be watching PB versus Prime Villain. It's 1-1. It's just a best of 3. The winner of this is going to be 3-1 going into day 2. So big game. The difference between 3-1 and 2-2. So it comes down to this. And Prime Villain has the Maxi, which is a nice proactive option. Also the Gremist does give him that nice, decent-ish proactive play. It's not obviously playing that well for its provision cost, but it's an extra proactive option. And for PB, as we look at the Maxi here,
It's a lot of bombs.
yeah.
It's what, all but one of them? He just has a Dancing Star in his deck? Could be worse. I mean, this isn't a matchup where the Magic's gonna get interacted with, right? There's no Wileys in this list.
I think PB would love an Algafar's crew to open here. Although it does give some value to the
Just get
removal.
bombed. Yeah.
An Ard Gaith could just get its value by being uninteractive. Of course, Red Ride is also an option from Gales. The value of uninteractivity in this White Frost deck, definitely something you can make use of.
Yep.
Instead, opens up with a Phantom, ticking that engine along. It's not that easy to answer a Phantom, but a Leader Charge plus a Junod would do it, as would a Leader Charge and a Dancing Star or any of the other bombs.
Ooh, Matic going to the right row. That's what
Yeah,
you want to
with-
see.
I think with Maddock, like spawning on this row, you're kind of less inclined to use a Leader Charge. If he spawns in the back row, you might be like, I'll just finish this Phantom off. But No heat wave. There's no Cyprian Wiley. No northern winds. The Madoc is going to be here to stay, and of course, Monster's Devotion doesn't have access to a lock either. So Madoc going to be playing for a lot of points in this match here, and it's also this Witch Apprentice is going to probably have a very, very tough time finding the Sabbath it's looking for, but that is the leader charge. I like the commitment of the leader charge, and also using the Phantom on the Madoc, switching it off, but of course knowing that a Dancing Star would swiftly answer it, especially with the placement of the Foglet as well.
Yep. With the Yard Gate able to buff up that Foglet by a bunch as well. Probably not too worried about this Ancient Foglet getting answered over multiple turns. And we do just see the Dancing Star come down. Madoc not quite behaving this time, going into the ranged row.
He's going to save a bit of value on Frost though, so not too bad. Oh, it's not. Frost hits the tallest unit. It just doesn't make sense. My brain is programmed differently.
Yup. It took a while to get used to, for sure. I think I've come around on Frost being highest unit, but I still think that Fog is also highest unit, just because I don't see Fog often enough.
Yeah.
Back.
I would love to see Rain get a bit of love, maybe like Ignore Armor, just because it's like the SK specific one. Kind of fit with the theme of like Reckless Flurry. Also, like the Tears of Siren card as it stands is just not really cutting it, but if you've got that like extra thing, kind of cool.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Winter Queen coming out onto the ranged row, right into the Madoc. Gonna give that Greatsword a bit of survivability. 11 to 9. Gotta imagine that Prime Villain not too sad if PB passes. I'm sure the long round is just fine for him. Still having Portal to absorb Frost in round 3. And this Greatsword absorbing Frost in round 1.
Yep. PB, remember, does have the Witch Apprentice in hand for the Sabbath, if that is ever relevant. Gales is just going to be playing Red Riders, which can apply 4 total weather, 2 to each row, which is going to buff the Foglet up as well. So Windscreen in Devotion is going to be triggered.
True.
Thrive getting those extra points in. Yeah, as the Frost ticks away, of course, the Magic Lamp. You don't want to flip this Magic Lamp into the Frost, so the Ardgaith, while it's not really doing that much, it is also just denying Prime Villain, trying to tempo out with this Magic Lamp.
Yeah, of course. Prime Villain still with a bunch of bombs in hand, sort of working out given this Greatsword's position of just trying to absorb Frost. Greatsword up to 6. Madoc gonna grow it by 2 more when that gets clicked by damaging the Winter Queen. Ooh, see the Greatsword even moved to the melee row. Oh, if the Winter Queen thrive, the Madoc gets to deal an extra point of damage. And the Madoc absorbs the weather!
Madoc is just smurfing, mate. What a card.
He hasn't
It's
even
also, of course,
played his... Yeah. He hasn't even played his
buffing
cards
the
to absorb
Greatsword
weather.
as well.
Yeah. Doing so much.
Having said that, he's still down by an awful lot of points. Could we see some leader charges being committed here? Madoc again, just going to be tanking even more value from the weather. Now, PB does have a pass.
This will be card advantage. But does he think that he can go into the long round against this Reckless Flurry deck? He's mousing over stuff in his hand, trying to see if there's anything he wants to play. Witch Apprentice not currently online. Going for the Cave Troll. This does turn on the Witch Apprentice. 23 to 16. Does mean there's not going to be a Cave Troll for round 3, though.
Now, this Junod could be pretty humongous. You're going to take a leader charge, which is going to be buffing your Greatsword up to 9. The Junod could clean up the Cave Troll if things go perfectly. If things go even better, you could also kill the Foglet!
That's still good. That's still good. Junod's gonna get ahead here. Plus 12. 23 to 14, and all of a sudden... PB Led is not happy.
And this Gales can pull Red Riders, but Gales is going to be played in the back row, giving this Madoc yet more value. Just not having the answer to the Madoc, you can see how devastating it is and why so many people play the Northern Winds in their SK decks to answer their opponents. They respect it enough to lock, and we go for the Nalgafar, finding Oberon and Unseen Elder. A huge commitment from PB here.
Where's the random bleed gonna go? Onto the Madoc! 20 to 21. Prime Villain still not able to get a pass.
Yeah, the devotion ability of Unseen Elder coming in clutch here for PB. Because the bleeding from the Junod is going to trickle down on both his turn, but also while this Unseen Elder is alive, the bleeding will be triggered at the end of PB's turn, and therefore the bomb comes in. Madoc is back. He's here. The Grandmist as well is going to find some value denying the bleeds from the Unseen Elder, but the Totem as well being the second to last card does mean that's going to need to be played if he wants to click it.
Who needs to click Totem when Unseen Elder can just bleed them?
Very true. Very true.
Madoc jumping out to the right row, threatening this Elder. Potentially doing some damage to buff up the Greatsword should that receive the bleed. Here we got PB using Corinthia onto Witch Apprentice at 21 points on the row. Well,
this Corinthia has been terrible. Both
real
times
bad.
we've seen it, I've not been impressed, and Madoc click here could kill the Unseen Elder and the Witch Apprentice, or the Foglet, the Witch Apprentice. I would. Will the Witch Apprentice survive? This could be huge.
Ooh.
It survives.
Okay, okay.
However,
still can't play the Witch Apprentice to have Sabbath.
Not sure this is the perfect deck for the Witch Apprentice. I can see why PB's gone for it, but in this particular matchup with so much damage from your opponent, and let's not forget, Prime Villain still has 2 leader charges available, but the Red Riders spread. It's going to spread Prime Villain's cheeks a little bit as the rows are split, and the Foglet is also going to get buffed by 4 points.
Yeah, unfortunately can't play the Gills on melee to get Sabbath going. Card is range locked. There's the pig.
Wait.
You could leader charge to get to 25? That does it. That does it.
Oh, that should be the round. PB wins on even. He has Oberon on top of his deck as well.
True. That is big. It is big. Guaranteed
And
to draw
we'll
into
have the Ard Gaith too. So he could mulligan Ard Gaith, play it from Gales. Has a lot of points, for sure. And if he wants to just go for the 2-0, it could be quite devastating.
Yeah. Sort of all worked out. But Prime Villain's still got a lot of quality left as well with that Quen with both Bear Witches in deck. Still has the Avalok. Still has the Portal. Portal just backbreaking in this matchup. Still has another Greatsword to combine with those leader charges and some Megascopes. I think even after this win on even, that is not quite over yet. Let's see what these players are able to pick up. As you said, we do know that Oberon and Ardgith are on top of this monsters deck. Wow.
Is that
wow.
legal?
Nope. But I guess it happened.
My memory's so terrible, I don't remember what Maxi showed us for the SK player. But either the top decks were looking beautiful, or Maxi has just been putting in some serious work here. That's a hand.
Yep.
I'll still have 2 mulligans available as well.
What are you even looking for? I guess Avalok Sage. There's just so many good cards still in this deck. I guess that's what happens when your round 1 hand has 5 bombs.
Up to PB, how this goes, of course. Oberon in round number 2 isn't going to be getting that devotion payoff. But realistically, he probably isn't going to be sticking around for too long. And Prime Villain didn't make his hand too good. He kept a great sword, which he can dump down. Have 2 great swords in the graveyard. Hjalmar more than ready to go.
Here we go. 6 cards versus 7 cards. Last round of the last game of day 1. Prime Villain versus PB led. Bit worse hand there as he picks up a couple of his adepts. Thankfully enough mulligans to fix the hand, but
PB risks the rider, I think. Finds the Eridin. Honestly, I was really hoping he would mulligan the rider and we'd see Oberon into triple riders. Something about that just feels so satisfying. My only fond memory I have of playing draft mode was playing like Oberon into 7 riders.
there was some wacky stuff with some of those bronze setting packages. Well, there's the portal. The armor begins. Man, there's some matchups where this portal into Bear Witcher Adept is just so good. Not only is it a 14-point portal, but you're also just getting a point per turn. What are you supposed to do?
PB, we're also seeing the downside here of Ardgaith. Like, you got the great value from it round 1, but like sometimes you just have too much frost when your Taskmasters, are they called? The Nalgfast crew, I beg your pardon, the Eridin as well. You've also got the Foglet that you want to get down, the Oberon. All these things kind of just compete quite heavily, and then you come through with an Ardgaith, which is just maybe not the most spectacular. Having said that, it still did play for quite a lot of points in round 1.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're playing it on your last turn and you're getting no value on the Ardgaith, you're still buffing your Ancient Foglet by 6. That's something.
Prime Villain just stacking this back row with his totem, with his fish flappers. PB doesn't have dominance. Oberon, the Eridin as well, obviously going to be adding points to the frost. There's no answer for Prime Villain. He does, of course, have Heatwave, Hjalmar, but they are stuck very much in the deck, so PB's probably going to be trying to play around those cards. Little does he know, it's best for him to just go for it. Don't play around the cards. Don't respect them.
Let's see. He's mousing over the Oberon. Bunch of things that he wants to get down. Oberon makes his other wild hunts better. Naglfar's crew is gonna be opposite to a Frost for the whole round. And Eridin here makes this Frost take for a little bit more damage. Not sure how relevant this ends up being into the portal, but you can Megascope for one more fish flap or 2. It's probably better than trying to make a Bear Witcher. Leader charge plus Bear Witcher, not quite enough to take out this Eridin. Would need 1 more point of damage. Whole hand online for Prime. Looks like he's thinking about the Bear Witcher. Yep, Bear Witcher on the ranged row, continuing to play around that second row of Frost getting set up as that Adept pops out of the deck from Portal. That will be absorbing 1 turn of the Eridin Frost as the other Adept grows back up to 6.
Yeah, Megascope now available as well on the Bear Witcher, which I think I always have a very hard time working out how many cards in a Gwent row. It doesn't come intuitively to me. I have to count every time.
Yeah, I agree. Don't know why that is. You would think you'd get used to it after a while and could just tell by sight, but for whatever reason, it's one of those things.
He does have 7 cards, so he's gonna be fine to play the Megascope in the back row and without it like filling up and not spawning anything, and then Taskmaster coming in to move the Bear Witcher before the Ardgaith comes in. So a little bit awkward on the not the Taskmaster, the Bruiser.
Bruiser, yeah. Taskmaster being the Purify, of course.
Yeah, it just still has a lot of engines. The Foglet, the Ardgaith, the Nalgathar's crew.
Also,
going to be hoping for that dominance as well for the riders. It's going to be really important that he manages to get that.
Yeah, just has a lot of points. I don't know. I could definitely see PB just having enough here. +2 on his Wild Hunt units from the Frost and the Oberon. Nothing's dying here because the Hjalmar was missed. Here comes the Quen, playing into the melee row now, as you've already got that 5 there. A leader charge coming out, but not enough to take out the Oberon. Enough to yoink dominance for a turn, maybe? As you have that 8 in play.
Surely it's time for the Ardgaith. It has to be.
Yup. Ardgith now. Oh, nope. Going for Naglfar's crew first. I guess that's the same sort of idea. This way you get the 1 extra point on the crew.
Yep, and of course Prime Villain. His sequencing is... In fact, it's not forced because of the double save. Is it? I don't know. Could he have played the Megascope after the Dancing Star here?
I think he... So, he plays the Dancing Star. PB plays a card. He plays Megascope. PB plays a card. Megascope comes off, and then PB plays his last card. I think he could have delayed it, but I'm not sure what the rush necessarily is. This Aridin still doesn't have dominance. And I think you're just playing this for 3 in your Matic. But this Ancient Foglet gonna come down for 9, which will get dominance back for the Wild Hunt Riders.
I have to tell you, Trina, I've opened up PB stream just so I can see the reaction of sheer bliss or utter disappointment, because this is the last game of the day. It's the perfect time to just score that last win, go into day 2 with that 3-1 record. You got to be very happy with yourself. We saw his loss, of course, against Gravesh, the Megascope, but the healing as well from the Fish Flappers. The Ancient Foglet. What's it gonna be?
It's not enough. It's 9 points,
The
10
2
points.
points though added to the Rider because of the Frost and the Oberon. The Taskmaster's gonna tick, and PB doesn't have enough.
So close, but not able to overcome that nightmare of a matchup.
Of the delay.
Oh, winning on even, not enough to do it.
Oh, he looks good.
Oh no. So he's 2-2 now, right? Is 2-2 dead, or is that still live for Top Cut?
If only we knew someone that was at TLG and would know these things, right? I'm not sure. Should know, but I don't.
It's what, 7 rounds of Swiss and 87 people, was it? Bump. After 7 rounds, there are 14. So 6 people at X1 or better, and then 14 people at X2.
Just talking to Shadow here.
People
3 rounds tomorrow. 49 currently remain.
The current remain doesn't matter as much because people are dropping at X2, and they were probably dead anyway. What matters more is the number of people that started than the tournament. Here, I can bring this up. Old wait, where is... Yeah, the good old Swiss triangle.
Oh, I've never seen this.
Yeah, so basically starting from a number of players just like halves each bracket each time to get you how many players are at each record after each round. So after round 1, there's 44 people that have won, 43 people that have lost. In round 2, half of those win, half of them lose from each. So you end up with 22, 44, 21, then it just keeps going all the way down. And then we can see by round 7, which is how many rounds of Swiss this is running, there is 1 undefeated, 5 people at X1, and 14 at X2. This does depend on like some people not dropping, and I believe it's always the person that is paired down wins in this one. There's some better sites that give you some other parameters. This is just the first result on Google.
Mm-hmm.
There were 95 at the start, according to Max. Okay, doesn't really change anything. Cool, cool, cool. Anyway, hope you had fun today. I had fun.
Yeah,
Also
me
very
too.
tired.
Yeah, I bet. It was great to see like some different decks. I think like the No Sunset Wanderers kind of thing was honestly pretty cool. I have a feeling otherwise we would have seen lots of decks of Sunset Wanderers, but to see some people experimenting with the White Frost, we saw some Scoia'tael decks as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and best of luck to the players tomorrow. I'm going to be busy getting ready for the England game, so I'm not casting tomorrow. But I believe you're casting with Spyro tomorrow.
Yes, I'll be casting with Spiro on his channel.
Winner.
Yeah. Anything you want to shout out or plug before you go?
I mean, I'm on Twitch. I'm just at Specimen now. Twitch.tv/Specimen, and then it's on YouTube. Well, it's not Twitch on YouTube. It's youtube.com/Specimen Gwen. But yeah, no.
Oh, cool.
Appreciate having me. Trying it was good fun, and hopefully you get some good rest. I'm gonna sort my room out because it's a bit of a mess myself. So yeah.
All right, sounds good. Let's send the host over to I guess Bushy, and yeah, I'll talk to you later.